Okay, let's look at a few concepts here. These are from my writing. So there's this character who looks at the wall, like a corner of the wall, right, in rooms at times. So it's like a main character energy type of moment. And it's sort of hard to explain, but like there's some sort of principle that he follows that like you're looking up as if looking to God or looking to some higher absolute measure that you have in life. So like somebody scolding him at work in some mundane, typical day-to-day thing, but then he listens to it, but then he looks there like, the real enemy is something existential, the real battle is within, this is lowly kind of functional stuff. So you're kind of looking at the two separately, whether it be God, whether it be some absolutist goal, right? That's kind of the analogy being made, is that you have a situation where you're deferring to, like, it's a hypothetical, right? You might not have that standard, but you're holding that standard, like there's something more than just zero-sum function, but then that's what it comes down to anyway, to sustain yourself in the meantime. But yeah, he looks in the corner of rooms at times as if like looking at God, and so there'd be like a main character energy in a film or an anime or whatever, like where every time he would do that, you would see like a reflection of himself, or like how the battle is against, some sort of showdown with contrivance itself, or some kind of showdown with some existential thing. It's not about the day-to-day action, it's about something deeper, right? Is the real conflict. All this is just window dressing or kind of beneath him, or there's something, greater at play, right? So it sort of exudes that main character energy kind of vibe. So yeah, you look at that, and then he looks at it like, he looks at it like there's a scene, there's a lot of religion in some of my stories. So like he's talking to somebody, and then they're questioning like, why don't you ever look at me when I'm talking to you, as he's looking up in the corner of the room as well, right? And then he says, and this is one of my RP lines that I always use, like, I have no need to look at that which I can already see through. Right, I don't look at people, I see through them. Another, interpretation of that same quote. Right, what need have I to look at people when I can already see through them? And the other one is a couple other concepts, like a house of 47, right, of royalty, where it's in tradition, this is like me making an audiobook, but like, because I'm too lazy to actually make the formal thing, but a house of 47 where the victor can kill the other people, right, who would be in the running for the throne, but he chooses not to. And by not killing any of them, but still besting them, he guarantees their loyalty rather than revenge. Like he would kill a couple and then the rest would escape and vow revenge. Now it guarantees their loyalty because it makes them look good. So he did it strictly for cynical reasons, but it makes him look like, oh, the merciful king. And then, because he could have just killed them then and there. And the last thing is like ordinary versus like something like, oh, the way you think is different or something like that. The way that being objective or self-actualizing would be is that that would be the inherent state, and only the outward contrivance is the issue, right? You're the ones who have been indoctrinated, not that, oh, someone who's objective would be doing anything special. They're actually more the inherent state. You're more the outward contrivance response. So let's look if we can watch something and react to it. And the reason why is because I keep wanting to, but I just can't bring myself to do it. And every time I do, I ruin the whole character point system. Like, I'm going to watch Dragon Ball Super Episode 3, but like, fuck it, I'll just do it. I don't care. So we're getting towards where Beerus is going to appear, which he still hasn't. The second episode was a family vacation. I think I give both of those first two episodes like a B grade. The second one almost could have been a C, but I don't know. Renew subscription. I don't think it's over yet, though. Should it be? So yeah, we watched that. I don't know why it doesn't show it like in my thing. I don't know why the art style of Super doesn't seem all that great at times for the modern era. Like, it seems okay, but the animation, everything looks just kind of a little ordinary or washed out. Or like it's a little like overly colorful. I don't know how else to explain it. Where is the rest of the dream? In search of the Super Saiyan God. So this is going to be one of those plot contrivance moments that pisses me off. Like, how convenient that you specifically, it's like, how do we do exposition on some new form that we want to introduce? Let's just have somebody dream about it and talk about it. You know, it'll sound cheesy. Like, oh, look, Beerus had a dream about this. How convenient that he gets to, you know, it's not happening organically, right? It's just, oh, he's going to go out of his way to look for it. So this is episode 3 of Dragon Ball Super, English dub on Crunchyroll, starting in 3, 2, 1. So it's showing the little balls here coming together, and cat with the hat, Toei animation, and skip intro option appears. Original author Akira Toriyama, story concepts. Dragon Ball Super logo, text at the bottom appears, and it always sounds like I'm almost doing, if you're blind, I'm doing it for you, like, you know, explaining every single thing that's happening. So I try not to watch the intro, but the first 2 episodes were pretty anticlimactic. The sort of thing like if this was a new series that that had no background, you would stop watching, or, you know. I just hate when things become overly referential. Like, we got to see Majin Buu again. We got to see Hercule again. Like, you know. But, you know, it starts recycling content more than anything, or at least relying on the characterization. Or one of the fetishes for people, like, is this sort of comeback hero type storyline, like Yu-Gi-Oh, where 39 years slumber, which is not very long, good thing he had that dream, because otherwise he would just blow up the earth and not give a shit. Oh yeah, 10 times gravity is really so it's powerful gravity. This is like a retcon. 10 times gravity is not strong. That's such stupid writing. I was even criticizing that in the first episode. Alright, so now Beerus must actually appear. When does he hear about Goku killing Frieza? Because it must be like right now. I thought he already said what it was in the last episode, though. We get home, like you live together. He ruined that dinosaur that was supposed to be good. In the refrigerator. Gods use refrigerators, too. Like, do they have to eat to survive, or could you starve them? Could you poison them? He's the fastest, but he's actually stronger than. Yeah, why don't you try to go faster, fucking clown cat? The Kais are so scared, but they should know everything about it because the Supreme Kai's life is tied to him. You want to kill Beerus, just kill yourself, Supreme Kai. Ah, yes, of course. Isn't that what he's supposed to do? He's the destroyer. Oh, here we go. Exposition moment. Only to end life and eat a bunch of food, I guess. And dick around with dreams and visions. The reason is he doesn't like your food. I like this music. Oh, I like that. The inevitability of his existence. Oh, so he's not afraid of Beerus. He's afraid of, like a Saiyan. How convenient. A battle-loving warrior. That's why they were lying about his existence. Look how he's saying that. There's zero chance unless there's some convenient dream. But like, the funny one. Like, he's not worried about fucking idiot has to discuss it right in front of him. Can't you just do it telepathically in your head? It's not like you're actually talking to them. Goku low IQ moment. Like, what I'm saying is, he has a low attention span, but like the old Kai was upset, not that Beerus is destroying stuff, because that's what he does, and you have to accept that inevitable reality, and you can't stop him. He was upset only about in case somebody makes him upset, right? That's the concern. Not the concern that he's blowing up planets, because you have to face that reality, but only because you don't want somebody to piss him off too much and then he'll blow everything up. As if they wouldn't be able to sense planets being blown up or whatever, the Saiyans as strong as they are. Bulma wouldn't be able to see this shit with the telescope. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're alive or dead, but you're here too when you're dead. Oh, it's just for vanity that you want to be alive. It's a vanity halo. No, we'd rather wish for another pair of panties or something. And that pain didn't come off at all. They're trying to play this too much for laughs, but it's okay. The tree of the universe that gives all else life. Because he keeps calling him Lord, but you're stronger than he is, so what? His title is more like ceremonial and whatever, because Whis is actually stronger. See, Whis is always giving him a little attitude, and Oracle fish. I'm surprised he wouldn't try to eat that, being a cat. What are these characters that Toriyama comes up with? All this is just retcon BS, obviously nonsense. My arch rival, who's not going to be nearly strong enough to beat you. Oh, will he tell him the Super Saiyan God? He's far too valuable to be killed. Right? You can leverage the fact that you're far too valuable to kill. Everybody's obsessed with food, from Saiyans to gods to seers. He genuinely did forget that. Just because it's been 39 years, which isn't that long. Of course, you can just look that up. Yeah, his name was Broly. Broly's the Super Saiyan God, according to Vegeta in the movie when he's such a coward. You told him to do so. That's one of those retcon BS. And then they happen to transform in unbelievable ways. But wait a second, that doesn't even make sense. How old would Vegeta have been if he knows of Beerus? Or if he had met Beerus or something? Because he's been asleep for 39 years, and Vegeta can't be that much older than that. Oh, this is the scene, I think I've seen this clip, like where he's shocked about Goku killing Frieza. This is like such exposition bullshit, like convenience for the plot. Right? It's not happening organically at all. Like they're laying it on so thick. Not like, oh, he happens to go to Earth just by chance. And then they meet them and whatever. Not like, oh, I had a vision. But the dinosaurs are still there. As if to explain the meteor. Like he's just getting a little recap, Cliff Notes recap on the whole show. Only Vegeta gets to call him Kakarot. Or Raditz too. I don't think Nappa called. No, Nappa might say it once, but yeah, why don't we recycle those characters too? With upgraded new animation quality from Dragon Ball Kai, probably. Yeah, it's called the Becoming a Uzaru fucking Big Ape. And now the little kids get to do it. Like they're cramming that home. It's so contrived. Like, we want to introduce a new form, so let's keep beating you over the head with it in exposition. Like, how would instant transmission work in that way? Would it be quicker than... Like, they have nothing better to do than this, too. So now they end up fighting on there, and this is the episode that has the really bad animation, too, that everybody made fun of. So... North Kai's planet. How convenient. They just run, when they're trying to make him avoid him specifically. He's the one he's looking for. So that was very exposition heavy-handed. I wish they had went for some other reason and then this turn. I think of Android 18 as, or she's always obsessed with money, but she doesn't care about vain stuff like. So Bulma's was giving out big prizes, which this is where Vegeta's gonna dance like a clown. Makes it seem like I've seen it before, but I just know some of these scenes. So how old is Pan right now? Or is she still pregnant in the belly, I guess? Or that'll be used. See, I know too many things without even having seen it. This is just like, well, I guess they foreshadowed it by her saying, we should do this for my birthday on his ship. So this is where the Beerus meeting happens. And so he'll meet everybody else besides Goku, but he would have already knocked out Goku. Then Vegeta starts acting like a total clown that goes against his pride. As if they wouldn't try to swipe that ship, but you don't try to steal from the richest woman or the whatever. Yeah, why even bother owning a car? And the one thing the Dragon Ball universe does pretty badly, although they pretend like it matters, they're very bad at concealing their identity. Like, they just do it. Everybody saw them at the Cell games. Everybody sees them all the time. Like, it's not, you know, it's not a big deal. Like, they're just very open about it. Vegeta's flying around. Trunks is flying around in the store. Or... no, this boat is going to stand up to godlike beings' attacks because, oh, of course, they're suppressing them, as if Beerus would have a reason to suppress his, or the bikini inspectors. Why even invite Roshi? He's getting a show of his own with Roshi's behind. Bro's having an aneurysm over it. We don't see much of Dr. Briefs doing anything, but he's supposedly the real, mastermind behind a lot of the, he was the genius before Bulma, so he doesn't get enough credit. Or Boo is gonna be a troublemaker because he's such a food addict. This is the second time he's had to suck up to Boo. But he's still gonna let him eat. But yeah, that is like an overpowered ability to... Piccolo doesn't care for all this, but he does care for... But he, loves Gohan so much. Vegeta's still training like crazy, missing out on his wife's birthday. It seems weird that they would have any trouble with gravity. Like, the gravity shouldn't affect them anymore. Even in their base state, they're way too strong right now. Wouldn't you be able to sense him? Why don't you just instant transmission back to Earth like how you did it to blow up your planet? Wouldn't you have sensed him first? Except for plot contrivance, there's no reason for him to come here. Bulma's so awesome. Like she gets to be as much of a bitch as she wants because she's literally a god. She is the goddess of wealth and money and beauty and perfect in every way. Like fucking... Even Vegeta cannot deny her perfection. Whereas Chi-Chi I just find annoying. She'll have like one good moment in a whole show, but... Where's that rare thing that he was talking about in the fridge? Remind me, like a boyfriend-girlfriend thing, remind me what I like. Still not as efficient as the capsule stuff where you can just make a whole fucking house on a whim. Or they don't know about Whis? Considering he's literally tied to your existence. It's really Whis who's doing it. Not that Goku was seeking a fight with him, but make up some lie. No, but just trick Goku to go. They're trying to build up Beerus like he's scary, but he's really not. Again, just you could kill yourself if you... Wait, really though? I thought this would be the episode where something would actually happen. Wait, I thought that was the case. I think I might give that episode a C, actually. It was okay, but it's kind of getting bogged down in the minutia of like it goes from an A to a B because of how on the nose they keep saying Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God. They're doing it like in an exposition heavy way. They're not letting it happen organically, that they might just meet and then somehow come up with a new form on the fly, but they're like trying to expose it to the audience. They're trying to expose it to the audience directly, like where a character's just outright saying it. This is going to be the new transformation, and we're going to find it. You know, it's just too much on the nose where it's happening just because it has to happen for the story. And then the other thing is that Super Saiyan God, also the episode just didn't have a lot of meat to it. Again, I'm not always saying it has to be action, but it didn't have really anything happen. I was even, it was just, you're setting up for the party with Bulma, you're setting up for the, Vegeta's training, you're setting up for Beerus and Whis just talking about food for the millionth time. Like, it's starting to get into a routine of just like, not a whole lot of meat on it. Like, you got to give us something to nibble on, if you will, for the food analogy, right? Just give us some, give us a little bit of, not even action, but give us some event, like, not action as it's fighting, but something exciting happening. It starts off, Beerus is just trying to remember. Then you meet the fish. Then he helps him remember. Then he keeps talking about where is he going to find them. Then he gets some exposition, backstory. So, like, it goes from an A to a B because of how on the nose the exposition is that it's trying to beat out like a dead horse, right, and almost insult the audience's intelligence. Right, and then it goes from a B to a C because, again, not a lot happens in the episode, and even what does happen is very much just tied to that same repetitive exposition of trying to get from point A to point B, of getting them to meet in a bit of a contrived way, and just, like, belaboring the whole thing with, okay, we get it, the Beerus likes food, we get it that... Whis and him have a little banter back and forth, but it was a very vacant episode in terms of content. Nothing was really happening. There was a little funny moment with the Kai and the thing, with Goku and the Kai there, but I guess I'll watch episode 4, I don't know. I was watching, like, the first 2 episodes twice just so I just want to see something happen. Now it's going to be a filler episode about Pilaf and the gang. Fuck off. Maybe I won't do it. I just want to see Beerus finally come to a head. Like, you're wasting too much time. You're trying to build Beerus up. You're trying to retcon stuff. You're going to apply contrivance, like with, the Z-Sword. Like, you wouldn't have explained why or how that happened. And see, I know that piece of exposition. Like, how could the Supreme Kai not know all this detail if you basically... How could Supreme Kai not know this? Because if his life is tied to their life, right? So if any time you want to stop Beerus, you could just hold your life at ransom, and he can't stop you because he has to even protect you and go out of his way. Goku calls himself Kakarot. There's so many theories on, like, what Kakarot would have been like. Would he have been like Raditz? Would he have been like Turles? Would he have been like Ginyu when he took his body over? Would he have been like, what he basically is in a subliminal way, that, he's trying to give his enemies senzu beans and save them and try to inadvertently, destroy the planet by always wanting another challenge or another fight. Careful, you're more like me than you realize. He just says I'm not Kakarot. This was one of those really ridiculous kind of moments where you're trying to change the whole nature of the series at this point. Which, again, you're sitting on gold with respect to the characters, and this could have easily gone badly if... you have all the characters established, and it could have gone off the wall. This exposition is so much, too. Like, they're giving you all this background. You've never even heard of any of this, and then we're planet brokers, and this and that, and it's alluding to Frieza, but it's basically just Vegeta. So was their prediction that Goku would have been able to kill everybody on Earth? Because he would have been too weak if he was aggressive when he was a kid. So as a kid, he would have been actually too weak. Because he does struggle to beat some people. So, like, what? He would have died to Piccolo. He would have died to Piccolo or somebody like that, and then their plan would have failed. Right? Like, they didn't expect that. Or no, it's showing something in, like, Super, I guess. It's one of the craziest top 10 moments where, like, a series changes its genre, basically from an adventure to an action series in a way, or like to a sci-fi, space fighting, crazy kind of a thing. And it feels very extreme because, again, it ended up working out obviously beautifully, but it might not have, and it might have even led to some other problem, like, again, you're just almost trying to milk the material. Like, let's try to turn this into Superman, or let's turn it into some other totally different genre. And so that could have easily backfired and not worked out at all. And the reason why is because it's just stupid. Like, it's so dumb. So, I don't know what else I want to watch. But no, that was kind of a C episode because I'm starting to get bored. Whether you might hold against it the pacing of the series, that they're starting to over milk it a bit. But, like, we get it. We know who Beerus is. You don't need 3 episodes just to get into something happening. But that's why I always criticize the original Dragon Ball Z a little bit because, it's still a great show. It was innovative. The animation was legendary, but it makes some deliberate mistakes to, like, slow it down just to keep up with the manga, have the manga keep up with it, and all this kind of shit. And so you end up doing it in a way that is very limiting and very, like, I can't ignore that because that's something that's deliberately, conspicuously doing that's adverse to the actual value of the story. Right, and so you're basically able to I appreciate that. JJ Kendrick versus... I should react to these kind of things. So this is JJ Redick versus Kendrick Perkins, explosive, full segment, starting in 3, 2, 1. This is like an old discussion about Jokic, but Joker's wild. Doesn't like advanced stats. Oh, I've seen this before, though. This is like an ad for analytics. Yeah, that's all stats are. It's just a reflection of what happens. He's adding for Second Spectrum advertising. Look at how Perk is like falling asleep. You shouldn't need this big of an introduction. That was kind of a snarky way. Yeah, that favors, point guards. But Perk's at least receptive to that stat. I don't even want to watch this shit. I don't know. I'm trying to find something to watch. Like those loyalty test ones could have been cool, but then they end up being kind of dumb. Or then I was watching this chick, like, trying to stay in a food place as long as she can without Skip Bayless and Richard Sherman in heated exchange, Shannon Sharp all over again. Making couples switch phones in Paris, France. Loyalty test. NBA emotional breakdown moments. Perv teacher tickled my sneaky student. What is all this shit, dude? What the fuck is showing up in my feed here? So, I don't know. College football, the game's not over yet moments. BetterHelp online therapy ad. Piccolo lays a beating, WTS. I like that expression, lays a beating. Speed run o'clock, some live streamer. Worst takes from ESPN analysts. I'm sure I've seen some of these, but whatever. Not just the takes, but probably the videos too. Like I've probably seen more of this kind of shit than actual games, like just the highlights or takes and stuff. First take. So ESPN analyst worst take: Skip Bayless, Colin Cowherd, Stephen A. Smith. Part 2, starting in 3, 2, 1. But Shannon, your opinion: who picked the better team? What a surprise! He likes LeBron. I was going to say everybody can't shoot. Giannis can't shoot. You got Jokic, Curry, and Luka. Oh, you're going to say he's having a bad year. Still, him on an off year. You don't know if you trust Steph on wide open looks. Does he end up winning MVP? I think this might be the year he won MVP, and I mean, it's true that he can go cold. There's no question about. That's one of my reservations at a very high level, though. Like, why wouldn't I take him over Shaq or somebody? Because Shaq or Wilt, because they're going to be big and strong. They're going to do what they do. You can rely on that. Curry, if he has a bad night, you're screwed. And it won't happen often, obviously, but there's that if. There's no if with Shaq. Shaq's big, he's going to dunk on you. Even if you don't win, it's often not because of him. It's not his fault, right? Like, in 2004, you're getting blown off the floor. He averages 26 points a game on 60% shooting and is the leading scorer in the whole finals, even though his team loses and he's not MVP. He's the best player. He's the leading scorer. Even against Hakeem Olajuwon, he shoots a better percentage. He scores pretty much the same amount of points. He has a very similar stat line. So people will act like, oh, Hakeem schooled him. But statistically, they're pretty even. And you'll say, well, some of it was in garbage time, or it's all in garbage time because you're getting blown out and you're getting swept. But at the same time, Hakeem played almost the same amount of minutes as him. And so what it means is it's not garbage time because Hakeem's out there, so you're both out there and you're playing him almost to a standstill. You're getting beat in other ways. Kenny Smith hitting 3-point record. That Rockets team wasn't that great, don't get me wrong. It didn't have another all-star on it right that year, but then you get Clyde the following year. But my point is that I'm not excusing the loss. I'm just saying Shaq generally played pretty well there, right? He scored an almost even number of points as Hakeem. He shot a better percentage than Hakeem. They had a similar amount of rebounds, similar assists, similar blocks and everything. Shaq might have even led in some of those. So they're pretty much even all across the board. And so, yes, you'll say that, oh, Shaq lost. We get it, but that doesn't mean that he owned him. It's not like Shaq averaged 15 points and, wow, he was shut down by Hakeem. No, he still put up numbers. And so even saying it's garbage time isn't fair because, Hakeem's out there too and playing, and that's the whole nature of the series. So we got an ad which ruins the whole flow of this shit. And so I don't like it. Most tense moments on an Undisputed Final Edition. I mean, I get that skip can be annoying and you're doing this partly for ratings, but at the same time, don't bite the hand that feeds you. That clearly he made some of these people's careers and he was a genius and set up all these formats, right? That Skip is an innovator. There's no question about it. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Like, that it's whatever they're doing for media attention and stuff. Most tense moments on Undisputed. He sometimes gets stupidly personal, though. Like he says, that's one of his dumbest lines ever. But yeah, this is a good thing on, like, awareness. Why do companies spend so much money on advertisements and stuff like this? Just for awareness of the brand. Like, it's not even so you buy the product, it's just so that you're always aware of the product and you know it, and it becomes ubiquitous and familiar to you, right, and stays in the forefront. And they kind of have so much money, they just have it to blow because they're so successful. They almost don't know what else to do with it. It's an expense, it's a write-off. So they're not really doing it so that you even buy the product personally all the time, but just so that you're aware of it. And then you have the worst take of Skip Bayless was, like, he calls Shannon, we might be seeing this even here in this video, but he calls Shannon jealous. Like, he's jealous of Tom Brady. But think about that for a second now. Shannon's an all-time great player. Tom Brady is obviously better, but you're saying he's jealous of him. But that would be the kind of argument that's used against Skip that makes no sense. So you're saying a Hall of Famer is jealous of an even better Hall of Famer. But imagine what you could say about Skip then. Everything Skip says is, oh, he's jealous of LeBron. He's jealous of Shannon. He's jealous of everybody. Like, that would be the sort of discrediting argument that he rightfully would shoot down and say that's not fair, right? Because you're not saying you're better than them. So it doesn't have to be about you. It's just about, okay, I'm criticizing this. That's fair. I'm comparing them to other players, holding a high standard. That's fine. But then how can a player who's never played at the professional level, whatever, in any sport, say to somebody else that they're jealous when they're a Hall of Famer? Wouldn't it be more logical then that, Skip is jealous of Shannon, and Skip is jealous of LeBron, and Skip is jealous because he's never even played in the leagues at all? And again, I wouldn't agree with that take to discredit him, because that's not fair. You don't, a lot of GMs, a lot of coaches never played at a high level. It doesn't mean you can't be an assessor of talent and have takes, but that sort of argument would be exactly the kind that Skip wouldn't like if it was used against him. So we're starting Tense Moments and Undisputed Final Edition, starting in 3, 2, 1. Football. Are they going to be in the playoffs? Is this before or after they won the Super Bowl? It must be after. 22. See, playing at a high level at 45. See, he's way better. Why does it matter? Find someone who loves you as much as he loves Tom Brady. He's just being a bit of a dick. Some of his delivery there is almost like how Patrick Jane solves his cases and how he presents it. A little bit cocky. That Skip's getting offended. Now he's sounding like Juan Martinez. What was one? Hold on, I'll pause it. There was one thing I was talking about, like somebody was making a bad argument, like, what was it? It was some fallacy, like, just because you do something, like something bad happens, it doesn't justify something else. Like, if, you do like, I can't remember what it is. Like it was almost something that would justify mistreatment. Like, oh, it's okay to be mistreated if this is the reason why, or what was it? One of these religious people, Charlie Kirk or Cliff again, reliving rent-free in my head, but like, it's somehow okay to be in a negative spot because of blank, and then have to like overcome it or something like that. I can't remember. Okay, let's look at a few ideas here, like the principle of counteracting. So like, you know, human beings have certain tendencies that we might consider undesirable, certain flaws, etc. So the goal isn't to pretend, right? There's a few reactions to it. You could pretend that they just don't exist or glorify them or defend them anyway. Like, oh, love yourself the way you are and love people and people are great and inherently good. And you can do that. Or you can look at it the opposite way. People are flawed, imperfect, all these undesirable traits. And then you try to actively counteract that. Right, so you have that's like the surface level, initial versus larger process. Like, if you, like, by glorifying something and pretending it's what you want it to be, you actually hurt it because you allow it to continue to be that or even encourage it to be that instead of preventing it or improving it. So by saying, oh no, you love yourself just the way you are, then you're defending and supporting all your flaws and not improving them, right? So whereas if you're critical, you're constantly trying to counteract them. So the first step is realizing the flaws exist, whatever they might be, however subjectively defined, whatever criteria you use, doesn't matter. But you're realizing that, you have a case where you're able to you have to actively counteract it. So one person will just embrace it or ignore it. One person, or even defend it or glorify it. One person will actively counteract it. Another will have a different perception that, oh, maybe it's good, but, born of something reactionary. And see, when you have someone like me who's like hyper aware, everything I do, I'm always thinking, which is, I know it's kind of rare, but I'm not even saying it in a condescending way, but like everything, like even as I'm talking now, even as I'm doing anything, it's like, you can be aware of it and the process that's behind it. And the reason why is because whether you're aware of the process or not, there is a process. So it's like, oh, look how genuine this person is, because it doesn't seem like they're thinking or anything. But they're still have years of indoctrination put into it and practice and, sales training, if it's that field, or, they're all like, it's a good example. It's like pickup artists. People say, oh, you don't need pickup lines and to study pickup artistry and stuff like that. You could just be genuine and just be yourself. But you don't realize, right? And I'm not saying you should do that, but I'm saying you don't realize it comes to the same thing. You'll condemn that process when it's so conspicuous and aware, but you don't realize, oh, in the act of actually doing it, like picking people up or having relationships, you're constantly doing something like that, right? You're still doing a process. So whether you formally acknowledge that's what it's called or you're aware of it, or whether you just, oh, I'm genuine, but going off instinct, but it's still, there's some process going on. You're trying to impress them. You're trying to rely on appearances, performative aspects. You dress a certain way. You talk a certain way. You make certain jokes. You're trying to have swag. You're making them laugh. You have dependent overextended pretense. You have incentives. You have, some sort of myopic framing, maybe duplicity, maybe misrepresenting, exaggerating, some myopic element, right, making something out to be more than what it is, or whatever, in order to specify semi-acme basis. And then let's look at another topic here to do with the fact that like much of human interaction and behavior is just reinforcing. So like, oh, your friend happens to be at the same school as you, so it's non-choice reaction, choosing of the choices there for you. But also just like on pre-con basis, like, oh, people of the same age tend to get along because you're just insisting upon things reactionarily, which again, it shows you your human function reduced to physical state. Your mind is not the operative element. And again, incentivized by functional reduction, I get it, but it's not a good argument. So like, you do it just because you almost have to do it, not with any assiduity or choice within it. So the point is, oh, older people get along with older people, and younger people get along with younger people, typically, not always, but or women get along with women. So you're kind of narrowing existence down to some pre-con, like everything is just identity based and something like that, where, you know, something is very superficial level. So you're reducing yourself to like, yeah, you are your gender, you are your race, you are your some bodily feature or whatever. Like, you are just that. Like, you're simply you are simply letting yourself be defined by those aspects instead of, oh, in mind, it doesn't matter. So whatever preconceptions you have, like, oh, women are like this, or men are like that, or of a certain age are like this, or of a certain, but you can, and again, it's like a contrarian fallacy. People say, oh, you're doing it to defy something or whatever. But in reality, it's like you can self-actualize in any direction. So what ends up happening is you end up basically doing it in such a way that you're not like defying something like, oh, typically women do this or should do this, and then you're doing something different. But you might not be doing something different just because you're trying to spite that. You're doing something different because you basically are a human variable where all people can be any of many infinite things. So it's like you're not seeing how outward that restriction is. That's saying, oh, 4 billion women in the world have to be like blank. And if you're not, you're defined by not being that way rather than being defined by the way that you happen to be. And it's false framed as like some Bolshevik rhetoric thing, like, oh, you're only doing it to defy that. Like, oh, look, you're a tomboy. Oh, look, you're trying to be all, you know. No, you might not be trying to do anything. You might just genuinely have different interests or something like that. So there's always an incentive behind it. So now you also have the whole confusion of culture and race, or like culture and identity. Like, women in one part of the world will behave very differently than women in another part of the world, or the superficial basis extends from the stigma acme. Then you have this idea that you have the idea that you're basically like you're letting yourself be narrowed to that. But again, like, people will feel comfortable around, let's say, people of the same race or whatever, like, oh, culture and that country and whatever. I kind of get that, but don't confuse the two. Like, it's incidental that you happen to be of the race, right, and that country happens to have that culture, right? The two don't have to be linked. They just happen to be. That's what people don't get. So even preconceptions about a particular race, whether positive or negative, whatever it is, it has more to do with your behavior and culture. Like, oh, you know, there's a stereotype. I'm not saying it, but like, oh, Asians are smart or whatever. But they're not just naturally, inherently like, oh, you're just born and you're just magically smart, right? You don't think it has something to do with their upbringing, how, you know, their parents are, how they go to schools, how much there's emphasis on that, right? Like, isn't that the point, that you have, like, you know, some emphasis, some knowledge, like, or some active effort? So anybody could potentially do that, just like that doesn't mean that everybody who's Asian does that. Like, it's just a lot of what perceptions exist, if you think about them even deeply or even at all, you would realize there's like the just reactive basis, and then there's the thinking basis, which most reality of humans happens on the reactive basis. If you put any thought into something, you'll realize, oh, that's just people's unwillingness to be puzzled, and they're just trying to oversimplify something. Not that it's actually true or has any basis in reality. They're just oversimplifying. They're just doing something stupid like that. So you know it's not true. Like, I love those claims. Like, you see it on those little podcast clips. You know, women are blank, all 4 billion of them. And, you know, you might think, oh, I'm standing out, or men are blank, whatever. Whether it's positive, negative, whatever you're trying to say, it would be very hard to make a claim like that just on a basic level of thought that, like, how can you possibly make a claim about 4 billion people based on just the fact that, oh, they have these chromosomes or that chromosomes? That means, oh, they care about looks, or they want to be taken care of by a big, strong man, or they want to be, like, who knows what they want, right? It's so, that sort of narrowing preconception is so irritating, because then, let's say somebody's just a minimalist. Okay, you happen to be a woman, and you want to live in a log cabin, and you want to just live off the land, and that's it. Oh, but you can't do that. That's more a manly thing to do. Or, like, what do you mean? You're creating, like, this box of preconceived expectations, and then anytime anything doesn't fit into your contrived box, you criticize it or say, oh, they're only doing that to try to make a point, or to try to spite it, or to try to... They don't really want it. I know what they want better than what they do. Like, that's the appreciation you have to have for the human variable. People can do or want anything, so, you know, you can't really... Who knows what they want, right? Like, it's here's a good example. Like, oh, men tend to be better at sports than women, which, even if there's objective data, certainly at the high level, to back that up, what does that mean then? Does that mean growing up as a girl, you shouldn't play sports? But no, you could still become a professional athlete. You could still be better than the majority of men at sports. So, again, it doesn't stop you from doing it. Right, so... It might seem like, oh, you're the exception, but being a professional athlete is also the exception for a man. So it's just dumb. Okay, let me look at something here. I keep, like, not wanting to do these sessions, and then I just do them anyway. Like, you can tell because I don't have the mic hooked up. So then I just start driving. I'm like, okay, I don't feel like doing it, and then I suddenly feel like doing something. But yeah, there's like a fallacy perm basis with that too. Like, oh, you're only allowed to think when you're in functional terms. Like, within work, school, you're only allowed to reduce your thought to social contrivance, lowest common denominator, spoken word, controlled by rigid social structure, etc. Reducing it to a lowest common denominator, collective contrivance. You're only allowed to think freely, you know, in your spare time in a way that's not socially expressed or something like that. Or you're only allowed to do it within the confines of something that's controlled some other way, publishers, etc., some platform, and then you're only allowed to, you know, do it, like, oh, on your off days, when, like, you need society's permission to do anything outside of its, you know, pre-con established structure, which people indignantly insist upon as if it's a choice, or as if they actually like it or defend it or take pride in it, even though it's a non-choice reaction, as if that's a positive, like, oh, being positive about being reduced to structure. And machination process sort of obscures that a little bit. Then you have the ability to consider something else along the lines of one of my videos got a comment on it. That might be the first comment aside from somebody that I know. On, what is it, the Charlie Kirk, like, it's a noteworthy occurrence when I get a single comment or a single like. So I got, like, the 2 likes on those videos, the one on the Red John thing, and then the one on the, some other, one of the Sopranos videos. And then on this, it's just a comment agreeing with the fact of objective morality on the Charlie Kirk one, that he's trying to do a lame gotcha attempt clip. I rarely do clips on here. I'll just do the full videos, and there's a lot of good content in here, I swear, but it, you know, the effort to kind of cut it out and edit it down is just too much, right? And I'm not always the best judge of that. Like, you'll never know. Oh, I could have 100 moments in these sessions that would go viral. Maybe some of them for a stupid reason, like, oh, look at this guy, he's rambling on about, you know, intellectual things. Maybe he thinks he's so smart, or even though that's not the intention of it. That's one of the fallacies too, right? That anytime, like, an unthinking collective mass contrivance state, right, is met with something like a larger process or deeper thought, prognostication, it would ridicule it just by the sheer fact of that alone. Like, oh, you're thinking, or that's something I'm not familiar with myself in my limited myopic perception of reality, so I'm going to ridicule it based on my own unfamiliarity, or, oh, that takes too much thought, so I'm just going to dismiss it. That's not actually an argument against it. Like, if effectively, oh, calling somebody a nerd, like, oh, you're just a nerd. That doesn't actually address what's being said, though, right? The claim, whether it's valid, whether there's some idea of merit, right? So you end up deferring to an LCD short form state, and the way that you can do that is I don't know. I kind of want to watch something, I don't know what. I watched the third episode of Dragon Ball Super, and then I always like to fill in these segments here of something. But no, that was the worst episode so far. It's kind of belaboring the point about the plot device that they're trying to do. That's like a story introducing it like that. Like, we have a plot device and a new transformation and a new thing we want to introduce. So how do we do it? Do we do it organically, some fight's happening and then they transform? Or no, we have a character literally explain it to the audience and keep saying it over and over. And, contrive, like, Beerus has a dream about it. Now he knows the name of it and he's going looking for it. And that's how we would explain, like, the prophecy. It's just so convoluted, right? Like, it's not... Although, to be fair, some of the transformations start to become like that. Like the original Super Saiyan transformation is obviously a big deal and it was built up to adequately. Then Super Saiyan 2 just happens off screen. Like, Gohan's happens on screen, but Vegeta and Goku just do it off screen. And then Super Saiyan 3 also happens off screen originally, how he becomes it. And then Trunks and Goten become Super Saiyan with no like, just because as an ass pull kind of a thing. So let's see what else we have here. I always hate doing this. Now I'm already driving, so now it makes it harder to decide on something that I actually want to watch. But no, I have like 26 followers now. Most of them are bots, and the way that I even know that is because you can't look at a list of followers, but when you go to your dashboard, I click on it, and everyone has like the same message. But I'm grateful that they're still following, but suddenly they might disappear. But like, they're all people saying like the same thing. Message me on, your stream is really good. Message me on Discord. So they'll probably try to get me to buy something. But if you have enough of those bots come in and follow you, then there's no need. I guess they're effectively helping me out, because you might think, oh, that doesn't mean they're going to watch you like as regular viewers, but that doesn't matter. Just having the follower count gives you some credibility that, like, oh, now people are more likely to watch you. But this is uncanny. I have one subscriber on YouTube, and that's it. Like, I don't think I've ever even gotten a second one. Normally, you would think YouTube is better because, oh, the videos are up there forever. But actually, in streaming so much, or just doing the replays, I could, it's been actually much better there, even if a lot of the activity is just bot activity. Some people maybe seem to respect it that, oh, look, you streamed for 20 hours, even though I'm not actually streaming, and I have like an infinite content loop. So I've almost caught up to having streamed every single video on my channel, because I started with like Shameless or around there, my Shameless reaction, so I'm pretty much almost caught up. Right now, I'm doing the Hell's Kitchen one. Jessica is a vibe queen and Elsie gets protagonist treatment, right, is the title of that one. I react to season 1 of Master... is it No. Hell's Kitchen. Not MasterChef, but yeah, that's XQC's job. He's got to react to that shit and show the whole thing on stream too. But that maybe I could have gotten away with showing too, because it's like free on YouTube with ads anyway, but I don't know if that gives me the right to really repost or show it, but people do it anyway with what they want. So what you have is the ability to basically consider that I'd like to look at something here, but I don't know what to look at, so probably I could react to some Stephen A. shit with the Super Bowl takes. But I don't really care enough about that. I could just listen to my own stream and use that as motivation for ideas. I don't know. But it's quite an infinite content loop, and this is not the way I ever wanted to do something, but in a weird way, I sort of was able to do it where I got a lot of my takes in there. Like, a lot of my old debate terms and stuff. Not that anybody would really know or appreciate it or be able to find them in the mess of all this, but I'm using folly favoritism as a guise for, some existential thought, but whatever. Or am I doing the opposite? But, if you fit it in here organically, it works better than just doing one thing or the other. So it definitely goes to some interesting places, and it's very open-ended, almost like a radio show. Oh yeah, that's one thing that's been sort of funny. I've watched a couple of those. The break second date checkup call thing. Like there's some radio show that does it, where they'll have people call. They'll call somebody will email them like, oh, my date didn't call me back after the first date. And then the radio show calls them, and there's some pretty funny ones. There's a really classic one where it's like a lazy guy. And there's always some clowns laughing in the background, but like, he's like lazy, like, oh, that's too much effort, that's too much work to get up and to go for a date. That means I would have to walk. Why did you want to go for a walk when we have a car? Like, he was being all lazy about it. Bro is literally me, but there's this trend of the whole brain rot words. I should take like a brain rot word quiz. A lot of them I wasn't even familiar with, or nobody really knows what they even mean. Like raise your ya. That's not even brain rot. That's like a vocal technique, probably similar to ones that people use on stage or in music. Like where, not that specifically, but whatever, something similar where you use like a neutral sounding word to kind of get your voice back on track or whatever. They have all kind of things like that you do in vocal training, I'm sure. And so that's not even brain rot, but then the way people interpret it is like that somehow. Anything done with a little amount of passion is a shock to the half-mass masses because everything they do is just mindless and reactionary and without any sort of conviction or purpose. So they're just mindless, reduced to structure, and then anytime anyone does anything in any direction, whether it's meaningful, folly, random, purposeful, productive, destructive, doesn't matter. There'll be a heavy reaction to it. Not because it has any impact on their life even or anything. It's just like, oh, look, somebody who is passionate in some extreme direction, which is a contrast to my collective reduced half-mass state where I'm just like a cog, just a half-mass human function, everything, everything very limited and very reactionary, and I'm just kind of whatever, NPC type thing. So this is an ordinary person, and then you go into that, like, oh, look, this person's actually passionate or defined in some way, whether good or bad or however you care. So therefore, you're going to focus on them and find that either funny or amusing or inspiring or negative, just in contrast to yourself. It's kind of like you're always looking for something to react to because you don't have any sense of purpose or, conviction yourself, instead of actually, being the one that people would react to or having the conviction. Like, if you have a sense of purpose, you don't really care what other people are doing, but then you have the outward insistence of collective contrivance as well. You have this clip of Ali G and Kobe where he's telling him how many springs are in the ball. It doesn't have any springs, it just has air. That's why it bounces, but there's air in this room, how come it's not bouncing? It's because of compression, you see, and it's because of glasses finger up emoji. It's because of which Fabiano Carana is like the walking embodiment of that, actually, the glasses emoji and pointing up. But see, even like that's a fallacy. Like, why do you wear glasses? You must be smart. It doesn't have to have anything to do with that. It could just be literally you wear glasses because you have trouble seeing. That's all. Right? Preconceptions are valuable to people because of the unwillingness to be puzzled and the mass overextension aspect, because everything's like a snap judgment, and it just shows you the everything mass produced suffers inequality for it, the overextension and the but yeah, that's my label basically for myself when I do videos like that. The Charlie Kirk one, or the Cliff, whatever his last name is like absolutist philosopher, where I'm sort of pointing to, again, the core tenets of consistency, of a long-form consideration. Anything worth discussing is worth discussing in long form and considering in long form. And any creed or measure that you supposedly have, any standard that you have, has to be consistent, not telling you what standard to have, but again, or not even that you have to have any standard, but just either you don't have the credibility then to insist upon others, or you have to be consistent in your creed at the very least, right? Which many, so that's why, and what you often do is you just counter claims, like you're not making a claim yourself, you're neutral, or whatever measure you happen to have, but that's what people could learn, is like treat ideas as objective. Don't always personalize everything. Get used to thinking objectively, which can be very useful even in a functional way at times. But you also have this notion of the I forgot. You have but no, they have like their parents say brain rot words until they laugh or spit out water. Like, I love that too. In that woman's career, she's like a vocalist, teacher, trainer, right, in all this way. She's probably a musician. She's probably made songs of her own, and she's never gotten like probably major recognition, but she's working hard, and she's studied in school for years, and she's taught, and she's done so many impressive things probably. But oh no, you got to wait for raise your ya, and that's really what you're going to become famous for. This is what I resent about society. Like, this is what we choose to reward with attention. Not the fact that she's so probably successful and qualified and skilled and knows what she's talking about, and it's some stupid lowest common denominator meme that you're not even appreciating what that represents either. Like, oh, it's a vocal training technique and this and that. Like, it's just, like, people can't even explain it. Like, why is that funny, or what does that mean? What is the meme about? And the only way I can explain it is just like some unusual amount of passion in a particular direction. Like, oh, look, she's saying that, like seemingly random words at a random time in a way that seems to be, you know, like unduly passionate, and just the way that it sounds is kind of silly, or, you know, it's like kind of childish level thinking. But it's a case where you but no, yeah, it gives you a certain credibility, like, oh, look, you have 20 followers, so therefore something. You know, it just looks good. We are trying to normalize objectivity, even though it completely shreds the contrived state. But yeah, absolutist principles are, you know, long form, consistency, and just having a measure or not outwardly insisting, and, you know, viewing things as all on a subjective basis, because, you know, emphasizing human potential, emphasizing ability in some way, like where you're not trying to take power away from people by, like, with like religion and faith is what it would point to. That, well, it can give people a certain structure. What it does is it gives you like it gives you the ability to consider that what faiths like religion often do is they take power away from people, and the way that they take power away from people is by basically you know, you're deferring to invisible authority, and you're being ruled by omission, and you're also, you know, just, oh, it'll get better, it's all part of God's plan, so you won't do anything. Like, you'll defer to that. Like, whatever God has given you, He's given you the potential that you have with your body and your mind. So why not maximize that and do all that you can to affect and control your own existence? Oh, you can't, because the collective contrived state controls you and reduces you to structure, right, where you can only do things at half-mast within society. So because of that, now, what do? You defer to invisible authority, you use it to try to explain things you can't explain, can't control, right? Sort of reveling in like your lack of control, that you just defer and you take comfort in this invisible entity, but it can be used to control people, like peasants working for promises of heaven. It prevents you from living a full life in this life, because then you defer and say, well, I'm going to do something like that, as in, as in, just all it does is hold you back, right? Instead of maximizing your human potential and impact and understanding the value of that, and living like a full, complete existence, like, be aware of your finite zero-sum existence, or where you're going to die. There's no afterlife, there's no absolutes, anything, right? You'll hold back something because, oh no, it's all part of God's plan, or you just sort of defer to that in a way that prevents you from taking full action that you otherwise would. You're always holding back, whether it be because of religion then, or society itself, false absolute standards. And then you also have, again, certain things like the afterlife, or just in a lot of ways, I don't know, it's very limiting. It tends to restrict people. It tends to, again, make them not maximize their potential, kind of forsake their potential. So I didn't really watch anything at all. We have those two clips, right, that are similar. So that was the Charlie Kirk one, but we also had the Cliff one that's like debunking the myth of absolute morality, absolute inherent or objective morality, that all kind of fit into the same thing. And then you have the ability to consider that there's a lot of fallacies with religion, but I would just say it takes power away from people, but it's also a very useful tool to control people, and it also gives you a certain peace of mind, or certain false certainty, right, that you would have that. And again, I can't even blame people historically for doing it, because again, imagine thousands of years ago, you're seeing all these phenomena happen, and you don't have modern scientific understanding, you don't know how the weather works, you don't know how other things work. So, of course, I can understand your desire for certainty, right? Even if somebody providing the answers and you don't have like the most credible way to check it. I'm not even going to diminish that and say, oh, if you lived 10,000 years ago, would you potentially believe in something like that? Maybe you would. Absolutely, maybe you would. But at least then, maybe the specifics of it wouldn't be as important, but you want some sort of comfort, and it might, again, we didn't have access to information, communication. We didn't know everything about the world. We were limited. So I can understand it there. But in the modern day, when you have this much knowledge base in science and technology and everything, it's a little bit harder to justify, and I would certainly question it there. And I would say that, and again, I never tell people not to even be that way, but I just question it a little bit. Certainly the claims fold on themselves. So the burden is on the claim maker, somebody who's religious, and then you would have to justify it, which, again, objectivity and absolutism will often do that. It'll shoot down the claim themselves. So you're making the outward claim, you can shoot it down that way. So you're not really making a claim as much as you're holding accountable the claims of others, which sometimes can be seen as, oh, that's idyllic, but it's just, that speaks for itself. That doesn't mean you're saying what to do instead or to do anything. It just means, like, okay, if you're going to do something outwardly, the alternative is just do nothing, or just do the minimalism comes in, like just do as little as possible. But instead, you do with false certainty, some myopic marginalization, undue emphasis placed, right, constant contrivance required. And the reason why is because you So yeah, I'm actually pretty far behind now with editing these. I had caught up so well, but actually it's probably just barely enough for like 1 or 2 segments because I haven't been doing them as often. So I have like, whatever, I can't even remember what all I've done in these segments. I think it started with like the whatever podcast stuff, might be in one of the previous ones, and then maybe that was in the last one, I don't know. It might be the whatever podcast, and then it's going to be some of the Dragon Ball Super, and it's going to be some of the other segments like this, just random things. I haven't really been watching anything consistent. So my Crunchyroll thing is going to expire. I watched just kind of 4 episodes probably, or like 7 episodes actually. 2 of Dragon Ball, 2 of Dragon Ball Super, 3 of Dragon Ball Super, 2 of... what's the other one? The Promised Neverland. And then you have the ability to... But yeah, that's kind of a technique you could associate with absolutism. Like, you would not care about appearances, or you would even deliberately give a false appearance. So like an absolutist might use like a figurehead who meets all the performative aspects, RBO protocol, and then would not adhere to them themselves. So it's like you see that trope in fiction sometimes, like the old grandma in the wheelchair is actually the real boss. Like the chick, Livia Soprano, maybe is acting all senile, but actually was the real boss all along. And then you have that Tony is... whatever, like that, or there's all kind of archetypal characters like that. So I somehow just, that went over my head completely. I wasn't getting that that's what they were getting at. I sort of bought into her act, and I thought, so like when Junior keeps questioning, come on, you're just acting, you know what you're talking about, he was right. She did know what she was talking about the whole time. I don't know, maybe she's going a little senile, but she's mostly pretending, and it's like she's kind of giving him orders and permission and telling him what to do. Whether she was doing that all along, even with her husband, or whether like she was the real boss, or whether she was now taking over a certain amount of authority because he passed away. She actually did know what she was doing, and Junior was actually right, but she was just so smart. I love that video where I did that, uploaded that individually, like Livia Soprano is goated and ended the whole fucking show. I might actually just watch some of my own videos here and sort of react to them. I don't like doing that because then I feel like I'm padding my own view count when it's already so low, and like, oh, I'm going to get punished for botting my own channel, but you know, it's almost what I feel like. But like explaining the character point system with Monk, doing the Monk review recap. The problem is I'll forget about all these things when I go to do it, like the character points. Right, like if I wait a while now, I watch Dragon Ball Super, I'm not going to remember the ongoing character point count, right, of the other episodes. I'm going to have no idea. So, you have, so yeah, I don't know what else to watch. We have... you have a situation where you're basically able to, this one part of the road is always so bad, always kind of bumpy and shit. And so what you can do now is you can realize, let's think about performative aspects, that they often go in contrast to reality, or they're just for show, they're just fake. So I like that perception that fake is like somebody who looks like, oh, look at them being pensive, or like, oh, they have some ulterior motive because they're thinking, right, as if that matters, or they could be thinking about something totally different. But no, it's like you're fake if you struggle to put forth performative aspects, or if you don't put them forth, but the whole act of doing them in the first place is fake. Like, you know, they're basically just they're basically just putting you along the line of everybody's fake in that way, everybody's performative. It doesn't mean it's bad, but it kind of, it's not inherent, like let's debunk autism and certain labels like that. They're not real conditions. Why? Because they're reactive and like some way to control people within indoctrination. Like, it's how people react to an indoctrinated, contrived state that has certain expectations. There's no such thing as autism in inherent reality in nature. Why? Because, so if a person behaves a certain way socially in terms of talking and using language and verbally and, certain expressions, okay, that means that everybody 10,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago, or throughout history, like, so people then, if you didn't even have a spoken language, what would be, so you would be that way then? Like, you would still communicate in a basic sense, but like, you see how there was no language, so nobody would talk, so what would they be then? Or, you're attaching some supposed meaning to things that are learned. Like, even now, if you're born in the jungle and your parents raise you there and you live there your whole life and you live off the land and you never encounter anybody else and you don't know any language, what condition are you then? So you see how it's not a real inherent state of human beings. It's something very fake and extrapolated, and it doesn't mean whether you shouldn't do that in the end, but it means that basically it's a contrived state, so it's not a real thing. Like, look at this state of being that depends on so much external influence, like, if you're indoctrinated and if you're in a contrived state and that contrived state expects something from you, and if you don't do it to its expectation, therefore you have this condition. But it's not real, it's not inherent, there's nothing in human nature that inherently says that, right? It's all performative, it's all reactive, it's all indoctrinated contrivance response. So it doesn't mean you shouldn't do it or what you should or shouldn't do. It just means that you're in a position to basically consider that it's not inherent objective reality in a way that does it. Like, that means everybody in history before language was some condition, like, really, think about how that's not at all objective reality or inherent. A condition that requires you to first learn a spoken language, and then, you're not adequately using that spoken language and performative aspects in exactly the way society wants you to, therefore you have a certain condition. Okay, so everybody throughout history up to a certain point was that, or, especially even before that, because, there's no spoken language to learn, and that's an outward act of practice. Again, not saying you shouldn't learn it, not saying what you shouldn't do, but how can you attach any real meaning to that? It's not a real condition. It's something, weaponizing medicine or science for some contrivance state, similar to like a witch hunt. Not that that was weaponizing medicine, but I mean weaponizing superstition. Like, whenever you don't behave in line with what society wants you to do, they'll give you some label like that. It's not actually real. It's not a real thing. Right? And even to the extent that people have idiosyncrasies, if you're clean, you're OCD. If you're impatient, you have ADHD, or you imaginative or whatever. So like, those are just normal human traits that you just deal with. So what if a caveman had that? They had to deal with it, or they'd get killed by some wild animal, or they'd die, or they'd starve. Like, you just had to deal with it. So, right, it's not defining. It doesn't have to matter. It doesn't have to be a label. It doesn't have to be discrediting, negating. It could just be, again, the human variable. People all have idiosyncrasies. It doesn't mean it's defining, or you have to have some label to do with it. It's just, you either just have to deal with it or counteract it, or it's maybe not a big deal. Doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be a defined excuse. Doesn't have to be an excuse for anything. Doesn't have to be a reason to doesn't have to be a reason to have, take pills and all that. It's stupid. There's actually a pretty good scene in The Sopranos like that, where he's like, just because of this doesn't mean you have a condition, or whatever you want to call it. Or that was in the early days too, of like, early 2000s, where they're trying to, some of this stuff was being discussed for the first time. So now you realize that the artifice sort of folds on and exposes itself. And some core absolutist tenets as well, like either you have to vouch for the contrivance state or not be a part of it. You would be minimalist, you would live outside of it, maybe Amish, maybe things like that, or you would rise to the top of it, maybe dismantle it, maybe change it. You would also be free from a lot of contrivances control, so you wouldn't vouch for the contrivance state or the stimuli-acme state, and the way that you wouldn't vouch for the stimuli-acme state is you wouldn't be able to reproduce, or you wouldn't do it unless you vouch for the state. And so an absolutist would only live once, and in opposition of contrivance, and then you have, if that's the case, and then you would, you would have to vouch for it. You would think about larger processes. You wouldn't just mindlessly reactively do it, and within a controlled, reductive terms. And then you also would be, you could do anything at any time, so you wouldn't be inhibited that way. You would have to have a reason to do it, but that's why absolutists could be scary, because they're not reduced to structure. You can't read them by the reactionary basis because they're, separate from that. And then, could an absolutist kill somebody randomly at any time? Sure, because they're in control of their own existence. They're not reduced to structure. They're not, they're in control. They can do anything at any time. But so people would be right to fear that, but also you're taking it to an extreme of a negative. Yes, they could do that, but they'd have to have a reason to, or there'd have to be some good motivation, or they're just not inhibited, right? They can do anything at any time, and you can't say that. So you could do something positive at any time. You could do something free. You're uninhibited. You're not purely reactive, reduced to structure. You can do anything, anytime, in terms of, you're not simply reactive to your contrivance environment around you. And you have the ability to do that, and so now you're able to, just, you could do anything. So you can take that to positive place, negative place, however you want. But again, you're not inhibited, so you're not restricted to just that kind of reactionary state. And that's what human functionalism will sometimes do. They'll glorify the exact manner of it, we're still going to do a half-mass flawed process, but we're going to, if we overcompensate adequately and do it well enough, that makes it good. Whereas the absolutist would just look at the flawed process itself and say, okay, we're not going to, it's not about, how well can you overcompensate and socially contrived. It's the very fact that you're doing it is an overcompensation for something that shows you it's a flawed process, or it's, it doesn't matter how well you do it, it's still the same thing. Okay, let's look at a concept here, being concerned with the particulars of something versus the nature of the process. So again, it's the initial versus the contrivance response, the, surface level appearances versus the larger process at work. And a state of half-mass overextension is going to be more concerned with the initial, but it shows you a lack of value inherent to that and is only justifiable or necessary because of the overextension, the sheer number of people. You might use machination or collective contrivance to justify that, but again, that's the choice that you are sort of being forced into. So we take this convenient structure, look at what you are beholden to because of the convenience of technology, which you might seem to rely on, but you also are not responsible for, in the sense that, you're just doing it, you're reacting to it. Okay, so here's a character type idea that I've written about before, somebody who controls $1 trillion or insane amount of money on the black market, on some, in secondhand form. They have tremendous power, or something like Anonymous. So they have power, but they're unknown. So on the surface, they seem like an ordinary person just going through their life, right? But they're living this double life in a digital way, or they're just really smart. They're a hacker. They have access to the dark web, deep web, whatever. They have stuff like that. And so what it shows you is that they'd be seeming so ordinary on the surface, and so it makes you question, you have that much control and power, but you can't do a whole lot with it, because otherwise you reveal yourself. So it's similar to, if you use that hacked stuff to buy stuff for you in your personal life, then you'll be found out, because it's where did you get that from? Right? So you have to live a relatively modest, simple life, but yet you still have so much power and control and influence. And so it's similar to an imagery of Hyman Roth. Hyman Roth is this multi-millionaire. We're bigger than U.S. Steel, but he's living in this little, average house in Florida just chilling, using a fan, the AC is not working, or, like it's hot, nothing crazy going on, he's watching a baseball game. See, he seems like this ordinary old man, and you can say, oh, well, that's just an act. But see, when you do an act, some part of it comes true. It's like he's not really enjoying the millions of dollars that he has, and he can't really, because it's more about the power and the prestige at that point that everybody sucks up to you or whatever, but the influence, you get away with certain things at a certain time, but you have millions of dollars at your disposal, but you can't really use them ever. It's similar to like even people working their whole life and they have money in the bank, but they don't know what to do with it, or they never do anything with it, and then they just die. Like, what's the point of it? But, false meaning and means, but you have the ability to, like, he has millions of dollars in his control, but he can't do anything with it. That's the difference. And so now you have the ability to consider something else along the lines of whatever. Like, you control that, but you can't use it. Like, if you can have as much power and money as you want until you use it, then you lose it. So, or if you abuse it, then you lose it. So it's like, what's the point? Oh, you could do anything you want in the world. You have all the power, all the money in the world. But as soon as you do it, then it's gone, or then it dries up, or, So it sort of defeats the purpose, right? Look at all this power, look at all this money, but you'll never have a use for it. You'll never be able to spend it all. You'll never actually enjoy it. So it makes you question, like, what's the point? So they're leading sort of this double life, and it's sort of torturous a little bit because, oh, look at the power that I have, but it doesn't do anything for me. But it's sort of an analogy for human life in another way, like, well, that's what people do anyway, right? When does a billionaire ever spend all their money, a millionaire ever spend all their money? They might enjoy more of it, at least, that way, but it's very telling because it makes you question, like, then why even bother doing it in the first place? You're doing it for ego, you're doing it for some sort of other satisfaction, you're doing it for a reason, like, the same reason, again, people work themselves to death, but it's like, for what? It's not just zero-sum means. Like, you could live on a lot less, maybe some sort of quality of life, but there's no sympathy given in the half-mast state. Like, again, especially when it comes to having children, like, just don't have children then. It's your own bad judgment. You're too stupid to use a condom. Don't know how to. Can't control your inherent tendencies, stimuli, acme basis. You're not able to, control yourself or take responsibility for your actions. Okay, let's look at similar character design, like somebody who did some work when they were younger, some intellectual level or something else, and it's like they destroyed it or didn't pursue it because, like, they always wanted to believe that the standard is higher, but then they realize how stupid people actually are, so then they regret it, like, oh, it wasn't that good by my unrealistically, impossibly perfectionist high standard, but people are also morons, so you have to reduce it to them, and the lowest common denominator to get any credit for it, or, just your standard is unrealistic. So that's sometimes what people do. Like, people are just moron clowns. There's 8 billion people. The majority of them are just worthless trash. Like, from the perspective of whatever, any high standard meritocracy, absolutist tendency, you know what it means, but elitist victim labor ideation. But so based on that unrealistically high standard, that's what holds people back. Like, oh, unless it's perfect, you won't do it at all. And this is a common psychological trend, actually. Like what I'm doing right now, unless it's absolutely perfect and, you write a script and you're doing it like so on the nose and your delivery has to be just right and you go over it 100 times. That's valuable to a degree sometimes, but sometimes it's better just do something and then see what happens from there, right? If you're too much of a perfectionist, then it'll sort of paralyze you where you won't do anything. And a lot of people have the ideation, like, again, unless it's perfect, why even bother? And even though that's a high standard, possibly good thing to have. And then you have also the ability to consider that you have a high standard at work, but again, it would invalidate most things. And again, the standard that you're appealing to or adhering to or reduced to or anything like that, right? The average person is not going to be, it's just not going to be relevant, so it doesn't matter. Right, and you might think, oh, that's a negative perception of people, but it's not about people, right? It's about the overextension reduction to the structure. That's why the larger process is always there. Human beings are just animals, so you can, train them or tame them or reduce them to a structure any which way. So don't blame the like, oh, don't blame the animal for the farm that it's on. Like, oh, look, this horse has never run any miles outside of the farm, but that's because it's, stuck there. It's forced to do that. So I'm not blaming the horse, even though I'm saying, oh, look at it, it's just stuck there. I'm blaming the farm itself and saying, okay, if you were put in a more free structure, you could roam and be free and go wherever you want. So now you understand the difference. So one thing I wanted to do at some point, like an IRL type thing, what I could do is I could wear like a thing on me that's like a hidden camera type thing, right, in public, and whether with audio, without audio, whatever, doesn't matter, right, but just like go around in public and but the thing is, I'm not like the confrontational type. I would just mind my own business and do stuff, but like I would explore or I would do something, right, but I'm not the one to like talk or initiate stuff, because again, so what I would do, I don't know exactly, but you could explore places, you could try certain things, you could do whatever. That's what that one chick does. She'll like, how long can I work at Costco without being kicked out or something? She's not actually talking in the recording as she's doing it. She'll just edit out a few moments and then she'll talk over it right later. So I guess I could do it like that. I could talk over it, go on like a travel vlog, but I'm not, or if I'm out in nature, I could do it. But I like the idea of having that as like you have like a hidden little camera on you in like your shirt or whatever, like a pen. And it's like, I don't know, it's just cool to have that all the time. If something cool happens, noteworthy happens, right, you always just have that on hand. Let's look at absolute standard here today, that things they would do would be objective observations, merely cutting down the outward contrivance response, merely returning to an inherent base state, portrayed as a negative, sometimes portrayed as sort of boring or something like that, where it's somehow negative because you're not overcompensating for the outward contrivance state, the fact that it's necessary, showing it's invalid or lacks credibility or no basis for outward insistence, supposed false absolute, false inherent contrivance response. But also it's like a objective observation, you're not seeking money or recognition. You're simply doing it because it's a reflection of objective reality that speaks for itself, which of course the mind is objective or capable of objectivity in nature, versus the subjective, incentivized, reduction, personalization, specification, right, with some incentive behind it. So you have subjective reinforcement or you have objective observation, right? So you have a desire, you have an incentive to insist upon something just because it is the state in front of you. So that's what most of human existence consists of. You would see, this is the initial layer where you would sort of debate or get caught between like, oh, this person's contrivance is better or worse than another's. Like, oh, look how awkward this person is, and reinforcing their contrivance state. Assuming that is an absolute closed structure contrivance measure anyway. But look at how this person does it. They do it really well or they do it really poorly as far as reinforcing the contrivance state, right? Reactionary, subjective, social contrivance insistence. But you're always operating within that limited framework as far as you're operating within the limited framework of you're doing it because it's functional or necessary perceptibly, etc. So the point being that true value or nothing at all, right? No half-mast, undue emphasis that necessary to overcompensate for a flawed process, collective overextension, not a process that actually has any thought put into it, reactive, right, reinforcement. But the point being that it's collective contrivance. I kind of lost the main point that I was trying to make. It is that, oh yeah, like you'll debate the degree, like, oh, this person overcompensates well or not well. Not the fact that you need to at all, not the larger process, not the nature of a process, not inherent objective reality, not the reflection of the objective human mind. So there's a lot of euphemisms or framing when it comes to, like, what is the mind and what is thought, right? It's an objective awareness and reflection, observational basis of what is around you in reality, but also the ability to, again, objectively observe reality around you. So you can either, see, this is where inherent versus contrivance response comes in. You can either observe that reality, or you can try to counteract it. So it's like, even if you think, oh, well, you're doing the social contrivance, undue emphasis, etc., that's still an acknowledgement in contrast of reality. The fact that you have to do that means that that's not the case, right? So it's not a debate of a functional basis whether you think that's necessary or worthwhile or serves a purpose, but then it becomes very self-insistent by dependent over extended pretense means. So absolutist conjecture would be just that, you know, it comes down to the non-basis of self. So if you truly value that, you wouldn't be in this half-mass collective overextended contrivance state anyway. But then you pretend it's about something else, like, oh, collective, social contrivance, insistence, appearance, pretense. So if you truly value the process underneath that larger process, same measure, then you would disregard social contrivance and insistence, and you would just do the zero-sum process. And if you don't value it, then you wouldn't do it at all. So instead you get caught in this half-mass where, oh, you pretend to value other things and appearances, but you really only value the zero-sum dependent over extended pretense. So then you're in constant contradiction. Therein lies the conflict of contrivance, self-created, overextended from the inherent initial base state. And so what you're doing is you're actively creating the state. Machination process obscures because it makes it seem like restitution for it, but that's, you know, that would be the only. Imagine if there wasn't the machination process, then you're just contriving for contrivance's sake, which we've seen throughout human history. But remember that key phrase, which is, right, contrivance is that which is only necessary by overextension, like how many people there are and other extrapolated elements, like just how far from the inherent you go, and then only necessary by overextension, only real by acknowledgement. And so you're creating this, and the only possible basis would be a functional basis. Well, that makes people behave in a certain way that's easier to control on a collective level, but they won't acknowledge that, and they'll pretend it's something more and absolute, etc. But also, you know, it's the false absolute, like, oh no, it's God saying it, and it's above and beyond, when really, oh, it's just subjective human beings saying it because it's easier to control people, even if in a supposedly desired way, according to the longevity process of half-mass, you know, state, but it would be no higher than just that. It wouldn't be an absolute standard for which you would feel gratified, which, again, the fact that you need to feel gratified would be telling, because if it was simply true or objective, you wouldn't need that, or if it was simply even functional basis, you would just say, okay, it's useful or not useful to do it. But this limiting basis is very telling because you have something else to consider with it. Okay, so this one here is an absolutist principle. It's the idea that you would reject folly favoritism in the sense that, you know, oh, I don't want it to be reduced. This kind of could apply to me, just like every idea could, you know, is inspired by some real life experience, real world event, real world, some inspiration, you know, personal inspiration, whatever. So people could always say, oh, the only reason why you say this is because of blank experience that you had. But wouldn't that apply to everyone all the time? So, like, you can't reduce it to just that. It's just like, it could be an objective thought that you have, observation that you make, right? Not everything has to be personalized. You can think outside of your own limited scope, but also that experience and influence isn't to blame as much as it just revealed or exposed an aspect of reality to you. But here's the point. Like an absolutist point of view, it could be that, oh, I wouldn't want it to be escapism or folly favoritism. I wouldn't want it to be reduced to just some fodder on a bookshelf sitting there collecting dust for people, right, for their entertainment, right? I wouldn't want it to be just fodder for them, right? You'd want it to be actually something that makes a difference. That's why fiction is rejected in that way, even though it aligns, like, with the arts as far as, oh, well, what else would you do as an intellectual if you're not doing that? But it fits in somewhere weird between the two, like where there's more truth in fiction than there is in reality because it doesn't get censored as much, and that's part of the reason why it's done. But you have the ability to basically I don't know, you would basically be in a position to like between, political commentators who are kind of dug in usually on a particular side, and between folly favoritism that is kind of escapism, ultimately it loses its meaning in the process. It would be somewhere between the two where it's more objective and not so narrow in its scope, but also based in reality instead of using folly favoritism as a guide to draw attention, lowest common denominator, right? Whatever value you might find in there that's often used as a pretense, like, look at this life lesson that it's teaching us. Do you really think that's going to change your life? That, you saw Star Wars and Yoda said some little crack wisdom and Lord of the Rings. Like, I can appreciate that there is a lot of insight in there, but is it really changing your life or changing the world? And the answer is it's not. Not the way that, the Communist Manifesto might have done, and again, it doesn't matter as far as the particular basis, the way. I'm just saying something actually that addresses the reality of the world, right? And it's not even necessarily political, it's philosophical or existential, that you would do it in such a way that, you'd basically be able to have an actual impact and be more direct. So that's where it dissuades somebody, where it would seem to overlap, like, look at this guy writing down, all these different ideas, right, or having this thought process and whatever, like what I'm doing now. So it toes the line between the two, folly favoritism and politics, where it's neither, but it encompasses parts of both, right? But it doesn't want to get bogged down by escapism, and it doesn't want to get fucked over by by political incentive, like, I have to appeal to this base or whatever. You're free from all that. So it's more objective than political stuff, and it's more based in reality instead of trying to distract from it. Because that's the sad part. Like, you might think, let's look at like Dragon Ball Z or something. What does it really tell your teacher about the world? There are some good character interactions, there are some good aspects, but what does it really teach you? Like, nothing, right? What does it do to really change your life? It's just an action, fun, escapist kind of thing, but so what? Like, there's nothing really life-changing or valuable. You might think that's too high of a standard, but that's all I'm saying, is that it's ultimately just fodder for entertainment, no matter how much you like it or how good it might be. Right, it still exists in the same baseline, so the same measure, same process. Even if you do it slightly better or worse, you're not actually doing anything at all, because you were able to not really do anything with respect to that. Right, you're not able to, it won't be like something that actually matters, right? Millions of people watched it, and okay, how did their life change? It didn't. They were a little entertained by it, so what? It's not really, we're talking about a high-level standard, but who cares if, Piccolo goes from bad to good? Who cares if Vegeta, has great character development that I even give it credit? What does it really matter? These characters aren't real, and it can only teach you so much. It seems odd coming from somebody who loves movies and is a film critic and all this, that it's just, but it can only do so much, or people miss the point then, even if it could do more. Okay, let's look at a fallacy of zero-sum means. Like, is that what it would take for you to actually value yourself and be free from contrivance? So there's a bit of a conflation with that in terms of, if you were to act in a way just that shows value for yourself, right, it must be, you must be, rich or something like that. Or, like, the two are always tied together. You can't just have inherent value, or it shows that there is no inherent value, so it's dependent over extended pretense that this reflects, but then that's not acknowledged either. So there's a contradiction with respect to that. So it's based on that, but that's not acknowledged, and so there's a pretense, like, you can't just simply have value in a minimalistic state, or you're tying contrivance to what I call the fallacy of permission. Like, you need so if you work hard your whole life, then you can earn the right to simply be free from contrivance that is self-created, human-created, and actively upheld, and a human construct. So, like, you're born into contrivance, then to simply free yourself from that contrivance state that you actively uphold, everyone actively upholds, you need to, the only way to really be free of it, that everyone pretends like it's a good thing or they want to be a part of it or whatever, but then that's one of the ultimate life goals that people have, is to simply be free of it, right? In order to do that, you have to achieve some extreme zero-sum means, let's say, some end like that. So you're acting like that would be necessary. You're tying the two together instead of just saying you can't just have an inherent value or a minimalistic state that removes the need, right? Rather than saying, okay, we're going to have to go to extreme lengths just to remove that. Like, think about it. Okay, you work really hard your whole life, you save up, just so you can do what? Oh, just so you don't have to work anymore, or just so you don't have to be exposed to contrivance. You can just retire, you can just, try to remove the need that way. So you're doing everything just so you don't have to do that same everything that you already were doing. But a big part of the reason, at least in the overextended way, is because of the contrivance state itself, where you're doing things that you wouldn't need to do otherwise without it, especially in the overextended state, that the machination process kind of goes hand in hand with that. The only reason why it becomes so overextended is because of that, like why the population gets so high. But then it's used to sort of justify and say, oh, well, see, that makes it okay, that makes it rationalized to be so overextended, but it's a zero-sum process. So, like, there's certain things that would be seen like, oh, like it's narcissistic or it's somehow humble to be deferential, assuming you even want anything, or that you have need of all these overextended, elements with respect to things that you don't really need. So a lot of things are taken for granted, and then you sort of defer to a contrivance state because of that in order to achieve that. So it's a very strange dichotomy because, the more that technology advances, the more you lose the form of that, right? At one point, there's always like some bypassing, mindless dichotomy that goes on, that you need less and less of that the fewer people there are. Like, the world is a village of 100, or for some early human civilizations, there's some spirituality that's used as a bypass, right? That, oh, you're doing it because God says so. So there's always some need for that, like a mode of control in every era. But in the modern era, it becomes more bold-faced. Like, it's just, you can't really hide from it. So there's like a lot of emphasis on the social contrivance, or some supposed like human, trying to change the definition of what a human being is, like not defined by thought, but defined by some, irrational insistence upon the self that comes back to a half-mast state. So you'd rather have, like you have self-insistence in the place of self-value, and you have the ability to value things that don't have impact at the expense of things that do have impact, and you try to overcompensate right within social contrivance, or, again, the dependent overextended pretense is acknowledged, but then it's a contest of contrivance within that, rather than, again, understand the larger process at work, and then either you value it or you don't, instead of, oh, well, we're going to pretend to value it, and this is where the collective versus the self comes in, like, the only true basis of value is the self, right, which, again, is not even a condemnation, but this is acknowledged and evident and observational basis, but then it's not acknowledged, it's pretended to be something else just to best achieve its end, amongst others whose only basis is also the self. So you have this conflict of contrivance with the collective here, because it's like there is no actual standard being used, even consistently, even in conjunction with, okay, you're valuing yourself, but in what way, right? That's where nearness postulate comes in. Even to best achieve, again, it's like, it's only a rational basis, but even to best achieve some self-interest, like let's say within the stimuli acme, you wouldn't defer to the nearness postulate. So you see it takes the form of self-insistence rather than self-value, right? And then also you have a supplementary point that there's no sense of actually valuing, again, based either on purely valuing the self or purely valuing a standard. So it's like sort of this dance between, the ability to, that's why preconceived notions and appearances and everything like that is so important, because it would take very little to reveal the artifice of that process. So, like, what happens is, there's like a pretense that it's not simply a zero-sum functional basis, but that's exactly what it comes down to. Like, so there's like a pretense, like there's some inherent value to it, but then if you try to practice it as inherent value, it no longer has merit. So the only supposed value would be, if it has some tied to zero-sum means. And so that creates this incentive for an inhibited state, half-mass state, like where it's deliberately, where people are held back or holding themselves back just for that reason. It's easier to control, things of that nature. And so it comes down to non-base of self, but the way this is split with the collective contrivance state is also noteworthy because of the fact that the reason why it's noteworthy is because if you have the collective contrivance state, then you're aware of something else by which again, there's no standard that's actually present, right? It's a dependent over extended pretense. So, like, the non-base of self is an accurate measure, but, it resigns itself or cedes, again, like the half-mass state. It doesn't fully value itself in exchange for the collective, but the collective consists of those same individual selves that have the non-base of self, and so you're appealing to that. So it's sort of like a trick for both ways. Like, if I value the collective, then I'll gain something back from the collective. So even though it's non-base of self, I'll pretend to value the collective so that it gives me something back, and that'll benefit me as the self. And then the collective fools itself too, like, since we consist of selves, if we value the self like others, then that somehow benefits us. So it would seem like something else is being valued, but it's the same measurement process, but it's not being acknowledged, so it's a half-mass state. And so if you have the presence of something that removes the need, right, that even though that is desired, it's also condemned because it exposes the artifice of the process. And so you have a situation where there's a lack of acknowledgement, so that's like an endless process. But again, the more natural thing would be you could just acknowledge it, and there'd be a sense of deliberation with respect to, there'd be less need for that, right? The more people there are, the more overextension that happens, right? The more contrivance there has to be to sort of glue it together. It's sort of the fabric there. So like there's this indignant insistence concept too, that like there's like something honorable or glorified about doing that. Like, look how we sacrifice for the collective. That makes us so impressive. Or there's some, indoctrination that goes with this. The problem with that is you're not really valuing that, though. See, it's all these half-mass principles. So this is where the absolutist deals in consistency, because, like, okay, it's honorable to sacrifice for the collective. Okay, so then fully sacrifice for it, and that in itself is worthwhile. But, no, it's not. But because you're compelled to do it, it's glorified just so you can try to rationalize it, but you don't really value doing that. It's only done, based on the number of people, right, that you have to do. And then, again, there might be a machination process argument back, but that's just, it's the lack of choice in the matter. Like, you could make that choice. Pretend like you had this at birth or at a young age. Do you choose, and you can still sort of choose it, but it's so overextended outward insistence, of a contrivance state. Do you choose a machination process, assuming it's tied to that, assuming it couldn't be achieved otherwise, fine. Do you choose a machination process compared to a minimalistic state, right? And so with the contrivance that goes along with it, because you wouldn't need that. Whether because, you're just living out in the wild by yourself, so there's no room for social contrivance, right? It just wouldn't be there. Or earlier points in human history where, it's interesting to think about, like, if you actually think about the nature of a process versus mindlessly practicing it, the two go hand in hand, because that's the inherent versus the contrivance response. The reason why you're doing it is for that reason, not because it's true or absolute or something like that, is because it's not. So you have to keep up the appearance of something else to maintain a contrivance state. And so the deliberate consistency is what's important with that, because it shows you the lack of a standard, right? There'll be a pretense of a standard, like, we pretend to value something, but then in practice it's only done it, again, for appearance sake. So it's not a question whether that should be valued or not, it's a question of, so you're pretending to value collective, so you benefit for the self. You're pretending to value self, to, like, even to yourself, but you're not truly valuing it, so you have cognitive dissonance that, how can a person who, again, non-invasive self, how can they rationalize not fully valuing the self? And so now you go into glorification, like, oh, it's honorable to do that, or you still have to appeal to the self in a different way, like self-insistence. That's the only purpose of it. So, like, it's like this initial interpretation that's necessary, non-thought, very necessary. Like, you feel gratified, or you feel like, oh, wow, that's a good, meaningful thing to do. That makes me a good person. The only reason why those things are necessary, right, again, the self-insistence, is because as a placeholder for actual value, consistent, true value, whether in the form of zero-sum mean, semiotic mean, or otherwise, but just consistent value is not present, or it's being undermined, it's being inhibited every step of the way, right, by a collective contrivance over extended state. And so because of that, now you end up in the position where you have to, like, that's what it is. It's a placeholder for value, right, where you're prevented from fully, truly, consistently valuing yourself. You are instead supposed to lean on. So think about that way, just by being neutral or non, or at peace with your inherent nature or some other state, or, again, being at peace, you wouldn't need that. So now you'd be perceived negatively, like neutrality is a negative to the outward contrivance state that requires constant reinforcement, constant contrivance, right? You would be neutral, non, so you would neither be pro or anti or anything like that. You would be in the middle, you'd be neutral, but that would be perceived as a negative by a contrivance state that requires outward sort of positive reinforcement, because the contrivance state itself is objectively adverse and finite based on a consistency basis. So now it would lash out at non and neutrality, right, because it requires that constant reinforcement. And so the contrivance state is never questioned. Anyone who simply is not pro, right, it's like a Bolshevik rhetoric idea. And it pushed over one level. I discussed this in my debate format, so it's a pretty clear concept. So there's a sense that people are, again, the functional mind and human functionalism, like I've talked about. It's a case where it's not so much that people are stupid, but there's like a willful, deliberate, like ignorance is bliss. You can't think, and if you think, that invalidates many things. But even on a basic level of consistency, like whatever claim to value you supposedly have, right, is only done to try to rationalize it to yourself, but none of it is ever consistent. Like the way that people would supposedly value something, and again, in their own claim, like, okay, there is no value for anything inherently, so then you have to actively uphold it, but then you'll claim a point of value, like, oh, I'm valuing this because of blank, but then you won't be consistent. One of the best examples is the stimuli acme, right? There's like some deliberate personal dishonesty with it, like, it's your own subjective standard, but when you look at the criteria, whatever measure, like, oh, I'm with this person, and only this person, one person only, right? Not because society tells me to, or it's easier to control, or family system, at least if you're willing to concede that, fine, but then it would be hard to rationalize, because then you'd say, well, I'm only doing it for that reason. So instead we have to glorify it. Oh no, it's evil, it's a sin, it's bad to be with multiple people, we have to make it against the law, or, so that shows you that's what people would the inherent desired suggested tendency that people would do. But not only that, not maybe uniformly, but there'd be a greater tendency towards that. So instead you have to turn it into this where, oh no, it's bad to do it though. And so now there's even just an underlying functional basis that, okay, it's bad because it's harder to control. And really that comes down to the individual self, then, oh, you just can't handle it. So I like these one-size-fits-all fallacies, like, oh, they don't work, or because they're somehow bad, or they're harder to control. But, like, what if you can handle it? Then whose business is that? Like, why can't you do it if you can handle it? So there's always, like, this assumption, this low standard assumption for people, like, oh, people can't handle anything, that's why they have to be controlled in every single way. And again, the more overextended you get, the more credible that seems to be. But that's, it's a self-defeating argument, because you have the ability to I don't know, you have a contrivance state that insists upon itself, and you use those sort of undue emphasis as a placeholder. So it's like the sort of thing, again, people aren't necessarily that stupid or unaware, but there's like this insistence that bypasses critical thinking. So like emotion is nothing more than irrational insistence upon the self, right? As if like the universe, everything revolves around you in a certain way, or that's similar to how like luck is perceived. But also it's a case where you emotion is rational insistence upon the self, and also just in general, again, like self-insistence in supplanting for actual self-value. And so it's interesting to see that at play. Like, the same indignant insistence upon contrivance would then, in its assertions and reinforcement, see, it's the best way to control people as far as sort of personalizing. Like, look how good I am at maintaining a contrivance state, right, and doing collective overextension, objectively adverse to the self, and finite, like this whole thing. The problem with it is you're supplanting it for the self. So like, look how good I am at doing it, versus, oh, I'm better than other people, or they're not as good at it, or you use that to reinforce it. But if it was actually worth doing, there'd be no need for that. Then it would just be a zero-sum process that would speak for itself. So now you have the major contradictions where you have to make up for it in some way, that like, okay, now you need some emphasis to make up for it or overcompensate for it. And even beyond that, you have but no, that's the best way to do it. It's like, it's your ability. Like, you should be proud of being so good at contriving, or contrivance state, or you should feel bad that you're not good enough at it. And even to the extent that it's supposedly valued, right? Like, look at the credibility of the half-mast. They would indignantly insist upon some standard. Then what do? Oh, they still practice folly favoritism. They still practice stimuli acme at half-mast. They still indulge in self, hedonism versus half-mast hedonism versus longevity process. Like, what credibility do they have as victims of contrivance, even notwithstanding, experience indoctrination? There's no credibility because, whatever basis of claim or value that people collectively, whatever, supposedly have. Okay, so let's value the longevity process, right? Supposedly you want to live as long as possible, but then you drink and smoke, right? It's not saying whether you should or shouldn't do that. You don't have a measure or claim of credibility, certainly not to outwardly insist upon other people. First of all, you'd have to be assuming their measure anyway, right? You're saying, okay, this is my measure, but that, even if you were consistent, that doesn't mean that that's their measure, right? Half-mass hedonism versus longevity process. But even beyond that, you don't actually have consistency with it. So you value longevity process, supposedly, but then, oh, you drink or smoke. Or, oh, you value some high standard, functionalism, zero-sum means, or some collective greater good, etc. But, oh no, then you do folly favoritism, distract yourself. It's a sound process, but that's why you have to distract yourself. Or you value stimuli acme, but then you specify it, nearness postulate, reactionary basis, not actual standard being used. So whatever the standard is not consistent, or there's all these little things that discredit it. So it's the claim of value, so much so that it can be overextended, outward, insisted upon others, and it's projected heavily. The projections are quite amusing, that you can do such an experiment. Like, what's projected from non is very telling, right? Non is the real enemy of contrivance, not anti, because anti could use to reinforce itself. But like, oh, somebody's trying to, is against us, so let's band together to try to oppose anybody who's anti-contrivance. But with non, it's neutral and has no horse in the race, and would remove the need, and has no need for it. So now that becomes an enemy more, and it's misframed usually as anti, or like, again, it's like the emperor has no clothes fallacy, Bolshevik rhetoric, like, oh, they just don't get it, right? If you don't practice contrivance, they just don't get it, or they're not good enough at it, or something like that. And we'll use that to reinforce our contrivance state. The problem being with that is that you're assuming too much, like, okay, you're projecting and you're assuming the measure, like, oh, the measure is absolute of contrivance. It's an absolute measure that everybody should do, must do, of course. Why wouldn't they do it? But then it's so absolute that they can simply choose not to do it, or they simply don't do it, because they lack ability. So you lack ability to do this absolute process that everybody would naturally do because it's absolute. But not only that, but the consistency issue becomes... it shows you what social contrivance is. It's the initial lowest common denominator reduction of the human mind and thought, which is infinite and objective in nature, versus the subjective limited scope of the spoken word, which is reduced to structure, physical, reactionary terms. It doesn't necessarily have to be that, but in the social contrivance way, right, it's structure reduced. So you have, it's the lowest form of thought possible. Right, and that's taken as an initial basis that is taken with some credibility, which is, it's very, and that's the thing. People don't really take it seriously fully, but to the extent that they require such reinforcement from it, it's a situation where... like things that people innately realize because they do have brains, despite how much they try to subvert or not use them. Or again, that's where contrivance and glorification comes in. Religion is also a good example of that, because you have the ability to, it's a functional need, right? So it's not even a logical argument or factual argument. None of that matters, right? It's a psychological need people have. They want some sort of structure. They need some sort of way to rationalize some control that they're reduced to. And so the problem is that incentive outweighs everything else, so it doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense or if it's not true or anything like that. Let's look at a concept here. The difficulty of a contrivance state is not so much in the material substance, but the form, as in, right, like how much form of value can you get when something is overextended, mass-produced, social contrivance, like on a short-form basis. So the issue isn't overcompensating with some sort of initial limited short-form thing, right, supposed substance or value. It's the very structure itself that reduces it to a state where actual value is difficult, if not impossible. So rather than insist upon that or try to overcompensate for it, right, so now you have the ability to recognize that this short-form idea is in the case of, if you have true value, it wouldn't be reduced to that structure in the first place, or now you could treat the structure for what it is, like non is not a negative, right? It's treated like that only because of outward positive emphasis, contrivance, overcompensation required for what would then be an adverse contrivance state that's taken as absolute, false, inherent, etc., and therefore you have a lack of credibility for people, number one. Like, you'll be so sure of something in your life that you indignantly insist upon, but people at one point in history were sure that the earth is flat, or some people still are, or they were so sure of God, or they were so that they did the Crusades, or they were so sure of the white man's burden that they did, certain other things. Like, you don't think that you can be fooled and that you're being fooled right now. So the question there is you sort of doubt yourself, recognize human flaw, error, myopic, perception, recognize that, and then you can counteract it instead of insisting upon it like you're proud of it. Like, oh, look how I'm proud of blank, I'm happy with. Why would you need to do that? Just, it's a zero-sum process, but good way to control people, good way to motivate people in a certain way. And if you don't know the difference, I guess it's no harm done, but it's just perhaps awareness of that is not such a bad thing. And then you also have this like mode of it was the original point I was trying to make, the fact of you have no ability to actually value something when it comes to, this is good at least, and sometimes I can record it, like listen back, because it's hard to keep track of everything when you're doing this. The point was that, like the LCD short form, so the issue isn't so much the content or the substance, which may or may not try to overcompensate, it's the very structure or form itself. And so the way that you can deal with that is to remove the need. Either don't insist upon it and try to overcompensate and make it seem like it's something more, or just don't do the process at all, do a different process. So here's an observable way to sort of show this, is that if you say a certain canned phrase, right, like depends on culture, part of the world, whatever, but like if certain canned phrases are taken as a good thing, like how are you, is said as like a baseline NPC sort of thing universally, that's okay, or that's a good thing, or that's expected. Whereas if you say something topical, this is amalgam theory, right? You can portray something on an observable basis, but it doesn't matter, right? Because contrivance takes precedence. So, or then that's where the element of humor or something else comes in, is the cognitive dissonance, right? Humor is nothing more than that. Like, oh, you treat something as absolute in your everyday life, but then if we poke holes in it, we have to laugh at it to cope in cognitive dissonance, right? Because we deal with it anyway, despite that. So when like an objective reality is stated, but that you're forced to deal with anyway, based on a contrivance structure, that's where humor comes from, and subversion of expectation, preconceived false absolute, right? So it's the denigration of a false absolute in two ways. One, like your false absolute expectation or preconceived notion that is subverted, and also your false absolute contrivance state that you're reduced to and forced to be a part of, despite the fact that those contradictions exist and are being pointed out to you. So all you can do is laugh it off, or you sort of revel in it, so it kind of shows you can't acknowledge it, but yet you can't deny it, but yet you insist upon the contrivance state as absolute, all at the same time, all in like a controlled way that's reduced to structure. And then the other, sort of imbalance, overcompensation, undue emphasis, that which is repressed is then obsessed over. Like that's what you see with the stimuli acme often. But the bigger point is that, like the how are you versus like something about the weather or something, general, right, or like topical, that's bad, but the other thing is good, but they're both canned, or one is arguably less canned, or something's projected in that, but that shows you sort of the, again, substance versus, like if you compare the two scenarios, like if you do a canned phrase that's approved by a contrivance state at a particular time, and if you have the right performative aspects, right, that's supposedly good value, even though it's the same measure, same process. And on the flip side, like imagine valuing the process in the first place when you understand its makings, its, through practice, contrivance, like it doesn't mean it's genuine, it's initial layer, non-thought, so lower value is better because collective, lowest common denominator. But beyond that, you have the ability to consider that, like imagine a scenario of actual value, right? And that's where RBO comes into. But no, there's another aspect of the fact that you have the ability to consider that again, the one scenario with the performative aspects and with the LCD, approved contrivance form, right, is valued. And then if you just take that away, now you take away the performative aspects and you take away the LCD implant. Now you have amalgam theory, you have, some other topical basis, right? That's not presenting value then in a performative artificial aspect, nor is it in the sort of canned LCD aspect. So there's at least more value, more attempted value, identity in that, more inherent value. There's more sense of self-actualization, acuity. So what you're revealing by doing that, this is an absolute sort of technique that wouldn't be necessary actually to remove the need, but it would show you that the process itself is not of value. But to make up for that, instead of acknowledging that, now you try to overcompensate, or you try to do it in a certain canned way. So the lack of value is acknowledged, but yet pretended anyway, based on overextended collective contrivance state. So true value is not possible. So again, you have this indoctrinated, trained state of being that is RBO, protocol, preconceived, etc. So the lack of acknowledgement is very important to that. and that there's always a longevity process, sustenance that can be used, but on one hand, assuming that it's worth doing and that it couldn't be done any other way, and that it's even worth doing in the first place and is worth doing in this form, and that's, again, either necessary that it couldn't be done otherwise, but also that it's worth doing, right, meaning in the overextended state. So it's a great reactionary example, initial-minded state, that whatever state is there is rationalized because, it's already established, it's structure reduced, mainly, incentivized, stimuli acme, number of people, but it'll be insisted upon. So then by that logic, let's use that train of thought or lack of thought to just insist upon, okay, there's 8 billion people, so we're overextended to this extent because of that. Now there'll be 16, then they could be 32, then there could be 70, 30, wait, what math? The 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, right? You could keep going with that and keep overextending. So you'll realize that a lot which is done, again, this is the key phrase, it is only real by acknowledgement, only necessary by overextension. Like, what's an example of something that's real by acknowledgement? Like political power, for example, and countries, just lines on a map, etc. If everybody, like let's say in the U.S., just as an example, 300 million people tomorrow just disacknowledged all political power, right, it would cease to exist, right? It requires their active acknowledgement. So it's not really real, right? It's a fantasy that we're all collectively sharing in. And again, only real by acknowledgement and only necessary by overextension would be certain things like a social contrivance process that's, again, short form LCD, or even like anything mass-produced suffers inequality for it. So you're not valuing life. It's a good example, like fast food or these kind of things. This is your life. Your life is fast food, basically, in all areas, right? Mass-produced education. Everything is done to be available or appeal to the mass number of people, which by definition is not the highest quality, because the highest quality would be refined. You can see it even in favoritism, like entertainment. It would require greater, first of all, personal knowledge or expectation or means, right, which the average person is not going to possess. So by definition, what you're getting is not the highest quality, is deliberately not the highest quality, that is not the highest quality, that true value measure is not what you are pursuing, and it's done, again, only for mass-produced, mass overextended scale, collective contrivance state. So therefore, you are put in a position where it's done only because of the number of people. Again, if the world was a village of 100, now all of a sudden that wouldn't be so much in demand. You may use a machination process argument here to say, well, then we wouldn't have this collective machination in place. By the same token, you wouldn't need it, right? Like, we might not have running water, we might not have this or that, assuming that over enough human history and time that you couldn't establish certain, conveniences and things like that. But the bigger point is you don't need them, right? One of the big reasons why you need them, again, is just convenience and sort of overcompensation, false meaning and means, the relief fallacy, right? False meaning and simply relieving non-choice reaction states from inherent state of being. Also the convenience factor, like false meaning, all of human technology and achievement just boils down to simply taking non-choice reaction, inherent needs, need to eat, drink, etc., and either overcompensating for them, like, that you get to choose what kind of food and one that tastes better, right, to overcompensate for the non-choice reaction, false meaning in that, but it's still the same non-choice reaction, zero-sum state, zero-sum process, and then also the fact that just to relieve that, right, so pose a hypothetical, like you could take a pill that removes the need for you have to eat now forever or for a long period of time. There you go, it's gone. So now what meaning do you find in that, right? So you try to overcompensate by, again, with the hedonistic thing, like, let's have food that tastes better and let's have more of it and let's remove the, make it more convenient to do these things that we didn't choose to do in the first place, choose to have to do. But again, a lot of this is tied to overextension, a lot of things that you don't need and are only necessary because of the number of people, like, running water. But you wouldn't need running water, right? You could just find it yourself and you wouldn't need as much and it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, you feel like you need it or you do need it. Like, a lot of people would die without these things, or they're, take away just modern technology or electricity, none of those things are necessary for human survival on an individual basis or a small scale, as you see throughout human history. Again, lifespans might be shorter, quality of life, whatever, convenience might be lesser, but it's certainly not necessary, and it's especially not necessary when you look at an overextended state by which you have an overextended state by which, again, is only necessary in the way that you're presenting, like that you would have these things in place only because of the state that you happen to be in. So it's not only a lack of standard that is being used, right, because you see the mass overextension, so no standard is actually present. The standard is, let's make something mass-produced collective as much as possible and then insist upon it and try to overcompensate with value there because no actual standard of value is being used, but also it's only even necessary in the first place because of the number of people that there happened to be, which wasn't a really thought-out process. It just sort of happened, right? In exuberance, now you react to it, and so every supposed standard is merely that. It's just based on the sheer number of people that was never thought about, non-choice reaction, insistence, and then also the necessity, supposed necessity only comes from that. So there's a lot of false value at work here. So this is a perfect example of the objective absolute state of it's not actually making a claim or saying, some idyllic alternative, but it would remove the need in a minimalistic state, and then you can self-actualize from inherent base. You might think, oh, that's what people did, but it's more so a zero-sum process, and again, even if that is, like you say, human progress in society has come to this point, that's one thing, you could look at history. But first of all, it's not uniform. It's more like, again, machination process argument than anything else, that technology tends to win, as in, the reason why we're in a technological state now isn't because individuals might prefer minimalistic state or other alternate things could exist. The real reason is just because it tends to win, right, and expand itself. So it's more like a Darwinistic principle that is not even applied, right? Morality is the plaything of conquerors. Now we try to act high horse, even though that was not the process by which we arrived in the state by which we could be in the situation anyway to pass judgment. But the thing is that, that's the real reason. The machination process takes over, and the way the machination process takes over is by doing the again, it can insist upon itself and expand itself for zero. Think about it in a literal sense and historically. All the murder and genocide and all of these things that were done is only done in zero-sum pursuit of progress and convenience and self-interest. You might think there's some larger process at work, but we'll make better technology and we'll have better resources so that we can pursue our zero-sum non-choice reaction ends all the more easily or more effectively or more conveniently. That's all that the process ever was. So in the absence of a standard or meaning, that's what takes over is a Darwinistic tendency, okay, let's just, might is right almost is the thing, but it's not really a position, it's more just a reality. You pretend like there's some other standard at work, but there is no other standard, and it comes down to now your own functionalistic basis of who can just best achieve something, or who can, fend for yourself and achieve your zero-sum self-interest ends. So this little sort of contrivance glue that holds everything together is as easy to dismantle as that, despite the advantage of indoctrination, the non-consensual social contract, despite the fact of constant social contrivance, reinforcement, stigmatization. All it takes is an objective observation, which would at least shut it down in a compulsory sense, because again, even if you prognosticate one of these two things, or just observe them, you could say, well, it just is because machination insists upon itself, so it's a process of force, but that doesn't give it the right to outwardly insist, it just did because that was the difference. If your technology is better, you can just do whatever you want. So you certainly wouldn't make that argument because then, okay, someone comes along with greater technology, they just take over your country, culture, and just, usurp it. So that wouldn't be an argument that you would actually make, and the reason why you wouldn't make it is because of the simple fact that, there's no acuity in that. So you would say, well, that's the reason why it got to this point, but that doesn't mean that has to be what you choose to do, right? I love that, for example, in the global warming or environment basis. Solve that by just going back to a minimalistic lifestyle then. That's the easy way to solve it. So you don't really care, right? You don't care at all. You're just doing it to pretend. Like, if your threat is the human convenience, you won't give up your cups of coffee, or you won't give up your little shitty, you won't give up your little ability to basically have 3 meals a day in convenience, whether for amalgam theory or whether for, environment. So you're creating, it's so amazing because it folds on itself. If you really cared about that in a self-actualizing way, this is what you wouldn't do it in the first place. So you'd be aware of what you're doing and what it causes and why you're doing it, or you would go to a minimalistic state of being instead. But instead you'll go in a half-mass way that like, oh, we still want the modern conveniences, but we'll try to take out a little something of it, to make it seem like we're helping that. But if you really cared, you could just remove the need altogether, minimalistic. So this shows you the half-mass state that you're appealing to as a self-gratifying element, but you're not actually addressing it in a way that would actually have meaningful impact or full impact, so you're not really committed to it at all, and you don't really care. And not only do you not care, but you're actively upholding and practicing a state that undermines it supposedly in your own mind, because you're choosing to do that where you have the state of being to recognize that it's, you're saying that, okay, all your practices that you do are negative, right? You could easily go to a minimalistic state, even despite society's outward contrivance, insistence upon itself. And then again, the other prognostication would be, well, that's just the right way of doing it. Like, oh, that's how history is written, progress, etc. But you see the overextension. You're not letting people decide from a self-aware inherent base state that that's what they're choosing to do or wanting to do. And you'll use this fallacy. One of the core fallacies of contrivance is, oh, but you benefited from it. And this is the core contradiction of cognitive dissonance, non-choice reaction, non-consensual social contract that is defining, that is here. It's a case where you would be born, you didn't choose to be born, you didn't choose to be born where, to who, under what time, circumstance, culture, right? You didn't choose any of that. And by the time you're old enough, even if you choose a young age, let's say 5 or 6, where you have some self-awareness, or even, 10, 15, whatever age you want to say, you never chose any of that. So now you might be held accountable to that. Like, oh, but look, you benefited from this your whole life. You benefited from the non-consensual social contract that you were put into. You benefited from whatever, meager or greater, zero-sum means, pre-con, stimuli, acme, preserver, element that you're a part of. You benefited from that. You benefited from the machination process technology. Oh, look how reliant you are on it. And yet you didn't choose any of that. So what you are at least able to recognize is that, okay, let's say now I reject those things. Like, okay, I don't want those things that I didn't choose in the first place. Right, that I didn't choose, that, oh, you benefited from things that you didn't choose, that just happened to be there, that you happened to be exposed to, right? Like, I love that, too. Like, okay, when you were 5 years old, look at all the benefits of machination process, supposedly collective contrivance state that you had, but you didn't really choose that. You didn't have the awareness level to, you're reduced to structure. So I love that. So in other words, contrivance can never be wrong because you owe it something for putting you in its place in the first place. Like, oh, you owe your parents something for giving birth to you, even though you didn't choose that. You owe something to contrivance that it, machination process, etc. Even though, again, you didn't choose that to be in that, certainly not that particular one, whatever. So you didn't choose any of this, but, oh, you benefited from it. So at least you're given the granted basis that, okay, now let's decide from a self-aware inherent base state that if you'd rather, okay, I'm going to just go and be minimalistic and I'll reject or anything, the supposed benefits of society machination process. But I love that being used as a basis, like, oh, but you can't say that because look how you benefited. But you never had the ability to really stop that. Like, what do you want a 3-year-old to do to stop the supposed benefits of machination process and a contrivance state that is foisted upon them before they, are even able to choose that? So there should be a base neutrality, self-aware inherent base state that you would say with respect to. Okay, so here I'll just watch some random things, and so we're starting with something sports related. I'm doing the video called Charles Barkley predicting the Bucks championship. # Charles was right. And he said the one really funny thing where he says, like, they got to be the dumbest team. Right, that was a very funny line. So let's just see what he said. And the problem with my predictions is you always have the injury excuse. Like, I bet on the Clippers many, many times. Not like actual bet. I mean, like, I've called that so many times. If Kawhi and Paul George are healthy, so I guess the only time I was legitimately wrong was when in the bubble, right? See, I can admit when I'm wrong. I predicted they would win in the bubble. I knew it was going to be in the bubble. I'm not going to use that to diminish it. Again, everybody played in the bubble, so I'm going to be fair. Right? People say, oh, Mickey Mouse ring, whatever, but it doesn't make sense. So then if they had won and I was right, it's still a Mickey Mouse ring. Or if anybody else had won, like the Bucks or somebody, oh, it's still a Mickey Mouse ring. If the Heat had won, it's a Mickey Mouse ring. So if you are consistent with that, fine. But I somehow think it's a way that people just want to discredit the Lakers. Because I get it. You get annoyed by all the hype and everything, and like, you get tired of hearing about them. I agree with that, but I'm not going to be unfair. It's a legit championship. It's fine. In some ways, you could say, again, in some ways, maybe it's easier. You got a bit more time to rest, whatever. But in some ways, and you don't have to travel as much, which hurts, older players and injury-prone players maybe more. But also, again, the Lakers didn't have home court advantage when they were a higher seed. So in that sense, the argument hurt them. So I would consider it pretty equal, right? I don't see how it uniquely benefited them, aside from maybe giving them a little extra time to avoid injuries, which I certainly don't even care about that. Like, that's a good thing. Let's see you at your best. So that was when I was legitimately wrong, because I said the Clippers are going to win in the bubble, and they didn't win. So I admit I'm wrong. They were healthy. Kawhi was healthy. They're up 3-1 against Denver. So on one hand, though, see, I don't like when people come back at that and say, oh, haha, look, you were wrong. It's one thing to be wrong, but like, even the person saying that I'm wrong would have said, oh no, they'll lose to the Lakers in like 6 or 7, right? They wouldn't have said, oh, they'd lose to Denver. So even you, right, that makes it even worse, I guess, but even you wouldn't have predicted that. So you have to at least be shocked, like, okay, if you lost to the Lakers, I can accept it, but you're up 3-1 on Denver, the one time they're actually healthy, the Clippers are actually healthy, and they just don't do it, so there's nothing I can say. So I was wrong there. But see, a lot of the other years since then, I predicted them, and it's been only because of injuries. You could say I'm still wrong for doing that, but that's not really fair, because yes, some players are more injury prone, but all it would take is 1 year where he's actually healthy, Kawhi, and you're good. And I love, if that is a basis for an argument, then you say, oh, well, you're wrong because, oh yeah, the Lakers are going to win, but then LeBron and Luka both get hurt, so oh my goodness, what a bad prediction, you're so stupid, you're so wrong. Like, is that really fair? I don't mind if they're a little banged up, if it's a little, iffy, but like what Dwayne Wade was in like 2013, 2014, he wasn't the best version of himself. He had to scratch and claw and fight a bit more for what he got, but, he's still there, he's still playing, he's still good, right, very good. He's just not what he was in 2011, where he outscored, Dirk Nowitzki, even though they lost, which is, I love these little odd stats, right? Dwayne Wade is better than Dirk in a literal sense, just overall. But even in the, like, think about that. You want to debate those two careers. Even in the one best moment of Dirk's career, where, oh, he's carrying the team and this and that, Dwayne Wade outscored him in the 2006 finals when Dwayne Wade won. I know he got a lot of free throws. I get it. People don't like the refs. But okay, you get another chance. Now, 2011, Dirk's best moment, he wins, he's MVP, but oh wait, Dwayne Wade still scores more than him, and I think shoots a similar percentage, maybe even a better percentage. Maybe not, but they're about the same. So all I'm saying is, in both of Dirk's finals, the leading scorer was Dwayne Wade, because he's just better. Like, so just because LeBron was choking doesn't mean, doesn't diminish Wade at all. It's like, you have a situation where that's the point. It's like Dwayne Wade, I love that too. Like, I did some video on that, like comparing them or something, where it's like, okay, Dwayne Wade, they're both really good scorers, right? I'll consider them equal in the scoring realm, even though in different ways, right? Let's go step by step. So scoring, I'd say, is equal. Now you might say, oh, Dirk is better, but I'd say it's even. Again, Dirk's a better shooter, certainly 3-point. Wade is much better scoring inside, dunking, right? Finishing, layups, creative. Arguably, I could almost give it to Wade for versatility because he can do almost everything besides shoot threes. He had a nasty mid-range. He had everything. But Dirk was more of a jump shooter, but obviously he could score inside too. So I'll consider them equal. They're both elite offensive players. But Wade is a much better passer, right? There's certainly amazing passes he's made. Dirk just wasn't that type of player. Dirk's a better rebounder, but honestly not by that much, considering the size difference, right? That Dirk was never a great rebounder. So again, I'll give it to him, but it's like thinking about Dirk's limits, right? Dirk wasn't a great defender. He's not a great rebounder for his size. He's not a great passer. He's not a great scorer inside generally. You know, he's mostly still going to lean on the jump shot. I know he could do it. I'm not saying he wouldn't do it, but it's not the same sort of scary post threat as like a Tim Duncan, or it's not the same. But either way, he's a great scorer. But pretty much this is the way I said it. Like, if Dirk's shot is off, his jump shot is off, you're screwed and you'll get swept by the 8 seed We Believe Warriors, even in Dirk's MVP season where he's completely healthy, right? That's what can happen if his jump shot is off and if you defend it a certain way, if you have size and so forth. So that's all it takes because, again, what is he going to do? A little back to the basket game, okay, he'll give you a couple points. He's not going to be a passing threat. He's not going to be a great rebounder. He's not going to be a great defender. He's not going to be good at anything besides scoring. And even in the realm of scoring, it's mostly shooting. So again, I'm not hating on him, but now let's look at Dwayne Wade. Again, Dwayne Wade and Dirk equal in scoring. Wade's definitely a better passer. Dirk's a better rebounder. Again, whatever, even if disappointing for his size. And then Wade is a much better defender. He was like the leading shot blocker almost for shooting guards or something like that. Maybe all time or at the time he retired or whatever. So he was a terrific shot blocker and just a much better defender, in fact, than he gets credit for. Right, Dirk was not a very good defender at times, called soft. Right, certainly not as good as Wade. So Wade wins in that category. And even steals, obviously Wade is doing. You might see some of these things benefit certain positions. Like, oh, of course Wade's going to be a better passer because he's a guard. Or, of course, he's going to be a better... But no, some things go against stereotypes. Like a power forward, a better shooter than a shooting guard, certainly from three. But like even steals, you don't expect Dirk to get those. But he's not getting blocks either. Given his size, he should be a much better rebounder, much better shot blocker. So yeah, Wade definitely wins that. And the way that he wins it is because Dirk, as great as he is like a one-dimensional superstar. And in a way, people point to his championship. But like I said, even Wade outscored him even in that one. But even beyond that, you have like the ability to... Wade outscored him, but also in every other category besides rebounding, right? Wade wins. He's a better passer, better defender, arguably even maybe a more versatile scorer. And so now you understand that Dirk is one of those one-dimensional stars. If his shot is off, his whole night is screwed, right? He's not going to have that much impact. So it's not to diminish it, and certainly it was good. Oh, yeah, like he's a franchise player for 20 years, and you win one championship. So, like, Wade did that in 2006 against him. Obviously, free throws notwithstanding, whatever. But Wade, and you can say, oh, he had Shaq, but it wasn't the best version of Shaq. And Dirk had some good balanced teams. He didn't have like a big star that way. Sometimes people look at that in too linear of a way. Like I could make a roster of a lot of good, solid players, like Andre Iguodala and whatever, like these kind of players where people wouldn't look at that as eye-popping, but then when they win, it's like, like the 2014 Spurs. You'll look at the big names, but at that point in their career. Right, Tony Parker wasn't that great at that. Well, he was still good, but like Duncan and Parker and Ginobili, they weren't that great at that point in their career. But or like the 2004 Pistons, like those names aren't really that big of the superstar caliber. But like those kind of teams get slept on. But it's kind of like you put yourself in a position where like, oh, like the 94 Rockets or the 75. These are three of those teams that you say, oh, he doesn't have another active all-star that year on the roster. Like 1994 with Hakeem Olajuwon, he wins. He has a lot of good three-point shooters, etc., but no all-star. And then 75 with Rick Barry, he has, like Jamal Wilkes, but he's not an all-star yet. He's only averaging like maybe 10 points on 37% shooting, so he's not, it's different just to say the name. It wasn't really like that. So 75 was a weak roster, but he swept the heavy favorite Bullets. Then 94, Hakeem wins with the underdog, also sweeps them, and then 2011, Dirk wins that. Although Jason Terry certainly played like an all-star, right? Outplayed LeBron, or at least outscored him in a way that you otherwise wouldn't expect. So now what you're left with is a realization that LeBron choked, but no, you have, like, those are three rosters, but it may be deceptive, because it's like, it could be a very balanced roster. Unless you have another star, you don't acknowledge it. Like, okay, but they have a lot of good supporting people. Like, even with Giannis, people say that, oh, he won without, like, a super team, but he had Middleton, who's a star. He had Holiday, who's a borderline star. He had a lot of other good supporting pieces, defensive player of the year caliber, apparently, Brook Lopez, whatever. So, like, I'm not diminishing, I'm just saying, like, sometimes people look at that too flashy. Like, I could have a roster of, like, 10 second-tier players, none of them are stars, and then win, and it's like, oh, look how impressive that is, versus a roster that's top-heavy, like, with 2 or 3 stars, and then a bunch of really low-rated players, low-ranked players, and now, oh, look how top-heavy you are. So you only look at the stars. You don't realize, like, oh, it's not as discerning as people realize. Like, if you play well, you play as a team, right? It's not so much just pure star power that dictates everything, but that's how people look at it. Like, oh, look, he won that by himself, but you don't win by yourself. You don't win a championship by yourself. Obviously, your team was really good. Even if you didn't have another all-star, it just means you had a really balanced team. You had Robert Horry hitting threes. You had Kenny Smith. You had all this kind of shit. I'm practically dying here, like you have it on recording, so a man's last moments. But what I'm saying is, oh my god. What I'm saying is, okay, let's start this, but that's the point, is, like, don't give too much credit. Like, oh, look, this guy did it all by himself, because obviously you are... obviously you're doing it in such a way that you're doing it in such a way that you're just underestimating. So you only go for the big names and the stars, but what if you just have a good team around? Again, you have like 6, 7 good solid players versus 1 or 2 stars, and it ends up being the same basic level of talent, but because one has the big names, that's all people focus on. And basketball, to be fair, is that kind of sport where it's, there's only 5 players on the court, so everybody has a huge impact compared to like football or whatever, but and it's not as positional of a game, right? Basketball is very free. Anybody can just do anything, and it doesn't really matter, right? It's just size considerations that aren't even applying all the time. Baseball is very positional. Even if you're the best player ever, you'll be the best at a particular position. You're a pitcher, you're a hitter, you're this. You could be versatile, but I just mean, like, there's so many positions and dynamics to that. You're not going to have the same impact, like where you're always playing offense and defense and doing every possession. Football is especially like that. You're not playing offense and defense, and you're only playing like one position. There's the kicker, there's this, there's that. With basketball, yeah, you really are. You're defending the best player. You are the best player on offense. Like you could be doing everything kind of all at once, right? A bit more, so it's at least more conducive to that singular purpose of glorifying a star. Whereas in football, it just happens typically with a quarterback. And there's something like really unsatisfying about football sometimes. Like, oh, look at this guy, he ran a couple yards. Like, look at this offensive lineman. Like, who gets really excited about that? Right? It's kind of a bloated game where the quarterback is the only thing that people really focus on. And his impact is disproportionate, too. Like, you know, he just has too much impact on the game. It's not equal the way the other games are. So this is Charles Barkley predicting the Bucs championship. Hashtag Charles was right. Starting in 3, 2, 1. I gotta say this about the Milwaukee Bucks. This is the quote of him calling them stupid. Hopefully I will talk less now. They gotta be the dumbest team, and he says they're gonna win the championship in the same breath. April 2021, it wasn't an April Fool's joke. Yeah, Holiday is low-key underrated. Guaranteeing on Get Up, and if Stephen A laughs at you, that means he must be right, because he gets like the wrong one 8 years in a row or something. Right, which is impressive to do. Milwaukee's coming out of the East. He said Brooklyn. And to be fair, it was partly because they were injured. Right, so technically, and it was still so close. They're going to sweep the Heat, which I don't think they did. Or did they? No, they did. I think they did. They got revenge for getting beaten by them the year before. Swept Bucks, so he was right about that. Yeah, to be fair, the Nets did get injured, though, and Kevin Durant almost carried them to victory alone. It was Bucks in 7, and with Kyrie hurt, and with James Harden kind of hurt. Bucks went down 3-2, and yeah, Kevin Durant had a low-key absolutist moment that made me almost tear up. Like, the way that he was playing in Game 6 and 7 with nobody helping him was like God level, Jordan level, whatever. He was unbelievably. It was like he had no business getting that far. Durant really did something there. They keep replaying the Fear of the Deer thing. In Game 7, and it was close, and it was injuries. They could have won it if they were healthy. So I don't entirely agree with this. I can't remember who I would have picked here. But what if Kyrie wasn't hurt? He would have cooked you. It was Game 7. Bucks in 4, I don't think it was. I think it was 5. Yeah, they lost Game 1. And him picking them over the Suns, even though he played for the Suns. It could seem like sour grapes, but... And yeah, they were down 2-1 to the Suns. It's 4-2. A lot of people would have been saying the Suns after like Game 4 or Game 3. Then they went 3 in a row. I think I might have said in 7, but I still did pick them. Stop playing this Fear of the Deer thing, though. trying to join a super team with the Rockets, and you'll say, oh, they weren't that good, but you were like one game away from the finals playing against Stockton. So if it had worked, you wouldn't have said anything then. It was some like soccer coach like discovered him originally. Let me go back to the beginning. There was something I wanted to say and I can't remember now what it was. They got to be the dumbest team. Oh yeah, like Holiday is like an Iguodala-esque guy, like a utility knife, jack of all trades. Like that's the funny thing you might realize. I won't say that Holiday is better than Damian Lillard, right? I wouldn't say that, but you might come to realize, and yes, there's been health issues. You might come to realize that Holiday is actually a better, more impactful piece and more suited to win a championship, like they did with the Bucks, than Lillard. Not because, again, he's better scoring, but he had some big scoring moments in games, but he was great defensively. He's getting steals. He's like a jack of all trades. So even though you might look at that as silly, you might think the Bucks with Holiday versus the Bucks with Lillard, right, in a similar roster, similar circumstance, they might actually do better with Holiday than with Lillard, believe it or not, because Middleton, first of all, fills some of that role already, right, that Lillard would do, some of the shooting and so forth, so that kind of overlaps a bit too directly. And then you also have a situation where, it's just a case where his defense is a big deal. He's also a good scorer, not as good as Lillard, much better defender. He's also a good passer. Like, he ends up having a pretty high impact where it doesn't matter in the end. Like, so it's deceptive. Like Iguodala, he's one of these guys that, like, wow, he had a major impact, but nobody realizes or gives credit or understands. But oh no, it's Damian Lillard, a big name, a flashy numbers he's putting up, and you kind of overrate it. If Lillard has a bad game scoring, then what do? But Holiday's still getting steals and he's still getting different things going on. So there is an element to that where, believe it or not, I'm not going to say he's better or even that's a better chance, but this is sort of the team fit, team construction aspect, right? That defense, the other impact that he's having as an ancillary piece. Middleton can cook, even though he was streaky. That's what ends up happening is, like, it's a better fit, and it led to winning a championship. I'm not saying Lillard won't lead to that, but that was the point, is like, it does do it for you with respect to, sometimes there's just a better fit, right? It's not about who's better or worse. You see that, like, with Durant, anywhere he goes besides the Warriors, it's not as simple as, the Warriors were so good, 73-9, that thing gets kind of overrated, but it's the fact that you have, whatever, like, just it was a good fit, and you sort of take that for granted. Because really think about it, the 73-9 Warriors, but you were up 3-1 on them with Westbrook, right, and you didn't even have Harden at that point, but you had a team with, three of the best players of the generation, Durant, Harden, Westbrook. You make it to the finals in 2012. Like, I love these teams that don't run it back. Like, you make it to the finals, but then you break it up. Like, why? Why not keep that big three intact for years to come, and you're going to win a championship for sure if you do that. Even despite their flaws, they would have certainly won, because you see how good they really are. Right? That's what you don't get with, like, Harden. He put up these crazy numbers in Houston, but almost immediately he started to put them up. It's like, it's not just D'Antoni's system, it's that he was that good maybe to begin with, but he wins Sixth Man of the Year just to fit. Like, so that's the thing with Ginobili. Like, what if Ginobili was the first option on a team? He might have averaged 30 in his prime. It's not that crazy to think, but he was never asked to do that, so you're kind of channeling the talent back. So Ginobili might be a lot better than people realize, but he never wanted to do that, or he never had the chance to do that. So it's deceptive. Like, the sixth man sitting on the bench averaging 15 points could actually be capable of scoring 30, but he's just picking the 15 most efficient points and doing it like that. So there's something to it there. And, so that, like, again, the Mavericks are clowns. Like, 2011, they win, and then 2012 they don't run it back. You might say, oh, but Kidd was old and this and that. It doesn't matter though, because you didn't do anything anyway. And you might say, oh, that led to them getting Luka, but you could have tanked in the lottery anyway. Like eventually, you weren't going to do very well anyway. Apparently, either you were going to win a title or not. So I don't justify that at all. Try to win again in 2012. You probably weren't going to, but at least give it a shot. And then they break it up, then they disappear. Then you have Porzingis and Luka, which is a 1-2 punch that was clearly capable of winning a championship, and somehow you get rid of Porzingis and then you eventually get rid of Luka. Like, it's one thing, okay, you lose one of them, but to lose both shows you it's like a deliberate, almost self-sabotage, where that's a perfect 1-2 punch for this era. With, like, imagine that ability to shoot. It takes some time, but imagine that, where how do you deal with that in terms of, you know, you got Porzingis who can shoot, nobody can guard him. You got Luka who's killing it. Like, that's a nightmare matchup. They could have led to Dallas winning a championship eventually. Again, sometimes these teams are too impatient, or players are too. If you don't win immediately, you want to leave or whatever. It's like, now my prediction with the Lakers would be that they're not going to win with Luka and LeBron. They're going to do okay, but then LeBron's going to retire, and then I think you very well might win with Luka after that. But it may take some time and some other additions. So, I mean, the only benefit I'll give to Dallas, though, is like they must have assumed that Luka was going to leave anyway, so you may as well get more value for him, which it wasn't the best value, to be fair. But no, I don't even question AD. Aside from the injuries, he's pretty damn good as a two-way player. You know, people rag on Luka's defense, although that point I find kind of dumb. Like, if you're picking on Luka's defense, that means your team isn't very good, because what expectation would say, like, even Jordan had a Scottie Pippen to help with this defense, and Dennis Rodman and stuff, like, you know, even LeBron could lean on Shane Battier and stuff like this. So, even if Luka was a great defender, what do you want him to do? You want him to lead you in scoring, assists, rebounds, you know, steals, everything. You know, he's carrying you on offense every possession, making every pass, making every shot, scoring 30-plus a game. And you want him to guard the best player and be a defender. Like, even if he could do that, I wouldn't want him to do that. So the fact that you're focusing on that is moronic, because, no, how about you get him like a Drew Holiday and he can guard, you know, get him somebody like that, and you're fine. Like, again, not that Luka couldn't do it. Let's say Luka's a lockdown defender, which sometimes you have to pick your points. Like, you can't always expect somebody to do everything. He's carrying you on offense. Now you're going to blame him on defense. Like, so what is the rest of the team doing? Luka's going to be your best offensive player, best defender, best passer, best everything. So why the fuck even have the rest of the players out there, right? The least they can do is defend and do other things. So I'm not even saying he is a good defender, but at times there are definitely lapses. I get it. Like, you're tired, or there's a certain entitlement, like, how much do you want me to do, right? That sometimes players lay off, but it's a situation where I don't respect that. Like, if you're focusing on Luka's defense, that means the team must be really fucking bad, because that's not what you should be focusing on. Luka's putting up 40 a game on 50% shooting and jacking up, you know, threes efficiently and passing like crazy and even rebounding. He led his team in like every major category. And, but we're worried about his defense too. He should be a shot blocker. He should be, like, what the fuck? That should not be a factor where if you're concerned about Luka's defense and I'm concerned about your team building, like, that would have been quite the combination. Like, what if instead you traded LeBron for Luka and then had Luka and AD? That you would, you know, that's not even a hot take. That would have been better, because even with AD's injuries, if you could have done that as the Lakers, trade Luka for AD, or I mean for LeBron, from the Lakers' perspective, trade LeBron for Luka. Not that the Dallas would probably even want that, because he has no retrade value, because he's about to probably retire, or who knows, but, you know, that would have been better, because now you have Luka and AD together. Yes, you'll say that AD is going to get injured, but he's going to be there for years to come, and a great 1-2 punch option. It makes sense positionally too, because LeBron and Luka have the same play style. This is one thing that always triggers me, actually. a lot of these best teams of all time, you put Kobe and Jordan together, and it makes no sense. They play the same position, they're the same size, they play the same style. Like, I'm not saying it wouldn't work in an idyllic sense, like, oh, well, how can you say no to a team with both of those guys on it? But this shows you that people don't really respect the game or understand it. You wouldn't really want that among all the other options in history because it's about the fit, right? I hate that people do this. Like, you might be surprised. A lot of players might be a better fit if you have one or the other. It doesn't make sense to have both. Like, you don't need that much of the same style of player. So you have to understand that it's not just about raw talent and big names. That's what some of these teams do. They put together like, oh, let's get Harden and Kyrie and Durant. And, you know, sometimes it doesn't work. And especially, again, there's not enough balls to go around. It's too much of the same thing. So, on one hand, people might defend it in a stupid way, like, oh, what, you're saying that Kobe and Jordan aren't good enough? It's not about the talent. We're assuming all-time great players anyway, but it might work better with some other positional player, like maybe Larry Bird would fit better on there, even though he's not as good of a defender, you know, hitting threes and with his size, right? Maybe that would work better. Maybe Rick Barry would work better. Not diminishing Kobe, but if you have one or the other, it feels you need players with different strengths, different weaknesses, right? So, like, if I would put a lineup, like, let me think about what is my all-time lineup, and I'm somebody who really respects defense, but, you know, Oscar Robertson at the point, you know, Jordan at the 2, Wilt Chamberlain at center, those three are pretty much obvious to me, even though you might question Oscar if you want to put Magic, I don't mind. If you want to put Curry, certainly by today's standard, I don't mind, but I think the size, and to be fair, none of those three are actually great defenders. Even Oscar wasn't great. Magic wasn't very good either, but I was ragging on Charles Barkley's defense all the time. Every time he's one of the worst defenders ever. I did like an analysis on it, and it's like he's too slow to guard faster players like guards and stuff, and he's too small to guard bigger players like centers and forwards. So he was just a mismatch every time. But it's a case where yeah, like, again, who would be the best defender also? I guess I would deal with it there. So Oscar would be the choice. He's definitely underrated. But either between Oscar, Magic, and Curry, any of those three, but let's just say Oscar hypothetically. Then at the 2, obviously Jordan is pretty obvious. At the 5, you have Wilt Chamberlain. And then the 4 becomes a little complicated because people might say, oh, Tim Duncan because of his position, but I don't really care about that. Like, I'm saying, oh, maybe Kareem, but then see it's clogging up the middle where you have too much of the same thing. You almost might want somebody like Dirk or something like that, but then, you know, because Wilt at the 5 I'm thinking of as like a defender and a rebounder, like late career Wilt with the Lakers even. He could play like that style, even though he is the best player out of all of these. It's just, he could do that, and then the 4 could be, maybe he could play at the 4 doing that, I don't know, but no, he shouldn't. But no, definitely the 4 is like the weakest position in basketball history, right? Where it doesn't have that many illustrious names. With all due respect to Tim Duncan, there's like 5 centers you could say that are better than Tim Duncan. So if he goes from being the best at his position, supposedly the power forward, to being like not even top 5 if you move it to the center, because again, you have Wilt, you have Kareem, you have Hakeem, you have Shaq, right? Those 4 at least, and even Shaq and Hakeem you might say are close, but I would still say they're better. But he's certainly not. It doesn't seem as illustrious there, so it's just a weaker position. And then you have a situation where so again, the 3, I'll take Rick Barry because he was so clutch and much better defender and so forth than people realize, but high defensive win shares and all this. He's a grossly underrated player, like ridiculous. You talk about competitive fire, you talk about defense, you talk about winning with an underdog team without big talent, 75. You talk about, like, insane scoring games, 55 in the finals, something like that. You talk about averaging 41 in the finals, which only Jordan did. You talk about, joining late because of the ABA. Like, bro is just, I feel bad for Rick Barry. Like, this guy he's literal, like, GOAT status. Like, you could say he's top 3, top 5 player, and I wouldn't even mind. Like, he's that good. But yet he gets no respect. Way better defender than people realize. Great competitor. Sometimes not the greatest teammate and personality. The media didn't like him. The other players didn't like him. Even on his own team, he was kind of maybe too competitive, where he was considered a bit of a dick, at times. But it doesn't matter. Like, that's the guy. Like, you don't get it. Like, think about some of those things I just said. He has some of the highest defensive win shares ever. He has one of the most impressive non-talented championship teams ever, where he swept the heavy favorite Bullets, right, in the finals. He has some of the highest scoring games, like in the finals, like 55, and he averaged 41 a game in the finals, which only Jordan has done. Like, do I need to go on? Like, look at the names that he's in company with. You don't actually understand what you're talking about, but, whatever. It could be him, it could be, obviously we'll take LeBron, but, like, if I was just going by my top 5, that's actually, like, my top 5 players, basically, where number 1 is Wilt, number 2 is Jordan, number 3 could be Oscar, number 4 could be LeBron, number 5 could be Kareem. So you can't really fit that fully. You could put LeBron at the 4, I guess, but see, I find that kind of stuff weird, but, like, or you could put him at the point. But no, you have Oscar, Magic, or Steph, right? Then you have Jordan, then you have LeBron or Rick Barry, and then you have, like Kareem or Wilt at the 4, Kareem or Wilt at the 5, maybe Hakeem. But again, let's try it from a different angle with the team construction standpoint. Okay, we'll put Curry at the 1 for shooting, right? We'll put Jordan at the 2 for obviously overall scoring, two-way player. We'll put LeBron at the 3, and we'll put Wilt at the 5. So now we're missing the 4. It's hard to fill that in because I want a two-way player who can shoot, right? And I can't figure out who that would be. Right, like, I'd almost be tempted to take a Dirk Nowitzki type of player. And the reason why is because, but see, that's what people say. Oh, just put LeBron at the 4 and put Kobe at the 3. Like, it won't, from a team composition standpoint, it just isn't the right play. Or I did that simulation where the 2 best player duo ever. It was very in-depth, actually. I should have made, like, a video series on this. Guess what the winningest duo was in a simulation that I did very rigorously between Collins players. Again, not accounting for who the other 3 players are. Like, they could be bad, they could be good, it doesn't matter. Like, who's the winningest throughout all circumstances? Whether, again, you have other stars, you have other stars, or you have other nobodies, or you have other, good players, bad players, good defenders, bad defenders, good offensive players, good, whatever. In every hypothetical scenario, compared to every other duo ever, guess who was the winningest duo? It was Klay Thompson and Wilt Chamberlain, and here's why. Because, again, you're not talking about raw talent anymore. You could have Michael Jordan on that team still, or you could have a bunch of bums like Shannon Brown and Eric Snow. It doesn't matter. Why? Because it maximizes their other potential of the other players, whether they're good or not, right? If they're good, they're going to be able to shine. If they're bad, they'll still be able to do the maximum that they could do, which they couldn't do with other players, because they're 2 non-ball dominant players. So think about what they're doing. This is why, right? These 2 players, whether they're with good or bad players, Klay Thompson doesn't need the ball, right? He's not a very ball-dominant player, right? He'll catch and shoot, and he'll score 60 points with, like, 10 touches. The fact that he can do that, and just in a general sense, he's going to score high efficiency and high volume points without needing the ball very much. So that gives more opportunities to your star or your bum, point guard, shooting guard, everybody else. Or, I mean, small forward if he doesn't play it, whatever. So you have more touches for everybody else. So if you have Jordan too, he's going to be able to touch it as much as he wants, and Klay will just knock down shots. And he's a good defender. So think about that. So Klay is a good defender, and he's knocking down shots. without needing the ball at all, right? And then Wilt, when you think about his Lakers days especially, is that, he's going to be getting a lot of blocks. He's a great defender, locks somebody down, doesn't need the ball for that. And then he also, the same thing with Clay. So again, Clay barely needs the ball. He'll just catch and shoot and still put up 20 very efficiently and with very few touches. And Wilt is going to lock down a player, get 25 rebounds, get a ton of block shots, and also get a ton of putbacks. So he'll score like only 15, 20 points, let's say, but he'll shoot like 72%, and he will be very efficient, so he doesn't need the ball also. So you have two players who are putting up like 20 plus points a game, who are playing great defense, who are barely touching the ball, who don't need any plays called for them. They just catch and shoot if everybody else is covered. He just offensive rebounds and gets the points strictly from that. So even without committing anything to them, they're having tremendous impact on the game. Between defense, again, they don't need the ball. Between offense, they barely need the ball, if at all. Offensive rebounds, catch and shoot. And they also need, Wilt can also pass very well if need be. A great defender. He can score more, obviously, if he needs to. So you see how compatible that is, that if you plug it in with almost any lineup, it's not the most talented duo, but you're maximizing that element. So that's a fascinating study. That's more winning than Michael Jordan and Shaq. You know why? Because if you added another Kobe and David Robinson to that, it doesn't work. It doesn't mix quite right on a game in, game out basis because it's too much. You won't have enough balls around for all of them, even if you say the dream team. But the dream team was, again, you're going against lesser competition, and you're also like, you're assuming this is an all-time great team versus an all-time great team, but also like Charles Barkley was the leading scorer and he only averaged like 16 or something. So it did change that dynamic, even as efficient as you might be. Right, it's not like, Jordan's going to score 40 a game, and Kobe's going to score 40 a game, and like it doesn't work like that. So that's why it works so well. You could plug in anybody with this, a ball dominant, hungry player, fine, you'll still be effective. Because Clay can defend, Wilt can defend. Think about the impact that you're having. Again, Clay's going to shoot a lot and score a lot without needing the ball much, and he's going to play really good defense. And then Wilt's going to play really good defense, and he's going to get 25 rebounds, and he's going to, get a bunch of offensive rebounds and score efficiently from that. So all of that is impact that you're having without needing the ball. So whoever those other three players are, they can have the ball as much as they want, and you're still impacting the game a ton. And that's the assumption that you're making. Like, forget about saying that, it's instead of Jordan, but I'm thinking about in addition to Jordan, like, it wouldn't work quite as well the other way around. So, like, I guess by that logic, you could say, like, we'll just take, Jordan and Shaq and then add Wilt and Clay to that, but you can't really do it like that. Like, who is the winningest duo that would fit best with either other all-time great players or bad players or anybody? And that fit is really beautiful because you have the fit of again, you're not touching the ball much, so it's a pretty insightful thing because it shows you the fit, right, more than anything. Like, who's going to complain about Clay efficiently shooting catch and shoot threes? Who's going to complain about Wilt getting offensive rebounds and blocks and just rebounds and everything, playing defense, right? Nobody cares about that, and then you still get so many options outside of it. So let's put Clay at the 3 instead of LeBron, but we could go like Steph, Jordan, LeBron, Wilt, and I can't quite figure out that last slot because, like I said, I want somebody who can play defense and shoot, like at the 4. And so if I was to put LeBron at the 4, then who could I put at the 3? Like, again, people would say like Kobe or something, but you could just do it. LeBron, then Kareem, then Wilt. Like, just do it. And you really can't defend them. It just seems awkward having that much size. That sometimes doesn't work. Same way that I'm saying, too many similar players, but Wilt was actually way more versatile than people realize, but if it was strictly just like the top 5 players that I have, it kind of works out by position. again, Oscar, Michael, LeBron, Kareem, Wilt. That is my top 5, not in that order. But, yeah, that's the only thing that's confusing. Again, I'd low-key be willing to put a player like Dirk at the 4, and then you have Kareem or somebody come off the bench because you don't need that much size, but I can't figure it out because who is a 4 that could shoot and defend, right? If Dirk was a better defender, I'd consider it. I cannot come up with anybody who is a 4 or 5 who actually has some size, who can actually defend and shoot, like shoot threes. Bill Laimbeer, but I mean, that is odd, actually. How come there aren't more defensive players like that? Brook Lopez can kind of shoot the three. I mean, I want an all-time player. So, if you put LeBron at the 4, you can put Bird, or you can put Rick Barry at the 3, but people will disregard position and say, oh, let's just put Kobe, even though, again, I'm not diminishing it, but I think you're not sometimes appreciating the fit of it, right? Who's the best fit? To say that you'd put Kobe and Jordan on the same team and on the same lineup, in the same starting lineup, shows like a total ignorance of the game. It seems good in a raw sense, like, oh, of course, just put the big names together. But if you actually respect the game, you wouldn't do that because it's too much of the same thing, and it just doesn't make sense, right? When you have other all-time great players to choose from, I don't see why you would do that. You know, some people might say, oh, Kevin Durant at the 3 and LeBron at the 4, like that, and then Wilt at the 5, so they could be jacking up shots. That's honestly not a bad thing. I just don't like the lack of defense. I want, like, Curry can't defend, Jordan can defend, LeBron can defend, Wilt can defend, so I want one more defender at least at, like, the 3 or the 4. I wouldn't put Tim Duncan because, again, I'd rather put Kareem, who's way better, or I'd rather put, you know, even Hakeem or somebody else like that. So it's a little bit of a positional confusion, but it doesn't matter because, like, it's a good problem to have, similar to the Kobe thing, but that part's a little confusing. There must be a player like that I'm not thinking of. Who's an all-time, like Joel Embiid, actually, kind of. He is a good defender and he is a good shooter. So I'll put Embiid at the 4, but I don't know. It seems odd, but that's all I'm looking for is, like, Porzingis isn't a bad defender, but all these guys I'm thinking of are, like, you know, old school centers. Hakeem, right? Hakeem, Kareem, Wilt are definitely the 3 that are in there. And then you get into Shaq, right? But you don't need 2 of these same type of players, where you have, like, Shaq at the 5 and Wilt. I mean, that is a nightmare anyway. You can almost do that. Like, Wilt is so versatile that people don't realize, especially for the role that I'm giving him. He could easily play the 4. So you could put Wilt at the 4, Kareem at the 5. People just don't even know who Wilt is, really. And there's so much propaganda that's not even accurate. He only had a couple inch advantage on the league. That wasn't enough to make that big of a difference. He was just skilled. He had a lot more shots than people realize. Way more skilled, way better defender than people realize. Great passer. He was also, you know, just a great athlete. He was very skilled, very smart. He was, he's basically in a situation where he could, I don't know, he was just really good. Okay, let's look at a concept here. Initial base LCD reduction, that because initial-minded people are so easily controlled by a base, superficial process, etc., they can't acknowledge that that's what's happening. So it's like, oh, somebody else just either doesn't get it or isn't good enough at it, projecting, right? It's like, rather than acknowledge, oh, we're being controlled by a process, we'd say, oh, everyone else just doesn't get it, or they're just jealous, or they're just either incapable or some negative quality for them. Right? A good example is stimuli acme specification, like being with one person only in a relationship, where I like saying it like that for a certain reason instead of whatever other terms. But the point is that, right, like, oh, it can't be that, oh, that's a tool of control for society and nothing more, and etc. No, it's that, oh, it's actually meant to be, and if you disagree, then it's the emperor has no clothes fallacy, like, either it's absolute, but then in observable practice you have to struggle to maintain the absolute, the illusion of it, to rationalize specifying it. Otherwise, that wouldn't be the inherent desired suggested tendency. of people broadly, but you would, like, it's a non-accountable false absolute, but then even for anybody who doesn't buy into it, it's not that they could have a different measure, different preference, maybe something, that they prefer that's better, open relationship, etc. Even if you want to make a functional argument and say, okay, it's more practical, easier to control, but that's not what people do. Instead, it's like, oh, if you disagree, then you just don't get it, kind of a thing. Like, if you disagree, you don't get it. Like, oh, or you're just jealous, or oh, you just haven't found true love. So it's not accountable. You can't possibly have. It's impossible to have another position, another preference, right? And any position that exists must be anti, rather than just non, or like other options, different preferences. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. Like, where you're not even saying that, oh, open relationships are better, or you should do them, or whatever, or any other sort of relationship. You're not saying anything. You could just be doing it, but they'll outward insist, right? One of them outward insists and says, oh, there's only one way to do something, one size fits all, which is never a very rational basis. The other one is simply practicing something that they want to do. So on an individual basis, right, they just happen to be doing that, whereas you are outwardly insisting as though it's absolute and sort of forcing it on them, right, and pressuring, social stigmatizing. So the functional basis is clear. Even if you want to say, oh, well, single partner relationships work better than open relationships, again, easier to control by society, etc., or you're kind of looking at people in a lowly way, like that they can't control themselves, whatever, then what you're really doing is you're assuming that everything is like always subject to something, right? Fallacy, permission, like, and zero-sum means is used as the ultimate basis. Like, you can do whatever you want, objectively. It's not even a preference or a claim, right? You're literally, you are physically capable of doing various things. So despite stigma, etc., it's like, well, if you're capable of doing it, then you can just do it. So what's the problem? Like, instead of, again, that doesn't mean, it's like, you're open to all the options of the world. You might be in a single partner relationship, you might be in an open relationship, you might be in some other kind of relationship, you might be in no relationship. So you're open to all the options versus the compelled contrivance criteria of, oh, there's only one size fits all. Now, what's amazing about that is, like, even certain broad disqualifiers, like, oh, what if you're bisexual, right? Then this pokes a hole in certain things, like, oh, you can't be friends with the opposite gender, right? Guys can't be friends with girls. Okay, but what if you're gay? Then you can't be friends with guys either. Like, you see how it falls apart, right, with how farcical that can be. What if you're asexual? Then you're not into anybody, and you're kind of miming certain things and, like, doing it by placebo, by fetish, by effect. I've talked about this in the past. Like, you're sort of simulating it. And there's a strong pre-con, like, oh, you still feel more comfortable doing it with the opposite sex because that's what, whatever fetish or other things might get you off. And it kind of breaks down what a fetish is in a very clear way. Like, there'll be something that gets you off, irrespective of the other person, because you're not attracted to them, but you still do it with the other person just because, right? It's sort of hard to explain. And you supplant that because it's preconceived. It's actually an amazing case example. Somebody who's asexual, right, will likely be still willing to do certain things, right, that they find interesting with somebody of the opposite sex, because that's what society sort of conditions them to do, right, where if they had to choose, like, okay, I still want to do some sort of role play that turns you on in a basic sense, right, something power, fantasy, or otherwise that, again, doesn't have to do so much with being attracted to the other person, but just the inherent basis of it, like giving in to your stimuli, acme, etc., inherent desire to suggest an uninhibited basis. But what it comes down to is the simple fact that you are able to basically appreciate the fetish for the fetish's sake. And so certain things overlap, like a fetish, like pretend you're a guy, right? This is where it opens up the open-mindedness and sort of invalidates a lot of rigid structures in social contrivance. You're a guy, and you like being pegged by your girlfriend. So does that mean you secretly want to be gay or bi, or you want a guy to do that? Or is it just part of the submissive fantasy that you like with women, right? Like it's very broad and open, so it's hard to pigeonhole somebody. You could read into it a lot of different ways, or you could have all kind of different fetishes, right? Like there's sort of an anti-basis, like, oh, because you're straight, it might turn you on to be controlled in a way, right? Like in a fantasy sense, to be made to do something else, like to give a whatever to a guy, like, or vice versa. There's a certain fantasy power play, right? Like we're sort of giving into something that you normally wouldn't do, right? Almost like being converted. So it's very like unclear, and so that's why there's like a rigid thing that people insist upon. Like you have these preconceived notions about something that is not really in the public eye anyway, and so it turns into like a really weird. Like it's a great way to pose it. Go through life, right? And you're asexual, right? And nobody knows, or you don't tell anybody, and then you'll see the projection is insane that happens, right? It'll be simulacra will be assumed in various ways, and then, or even whatever, if you're gay or if you're bi or something. But if you're asexual, it'll be projected, and then also pretend like what you're into is like purely psychological, where you're not into anything physical anyway. So even in those scenarios, people will project and assume that because, oh, that's what their LCD physical state initial basis is. And it's not to say it's above it, but it's like, it's like people can't perceive reality any other way. So they'll project the simula acme in general, and they'll even project a specific way in which it'll manifest like a physical state versus a, let's say it's just creative. So that's like a funny experiment you could almost do with people, like, oh, I would pay you not for some stimuli acme basis, but I'll pay you for some creative role play, like something psychological or otherwise. You might find that people are less willing to do that, less willing to use their brain and do something creative than actually that's a weird fetish, etc., than actually do the base stimuli acme of the physical state, because, that takes less effort, etc. So you see the difference. Like, so it's not like a standard that, that's weird, but I'm willing to show myself in a vulgar way, right? Like, that's at least less vulgar by the same standard, assuming that's a bad thing in the first place, but that would be less revealing, so it shows you it's just about something else. Like, they want to put forward less effort or not think. It's a great way to expose it. Like, oh yeah, look at this girl, she's so fly, whatever, and I want her to do some psychological role play where she hypnotizes me to do something for her, like do her groceries, buy her groceries for her, and it's like in a really creative, extrapolated way, and psychological, intelligence is the basis and nothing sexual. So suppose you wanted that, there's projection on both sides, or, like, oh no, that's weird, that's a weird fetish. Also, I'll show you my whatever, pics and stuff, so that's not weird or that's not bad. So you see what the standard is almost as one that lacks creativity, thought, or anything like that. And then beyond that, you have projection the other way that, like, this person's a loser, like they can't, pursue sex in the traditional way, so that, they're doing something else, like they're simping, but I think what people really fail to realize with that is, well, first of all, society does that in an overextended sense, like, you get married and now your finances are split down the middle, and a big part of relationships is the financial dynamic anyway, right, buying them gifts and etc. So never mind that's a bit of a simping prospect too, potentially. But even beyond that, some, people don't realize that's the fetish for some people. That's the enjoyment. Like somebody who's married and has sex with their wife all the time, whether it's not fulfilling enough or whether they're seeking something else, but then they still like to spoil some other girl and buy them gifts and stuff, and they get satisfaction out of that. So you see the difference. It's like, it's not about that, right? It's a different measure, the fetish is. That's what people don't get. You might think, if you're fulfilled, but there's certain role play, certain fantasy, certain variety of different people. There's a lot of different things that come into it where it's not just simply about this with respect to the it's not about just that. So it's interesting how you can project a lot of those things. That's the assumption of a lot of things that people have. So they'll project, and that reflects pre-con RBO protocol that you can obviously see is indoctrinated and controlled by in a broad basis. So one of the great challenges of anything is always like the lowest common denominator, like whether, you know, something's useful in a functional contrivance state. I always say objectivity isn't useful, and it's also like most things are done to reinforce. That's why objectivity is also so hard for people to understand, because no, it's not just a base reinforcement of your state, because it's so broad that it covers a lot of things that may contradict your state. They may, you know, have nothing to do with it, invalidate it, typically remove the need. So it's not trying to reinforce, it's trying to actually objectively show what it is, and then you decide from there. So a lot of things are just done as a default non-choice reaction insistence, right? Like there's certain standards like that that are right for opposite interpretation, where you could say, you know, oh, you should be positive and happy. Also, you're thrust into a non-choice reaction state, so maybe the state that you're in you shouldn't be happy with and you shouldn't be positive about, because maybe it's not a good state of being, and by being happy and positive you're reinforcing it and maintaining it, whereas if you weren't happy, you might change it and improve it. So you see how that can actually hurt you, that you shouldn't need undue positive emphasis if it's actually a decent positive state by whatever standard criteria you're using. It would speak for itself in that way. I've caught like every fucking red light on this route today. So I was watching something, I only watched like one video earlier, but I was talking about like the sports angle, and I was in the mood lately for like a root beer float. So I had one from Sonic the other day. That was pretty good. I had one here now from Dairy Queen earlier today, and then I also got ice cream the other day and a root beer that I was trying to make my own, but I probably shouldn't be having this much of it. I just suddenly had an urge for it, like a, you know, like ice cream float type of, it doesn't have to just be root beer, but you know, root beer and vanilla ice cream is a good thing. Something light like that. But yeah, the longevity process comes in. There's so many things that, see, like think about how would you turn this into something. You could write it out just as a basic work, right? You could do that, or I'd rather post it in YouTube videos like this. It's a certain laziness, but I also don't like dealing with certain established structures. But you have this, and then you have the ability to like, you could like supplant it in a fictional basis. Like, okay, let's create a character, and let's just make it in such a way that, you know, we somehow put it in a fictional universe, so reducing it to a lowest common denominator. But then with something like this, especially, that would defeat the purpose of it, assuming there even is a purpose, because again, it's not useful to reinforce your state. It might make you question it a little bit, but in that case, it's just meant to distract you, right? It's not really going to change your perception or do anything. It's just going to reinforce the fact that you are able to do this. Right, like, it won't change your life or change your perspective as much as it'll distract you from your life and try to reinforce whatever reactionary state you're in, is how folly favoritism is treated. So any sort of meaning that's supposedly in there is lost, because you'd rather just be more direct then, and even then it's sort of lost on people. So everything comes from like a reactionary empirical state. So you might think, well, you might have some, you know, objective logical razors, but oh, they don't apply, or it still comes down to the same thing with how we live. But at least being aware of that would perhaps make you change the process. For example, you decide to not preserve the stimuli acme because you don't vouch for the contrivance state. That would be one way to deal with it, or it puts pressure on you to then preserve the state. There's also the inherent SUI aspect that I won't talk about too much. Something bizarre keeps happening with my followers on Kick too. It's like, I was at like 29, and then now I'm at 16. So it must be all bots or whatever, but I don't really get it. It was on a good track for a while though. I hadn't streamed in like a couple weeks. Like, is that why? But I don't think so, because they're bots. You can even see it too, because you'll see a list of like your past recent followers, and I look and it shows their last message, and it's like them saying, message me on Discord, or, you know, here's how you get more viewers and shit. And they'll say stuff that's not even logical, like, oh, I love the gameplay. It's like, I'm not playing any game though, unless it was the one where I was playing chess, but it wasn't. Like, you know, I'm not playing games here, I'm not showing any. I love the graphics. Like, what graphics? The fucking channel art that I have? So, yeah, I pretty much caught up. I haven't been uploading as much because I don't have I haven't been doing these sessions as much lately, and so now I feel like it's okay because you get to but no, that's the marked sort of half-mast state where like it's a startling lack of value that people have for themselves and their life and their time and everything, and it's all reduced to structure. So it turns into a pretense of value for something else, but the dependent overextended pretense basis of value defining is still zero-sum mean stimuli acme typically, and so it turns from that into a realization that you pretend in a certain way, but then you also don't truly value it. And the reason why is because, whatever. Let's look at certain tendencies like love or lust comes as even a surprise to the person doing it. Like, oh, I just did it, and then we ended up pregnant, and whatever. It's just moments of passion. The only reason why it's like that is because of the constant inhibition that you face and the lack of peace that you have with your inherent nature and state. So what you're basically saying is you're not in control of your own, your own tendency, inherent desire, suggested, etc. So you're saying you don't have self-control, self-awareness, you're not at peace with your own nature, you're not aware of the nature of the process, any of that. And so now you're surprised even yourself, and then you use that as an excuse, like, oh, look, I have a kid, therefore I use that to justify or rationalize certain things in life, which is a big incentive behind it. Make no mistake, people are not so deliberate as to, disregard the value of human life for no reason at all, right, and the severity that it is to preserve the stimuli acme. They do it for selfish reasons. They get certain benefit from the government, or they get to use it as a prop for certain things, or again, they just lack self-control, or they need some sort of overcompensation. And the reasons for doing that are purely selfish and to preserve the stimuli acme as an overextended way. So now, I love that interpretation though. It came as a surprise even to me, and look at all I had to sacrifice, and look at how we got married because of it. Like, so you're basically saying you have no self-control over your own life, no idea what you're doing, no plan, no measure, no self-awareness, right? It's not criticizing what you're doing. Have as many kids as you want, but then don't complain about it, don't use it as an excuse, don't take pride in it. Like, all of that is unnecessary for anything. Like, you chose to do it. If it's worth doing, then do it. It's a zero-sum process. Like, it's your choice, result of your actions. Like, you don't have to do that if you don't want. Where, you're not able to be aware of your own nature tendency. You're not able to, be at peace with it. You're not aware of the nature of a process that you're a part of. It's all just like mindless reactionary. So the same things that people would say or insist, like they'll end up doing anyway. Like, oh no, I wouldn't just do that. And then they end up doing it. Or it's like this weird embracing of that. You see this all the time with people at a young age, especially, like, oh, we just got to have fun and don't think too deeply about it. And then, oh, you end up pregnant at 16 or whatever. And then you end up regretting it and it ruins your whole life. It's like, oh yeah, let's not think and have fun. Like, again, I'm not saying it. Do whatever you want, right? The inherent, absolutist tendency. But there is accountability and consistency. Like, you have the ability to think. So by choosing not to think and then ending up in a situation like that, then don't complain about it. Like, no, you have to deal with it in terms of this. Where you have, you have to deal with it. Like, just put up with the fact that, okay, you had kids. Like, I love that. It's like a sympathy factor. It's like an excuse. There's an entitlement that goes with it. Like, oh, look at me, I have a kid. So who cares if you have a kid? Like, you chose to have it. If you didn't choose to have it, that's where one of my RP quotes come from. Like, at least the Americans have the decency to abort their children, right? It's sort of one of those things that, oh yeah, an absolutist would be okay with that in pretense, not in practice, but people can't handle it, so they do it like that. Like, people can't handle their own tendencies, so until people show that they're capable of self-governance, etc., you have to have these things as a pretense and a prop. So it's a very nuanced perspective. Like, it might seem, oh, it's anarchy, and you're saying that government shouldn't exist. But in the absolutist principle, people would be capable of self-governance, and until they get to that point, you would need this as a placeholder. So it's the same thing with respect to the abortion. Abortion ideally in a perfect world wouldn't happen, wouldn't be necessary. You would have adoption, you would just have responsible choice, take responsibility for your actions, or remove the need, use protection, don't have sex even, whatever. Be consistent, deliberate, self-aware of your own practice, measure, etc. But the problem is that in doing that, you realize that I almost want to do something weird, where I record myself sort of acting certain things out, and maybe I'll wear a mask while doing it. I don't know. I have some urge to do something weird like that, because sometimes I get into these things, some of my terms that I could explain in a certain way, or extrapolate in some creative way. Okay, let's look at 3 concepts here. The initial perspective reactionary basis, the absolutist sort of contempt for physical mundane function, and the sort of the holding in gesture a higher measure, even if not one isn't present, or then there isn't one, therefore not justifying restrictive restraints, especially in outward insistence. So pretend you're singing a song or you're doing something folly, favoritism, entertainment. It would seem okay to you because you're familiar with it, and it would seem okay maybe to people around you because they know what you're doing or whatever, some social contrivance. But it might seem ridiculous to someone who's not familiar, just like most of what you do is like that. So in other words, it's not operating on an actual standard to say, I'm kind of short of breath, but it's not operating on an actual standard to say that it's not operating under a standard to say that you're doing that, that it's actually a standard of value. It is a case where it's a case where it only seems valuable because it's you and familiarity and precon. So by that arbitrary basis, it could be anything. Oh, you're not familiar with that song, so that's arbitrary, and you would ridicule it, but you are familiar. So in other words, you're not using an actual standard. There is maybe some collective Darwinism pretense, because it's been exposed and is mainstream, that makes it okay. Right, so there's some arbitrary notion with that. So just imagine, some tradition, some folly, favoritism, some form of practice there that you're unfamiliar with would be ridiculed, even if it has more of a sound process, maybe even function behind it, would be ridiculed for unfamiliarity alone, whereas something that's pure folly, arbitrary, just because you're exposed to it, familiar with it, now that's normal. So the point is, no standard is being used in either case. It's just the non-base of self defining all of reality, which you're only familiar with the 0.001% of. It's ignorance insistence, you're insisting upon your own myopic perspective and preconceived notion, in your unwillingness to be puzzled, which might be normal to a degree, but it's the insistence that's the question. You only know a fraction of all that is, but then you insist upon it so indignantly and ridicule everything else outside of it, when in reality that standard makes no sense, because so you're insisting upon 0.0001% of something based on that reason alone, just your familiarity, rather than realizing, well, that's not a very strong basis compared to everything else in existence. So that's number one. Number two, absolutist contempt for physical function, or the glorification of it in another way. If you were to say that you have this desire for physical function, then what it leads to is the fact that, let's look at a different concept here, actually, censoring reality, certain body parts and the stimuli acme. Why is that done? Because, people can't control themselves, or because it reveals the inherent state that, because it's weird. Like, how did people deal with that throughout history then? When they had less clothing or, in a hypothetical nudist colony or something like that, it wouldn't be the only thing on their mind, or they'd be sort of free and uninhibited in a way, even if at times to a negative extent. But it's like there wouldn't be any inhibition, so it wouldn't be obsessed over as much. That's the whole irony of it, right? Cavemen and women who maybe wore less clothing, very little clothing, would be less obsessed with sex than you are today, even if you want to say some lack of consent issue with whatever. How do you define consent in that circumstance? Even, right? Like, oh, a caveman's really nice and brings the cave woman some food, and then, there's no language, there's no take her to a nice restaurant. There are no restaurants. So you see how a lot of those things are constructs anyway. But to whatever extent you can define it, communicating that they are okay with it or whatever. If they're trying to fight you, obviously you stop. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to look at it from the caveman's perspective. There's obviously a level of communication that can happen, but it doesn't apply to our perspective. But beyond that, you have the idea that you see how reality has to be censored in a way. Like, oh, you can't see certain body parts. Like, why not? Everybody has them. It's not a big deal. And people's obsession and fixation, like, pretend everybody, the world's a nudist colony, and just, it doesn't matter then, right? It gets de-emphasized because, well, it's just there, so now you get used to it, and you pick your points to try to do that. But now you're seeing a person as a person, and, like, okay, sometimes you'll think about them that way, but it's like a lack of self-control, or again, it's like repression leads to obsession. That's one of my phrases. But yeah, let's get back to the absolutist contempt for physical function, like it's glorified just for that reason alone, but just to inspire doing it. But it's the sort of thing that would be considered lowly or lesser, or it's only done because it has to be done, but then some people attach like some greater meaning to it, even though it's zero-sum. So a good example is like technology makes it easier, but then, you condemn it. Like, well, then do it the old way if you want. If its physical function is really gratifying, then make it harder for yourself just to achieve the same zero-sum end, right? And then finally, the holding in trust some absolute sense of value, you would say, well, even if it isn't clear what it is, you would absolutists would always be in a hurry or always doing everything as efficiently as possible, remove the need, and then therefore now you can, consider that sense of purpose, whatever it might be. It might be a passion that you actually have, or it might be some existential undertone, but it wouldn't be like this, where you have physical function like, you would always realize, okay, it's a zero-sum process, so let's just do it. And then, it's like when efficiency is taken as rudeness or something, speed and etc. Like, so it's this half-mast standard that doesn't know what it's actually about. Like, oh, this process is worth doing, but if you do it too efficiently, that's bad. If you do it too quickly, that's bad. If you do it slowly, that's bad. If you do it, somewhere in the middle, so you have to pretend like you value it, you sort of value it, but you can't fully value it, right? There's some inconsistency there. So you would be very clear with your measure. Like, either it has value and then just do it. Otherwise, it doesn't have value. It shouldn't be like, oh, it sort of has value, but you're placing undue emphasis, social contrivance for the same purpose. And it's a good case example, too, of unconditional/non, where that can expose so many things, or the preconceptions or projections, again, reduce the structure. So it's where the human function almost acknowledges their state, right, but embraces it or insists upon it, or again, censors reality to suit it, which shows you the arbitrary nature. Like, if you, under just the right circumstances, you can make anything seem right. A regime argument like, well, China can be productive, but that doesn't mean that every standard to do with it is good or correct. And so it's a situation where you would do, like, all the assumptions, preconceptions go in. So it's like thinking is negative, and any sort of thought or consideration or objectivity is a bad thing. So everything has to be unwillingness to be puzzled and jump to conclusions easily, just, with as minimal thought as possible. So that's the structure of society, is let's try to subvert thought as much as possible. We'll rely on preconceived notions, right, that we bring in based on age, identity, gender, preconceived notions. then will rely on first appearances, impressions, performative aspects, initial basis, LCD. Again, all of this which isn't even credible. Forget about like, oh, you shouldn't judge people. It's not about that. It's like, it's not even necessarily credible or accurate, right? That you could be wrong a lot of the time. It's not an accurate basis. So just on that reason alone, but you rely on preconceived notions, and you rely on one other thing, which is, again, appearances, performative aspects, and even reduction to structure, like you're in a certain environment, so that you'll assume certain things based on that. Right, so you can always play with people's expectations, and it's kind of like, it shows you what it is. It's a zero-sum process that doesn't acknowledge that it's zero-sum, that places undue emphasis constantly, that censors reality, that has to do all of this to make itself seem worthwhile. And in the process of doing that, it's also a case where, you censor reality and you have certain preconceived notions, etc. So if the base state would be, okay, we're just doing a zero-sum process, so you wouldn't have any of that artifice to go along with it, but then you do, and then you don't acknowledge one way or the other what is being valued. So again, that's a half-mass state where there's a great amount of contradiction and inconsistency within it. Let's look at a few topics here to do with like the certain fiction tips, right? Like everything should happen for a reason. This is like one of my expressions about fiction, right? Everything should happen for a reason in a story, but the audience shouldn't necessarily know that or know it right away, and they can discover it or infer it. So that's the quote, like, everything in a good story, everything should happen for a reason, but the audience shouldn't know what that reason is. So then they can interpret and figure it out. So it shows you that you have a plan. There's some game theory. Things don't just happen at random just because. But it might not always be obvious to them. And again, they pay attention. They put together some clues. They infer it, right? So it might be obvious in retrospect, like, okay, well, we know that was your intention with writing it. But do you want them to come to it themselves or infer it or come up with theories and be intrigued, right? And then a portrayal is not an endorsement. That's one of my favorite quotes that I have is, I can't remember when I first said it. It was in the 2013 debate format, but it's like, so if I write a story about an evil character, even if they are the main character, even if they end up winning, right, it still doesn't mean that, like if I make a movie about Genghis Khan, right, he ultimately wins in the sense that, like, he does what he wants to do, he takes over much of the known world. That doesn't mean I'm vouching for it. I'm just portraying, in that case, a real figure, right, a real person. But even if it was fictional, it's like, okay, you should be allowed to tell that kind of story, and then people can interpret for themselves, what to make of it. Maybe there's lessons to be learned from, this is how evil could triumph, so we can, you can't supplant that, right? Like, I can make a story about just evil characters doing evil things, and that's it. And people might say, oh, but it has no redeeming quality, but, like, who are you to say that, right? You might find some value in it. You might, again, I'm not saying that means it's perfect or it's good. I just mean, like, it's legitimate to do that, and then what you do from there, what you interpret, or what other quality is in there. Like, what if I made a really robust thing? Like, this is what slasher movies or thrillers sometimes are. They don't have, like, a deeper meaning sometimes. It's like, oh, the killer's trying to kill everybody, and the heroes are trying to stop them, and that's it. Like, that's the whole thing. And just, it can be done artfully or not so artfully with, like, the techniques that go into it, but, like, the story is just that. Just a bunch of generic one-dimensional characters getting chased by somebody who's trying to cut them in half and make them even less dimensional than that. But yeah, that's a good thing. So, and then I wanted to just leave on record as an idea, not that I listened back to these really, but I wanted to react to some of these second date updates. Like, I'll do a challenge, like, watch them until I laugh. It's like Brooke and Jubal. Some of them seem fake, and I don't know how they could have so many of these, but there's that one clown always laughing in the background. But yeah, Brooke and Jubal second date updates. Try to watch them until I laugh. They're pretty entertaining, but, whatever. I'm pretty good about not laughing. The Larry David Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is my most viewed video on this channel, actually is hilarious because, like, it wasn't a funny episode at all. And then that guy gets me at the end with what seems to be dark humor, or I don't know what it was. And I just lost it at that point, towards the end of the episode, or whatever, the special. They're in the car talking about Molly Shannon or whatever, and how she suffocated somebody, or like the sex caused his heart to explode against some old guy, and it was the guy's delivery and whatever deadpan quality to it, like, that got me to laugh, so then I had to stop watching. But, yeah, like, so I tend to do pretty good at challenges like that is the point. But I've done that with a couple things like The Big Bang Theory. I did watching until an episode fails to make me laugh, and so Sheldon got a laugh out of me like in episode 1, and then episode 2 there was no laugh. So, you know, his delivery is actually so good. It's one of those things you take for granted from a distance, but it's actually really, really good. This is the way he talks, his whole vibe. The problem, I think, with the story for me, though, is like, you have the one girl next door who's kind of dumb, right? And Penny, at least how they portray her at the beginning there. So that's fine. That's a cliche, typical thing, right? Like Candy in 2.5 Men or whatever. So you have like a ditzy girl next door type character, and then you have the nerd in Sheldon. The problem is that it's not the nerd in Sheldon and then a bunch of other characters. It's the nerd in Sheldon and the nerd in Leonard and the nerd in the other guy who's like, seems to be into music, and the nerd, like, they're all nerds. So when they're all nerds, it doesn't do anything. I mean, Howard, maybe Howard's not as much of a nerd, but he kind of was. Like, so Howard's a nerd and Raj is a nerd, and like, so then it becomes a one trick. You need some contrast, right? I would have made one of them like a bodybuilder or something, or like a more, you know, dumb friend who's good at physical labor. So, oh, you got to go mow the lawn for us today. You got to go do something for us today. You little meathead, you that we love. So there'd be another contrast type of character like that, who's like good looking and Penny has a crush on him. Or I would have just, you need more contrast type of characters. I guess the contrast might come from the experiences that they have, like, just, you know, like everything that you're doing together, like whatever, you go out and deal with other people and deal with the world in your little nerd brigade. But yeah, like ranking from most nerdy to least nerdy, like Sheldon would be number 1. Leonard actually doesn't seem too bad sometimes. Leonard. Wait, who is? What is his name again? I already forgot. Sheldon. I was almost trying to say Shelby and Leonard, because I'm thinking of Leonard Shelby, who is not, if I'm not mistaken. Is it the origami? Oh wow, I'm spoiling it. Is it Leonard Shelby? I can't remember. Leonard Shelby from Heavy Rain, whatever. But my point is that, yeah, like Sheldon seems the nerdiest, then maybe Raj because he's like awkward with girls, and then maybe Leonard because he's a little more tactful but still weird, and then Howard actually seemed pretty cool, comparative, relative to the rest of them. And then, anytime you take anything too far, right, it becomes defining, like the same kind of things you could be into. But it's, what I'm surprised by, even in real life with people, like, they don't have self-awareness. It's one thing, okay, you're into this or that, right? Like, you're into, let's say you're really into anime or something. It doesn't mean you have to bring it up like on a first date or when you're first meeting somebody. That's the difference. You might not find anything wrong with it, but you could have the self-awareness to at least say that, you know that other people might not be into it, or, take it in stride. Although at the same time, you could say you should be more genuine and honest, and you shouldn't have to hide that. That, if you're really authentic, you should be able to be, that's maybe a good test for a first date sort of thing. Just be as genuine as possible, and if they don't like it, then forget it. You shouldn't have to dress it up. And I have an expression with this, like, artifice doesn't last. So the harder you have to try at the beginning means the more likely it is to end abruptly or early, or the more likely it won't last. Because, if you try so hard at the beginning and woo them and spoil them and overdo it, right, then that means that's not real. And if that's what it took, then there is a certain familiarity fallacy, like, oh, well, now they're used to you, so they sound a Stockholm Syndrome kind of similarity, nearness postulate. But because you do that at the beginning, the problem is that it won't be maintained, so sometimes it's a bad precedent to set. It should be more basic. But no, that was the issue with those first episodes, is like he goes and reads the letter and it's all nerdy, and it's like that she... he's a nerd and everything he's saying is nerdy. And it's like, it started to grate on my nerves because, again, I don't mind that as the premise or subject matter, that's fine. But that's the only joke. The show has one joke, that, they're nerds. And even the fact that, she's a contrast to them being nerds is fine. But, like, they're nerds, they say nerdy things, they do nerdy things. Like, we get it. Within 2 episodes, I was already kind of tired of that. So I'm sure they introduced some other good elements, but... Okay, so today I might do that format I was talking about. Like, I'll watch the Brook and Jubal, probably fake, but the second date updates, right? Maybe until I laugh. And there's a lot of them. It just seems like there's too many, and the people are too responsive, and it's too perfect and too funny all the time. Like, where it would just be more boring. A lot of people would just hang up, which I guess maybe they wouldn't upload those, but it just seems a little bit too perfect at times. And then the other aspect of it is the fact that let's look at one concept here that, being aware of a nature, like human nature throughout history, or even just general observable practice. You might think, like having a negative, low opinion of people is a bad thing, but you could just look objectively at history, and, there's a lot of romanticization, so you could just shut that down and look at it more objectively and truthfully. Like, these are all the things that people have done throughout history. People will enslave one another, they'll kill one another, they'll do everything imaginable, right, to one another, which is the whole reason why we have laws, etc. So I don't get the whole romanticization of people. Like, you want to believe they are a certain way, but then you have to actively make them a certain way by force, by indoctrination, by extreme, repetition, social conditioning. Look at social contrivance as nothing more than a tool of reinforcing that, like reinforcing certain desired behaviors and achieving zero-sum personal interest like stimuli acme or zero-sum means. That's all it is. And yet it's extrapolated to such an extreme degree, which is where all supposed conflicts or everything comes from, is just that, you're insisting upon your self-interest through overextended collective contrivance. They're insisting upon theirs, so they're kind of butt heads, and, always this self-created conflict of contrivance that you're continuing on, which you might think, well, that's to be expected, but, it can't be perfect with no conflict, but that's not the point. The point is that if you decide to you're actively creating it, so you can at least acknowledge the nature of it. Like, you're seeing the nature of it, but you're still pretending it's something else at the same time. So it's actively self-created. Like, people are idyllic and perfect and this and that, and this is meant to be collective contrivance state is valued, and it's absolute or inherent. But then you struggle against it constantly and complain about it constantly, right? And you have this conflict of contrivance, so you're treating it as an absolute, but then you're constantly struggling with the fact that it's not an absolute, or to maintain that illusion of it being absolute. And then you have a situation where you have the conflict of contrivance, and it's self-created, and you're sort of aware by necessity, or here's always a good way to test the contrivance state, is like to do something truly unconditional that would otherwise be valued. So, like, you do something when it's not tied to dependent, overextended, pretense, zero-sum means, stimuli acme, and now all of a sudden it's not valued, right? It's either one of those things is projected, like, there must be something that you want, or it's taken as a negative then. So it's like, it's just a matter of initial versus perception. Like, the secret to making a process like contrivance work is just, don't think about it. Just don't think about it and actively reinforce it and undermine and distract from it and overcompensate, right? All this that you have to put into to maintain something that's clearly artificial but also inconsistent and lacking in credibility, certainly to outwardly insist itself. And then also, the fixation on the form. But let's look at something here that is pretty telling. It's the fact that like long form objectivity could invalidate everything, and let me think what else. Like, a lot of my terms are like so, directly, sort of self-explanatory in the sense that, or like the logical razors in short form. So that's to appeal to this a little more, like, or just to make it easier to understand, right? Like, named for function is the absolutist concept, which itself is named for function too. Like, it explains what it is. So sometimes people get lost on this jargon of technical names and stuff that, like the stimuli acme, I'm sure would be a favorite of that. It just sounds a little bit arcane, so then people would focus on that rather than the meaning behind it. So you have a situation where, again, you can look at human history and tendency and see, like, all things that you could possibly imagine a person doing have already been done, or those same tendencies have been exhibited. So it shouldn't surprise you if a human being does any of those things, no matter how good or how horrible. Now it just comes down to, again, how they do that within the reduction to structure, like how they counteract the rigid inhibiting structure that is around them. So if you truly wanted some outcome, you could easily just get rid of that, collectively choose it, or even individually, right? Minimalism. That's almost a form of content I should do. I'll do like some sort of webcam thing in the wild and be like, okay, let's see how we can start a minimalistic thing. But again, think about the ways you'd have to count through. Objective, understand the nature of the process. How many ways would you be stopped from doing that? It's like, okay, you were born, raised into contrivance, non-consensual, you didn't choose it, you didn't vouch for it, whatever. But then you want to, okay, let's give up the benefits, supposedly, of the contrivance, state, machination, process, overextension, right? Sacrifice that so that, okay, you can be a minimalist. The point with that is now, okay, you'll live off the land and in the wild, and you can find like an Amish community or a commune or something, fair enough. But I like how the word commune has like a negative connotation to it too. Like, it could just be a, like a cultish thing, ironic, because society itself is a cult, right? It, in so many ways, it has these ritualistic tendencies, like restricts you in every single way imaginable, inhibited, and then you're supposed to earn the right to do what little is left, or be grateful for it, or overcompensate, and do it in like a ritualistic particular way, right? It sort of shows you a indignant insistence that you can control people easiest through their own ego, that like, oh, it's not that we're doing this process because it's easier to control us and we're reduced to a structure, non-choice reaction, insistence. It's that, oh, we actually take pride in the form of it, right? What few choices are left, right? Choosing between what's chosen for you, basically. Illusion of choice, but also, look how good I am at contriving. Kind of take pride in it. Look at my skills at contriving. That, and look at this person, they're not as good at contriving as me. This is even though objectively adverse process, finite to everyone, certainly not a self-defined measure, not self-actualizing, like all of this that you realize. So now it comes down to the fact that you could go step by step, right? And let's observe the nature. I love that. And I could always voice it over too. So I'll get one of those like hidden camera things, right? Get a hidden camera that you can put in like a button or something. I wanted one that I could wear on my shirt, but most of them are pretty obvious, like a pen. I don't want a pen, right? I want it to just be like on my shirt in a way that you can't see. So you have to get like a button shirt, right? And then it's in the button, and it's like, so that way you record it, and then you can like do a voiceover of it later, or just, I guess I could even talk and record at the time, but like, so it's like everything you're doing, just whatever, randomly, right? So we go out and we try to figure out, okay, we're going to try to be a minimalist, and so I reject all the benefits of society. I'll go out there even naked, but oh wait, then somebody from society outwardly insists and says, oh my goodness, this person's naked, let's call the cops. So, okay, see how that folds on itself? Like, oh, but you're wearing the clothes that you got from society. They were made in a factory somewhere. Like, fine, I'll make my own clothes, right, in the wild. And it's like, it's just like you're starting off with not only that unfair advantage that contrivance has, but the outward insistence. Like, okay, where do I go? There's certain other countries besides the U.S. would be better suited because, well, it's a double-edged sword, because you might just disappear and, whatever. But, you might not feel as protected, but you also feel more free. Like you could be, like go out in the Amazonian jungle, and you very well might be able to do that, but you also might just get killed by other, whatever. Go to Antarctica, but then there won't be enough to live off. So there are places that you could go to that are like relatively obscure, right? But that would be, you have to go to such lengths. Like you can't just do it. So there'll be outward insistence. Like, okay, you're out in the wild, you're living in a minimalistic way, and it's like, and it's also like a monopoly basis. Like I love this. Society will take monopoly over every desirable place that's safe to live, and so whatever's left is the worst. Like, oh yeah, go live in the desert that we don't take claim over, or go live, and where all the wild animals congregate now because we've killed all of them where our cities would be and built cities there. So now it's like, oh yeah, go take what little scraps are left, and even there we'll still fight you for it and outward insist. So I love that sort of lack of awareness. Well, if you don't like, the contrivance state, then go live outside of it. Also, right, when you do, because you might think, oh, there's some sort of entitlement, but it's like the world would just be there, and okay, go pick berries, and it could be Darwinism, and people, fight and kill each other for it. That's fine, but at least that would be a more natural, inherent process, right? Like, there's an expression, absolutist, that I have like this, where it's, I'd rather die in that inherent state than to live less than a life, live half of a life, the half-mass prognostication, right? I'd rather die in my inherent state than live half a life in a contrived one, right? Live as a human being, inherent man, instead of live, a half-life as a human function, reactionary contrivance response produced. So even all the machination over compensation is nothing more than the means to the end, right? It's largely necessary because of the number of people. So again, you try to do that, but you'll be stopped every step of the way. And, it's sort of a minimalistic principle too. Like, oh, well, then why are you dressed, if you don't vouch for the contrivance state or nudist colony mindset or anything like that, why don't you go around naked? But you're doing it to appeal to other people, right? So it's a false vouching. Like, society will pressure and force you to do certain things, and then when you do them, it uses that to validate itself. See, you're doing that too. That means it's right, or that means you vouch for it, or how can you criticize it if you're doing it? Okay, fine then. I'll go around, naked. Oh, but then society will stigmatize and punish and attack you for it. So you see how society is intolerant, so it forces certain behaviors, and then it'll use that to validate those behaviors. Right, so it's a circular logic. There's no sense to it, right? If I walk up to a microphone at a debate and argue for the merits of objectivity or minimalism and a nudist colony, etc., even just in a hypothetical sense, not even outwardly insisting, saying that they should do it, but just the base inherent merit of potentially doing it, then what would you do? Oh, you'd be kicked off stage. You can't be naked, or oh, you'd be ridiculed, or that's all people would focus on, like. So you're doing it to appease them and appeal to them, not that you have to vouch for it in any way, which in some ways you could say that's contradictory, like then don't be a part of it, but you see how overextended it is. It's very difficult to do any of these things. You can do some of them sort of halfway, like, okay, you farm and self-sufficient kind of stuff, but it sort of misses the point, right? A lot of these things are personalized, but, like you're created by a process of the machination process that inhibits you in every way, and then what little is left, society will inhibit you in every way and then take issue with how you react to that inhibition. Like, how dare you, not do fallacy perm and earn the right to do what inherently you could do, what little is left that we're allowing you to do, or, even like, take issue with the way that you do what little is left. And then even beyond that, it's like a lot of this is more social structure than government basis too, but they kind of overlap a lot. But the point is that you're left with the fact that, like, initial minded, they're not aware of something, so therefore it doesn't exist, or whatever, right? You have to, like, spell everything out on the initial level, LCD. But also it's the fact that you have you have the fact that I don't know, it's the fact that what little is left, and then it's like, you're ready to take issue with that. So from the inherent base state, very little is left, it's limited, and then you have very little freedom to exist outside of that, so I don't know, it's just very odd, right? The perception behind it is unqualified. Like, to personalize it is missing the point. Like, oh, you've been inhibited your whole life in major ways, right? You can't go anywhere, do anything without, like society's permission, and you have to be, living in this kind of thing. Like, you might think, oh, you benefit from it, but imagine if you don't, right? And some people don't, obviously, or as much. Okay, so now you're going to be restricted, but you're also don't have any benefit in return. So it's like, what's the point of the process if you don't get, like, okay, you're inhibited in every way, and then, oh no, but you get the machination process technology in return. But that's the trade-off, you would assume, like some collective contrivance, some collective benefit. So you get technology, machination process, etc. for convenience. That better be the trade-off if you're being inhibited in every way otherwise. So, like, now you say, oh, whatever would you do? This is one of my expressions. Whatever would you do without that technology, right? But that you rely on so much. But whatever would you have done all this time, or in general, even inherently, without the inhibitions of it, right? Then, the world would be yours for the taking. All the, and sure, other people would compete potentially for you, but this is like an empirical sense, right? Where it's not like, one competing with one, or even tribe competing with tribe. It's like such a massive scale that you can't, it's so overextended that you almost take it for granted that that's not the form of what's happening. But, like when contrivance response or something is set in stone so much, then we stop. You sort of mistake it, right? There's like the false inherent contrivance response process of like, this is just how things naturally are, or how people naturally are, just because they're so well established, or they've been that way for so long that you begin to take them for granted. But also beyond that, you have a simple realization that you were in a position to... It's very hard sometimes to keep a train of thought while doing this. Just the fact that you are restricted in every way. So what would you do without the inhibitions of society too? Right, you'd be free. Okay, just go pick berries. Just go do this. Just go do that. Go, hunt animals and live off that, and figure it out. Again, you might live a lot shorter lifespan. There'll be disadvantages, but throughout human history, we've seen the same lifestyle. Or some people are still minimalistic today, but you would at least have those options. You wouldn't be inhibited in so many different ways that, like, you can't do anything besides this limited amount that we tell you to. But then all of a sudden, right? But then you can't do it yourself. Like, okay, fine, I don't want the benefits of society, but but then society controls the means of production. You can't make your own clothing. You can't make your own this or that. You can't go and live off the land. You can't, because we control all that. We own all that. You have to, go buy it yourself. But then it's, and you have to adhere to the contrivance state in the process. So you're not seeing that big picture of, you're restricting every area, but then you're saying, why don't you just go do it yourself? While stopping people from doing it themselves, and any attempt is squashed. So, like, you're not really being very, logical with doing that. Okay, so here I'll do that where I do reacting to Brooke and Jubal second date updates until I laugh. So, either each one, or I guess I won't laugh that much, but if I laugh once overall, I'll just stop watching them all together as a format. So this one is hard to sort of explain. It's the 21st, Saturday, February 21st, 2025, and this one was uploaded 22 hours ago from then. It's like noon Eastern Standard Time. Like, I don't know how you'd really... So it probably was uploaded, obviously yesterday, but it's a situation where whatever, like, these are probably fake. Like, I've listened to a few of them, and it's like, they do this, it's a radio show, they do this format where people email them and whatever, but, like, first of all, it'd be, if you go on a date and then they don't call you back or respond to you, then it's like, it's a weird thing to put it on the radio. Like, that's a red flag right there. If you were to say, well, if you were even considering it, now I'd say no. But then again, that's like ex post facto justification. The only reason why they're doing that is because you didn't talk to them, they felt like they had nothing to lose because you weren't talking to them anyway. But somebody who would do that, like, you're not talking to them, so they don't get the hint, so they make it a spectacle on the radio, like. But no, too many of them are like too perfect or too, I don't know. It's hard for me to judge. I hate calling like anything fake online like that, but like everything is fake. But it almost seems like, how could they have this many people in just that area alone? Or maybe I'm wrong, like, but it would have to be somebody who lives around there, right, to even hear the radio station. It would make more sense if this was like national, like, it's a national radio and people from all around the country call or all around the world call, then I could believe it. But if it's like just that local area, how can there be this many people in that area that have this scenario happen, that would call them, that would, it just doesn't make sense, right? And they could all be so interesting and perfect, and people aren't just hanging up after like 10 seconds, or they might not upload those ones then, but it seems a little bit too good to be true. But then again, it'd be hard to fake this many, but it could be the same people doing it over and over. You can barely tell from their voice. Certainly, it seems like a very popular thing, although I don't know if this channel is associated with them directly or if it's just like a fan channel for it, but it seems like a popular whatever. But I would definitely not believe that it's entirely... Some of them might be real, some of them aren't, some of them are the same people maybe over and over, just pretending to be different, reading from a script or improvising or something. I don't know. But whatever, let's just watch it. So this is the one from February 20th, I guess. Or what is today? February 21st, I mean. Today's Saturday the 22nd, February 2025. So it would be something that was uploaded on the 21st. And it's like 36 minutes long. It's this guy playing some little brain rot mobile game where you're collecting the coins and stuff. So this is a channel that has a lot of them starting in 3, 2, 1. It's a 36-minute video. Can I speak to Dylan, please? Jubal from Brooke and Jubal. You say that like you're supposed to mean something. Nobody really knows or cares. Wouldn't you think you would know it if you were with that person? Well, they might not have brought it up, but... If you were friends, then you wouldn't have emailed them. Yeah, none of my friends would fucking email your shitty radio show. Unless her name is Allison Williams, I don't give a shit. Seems kind of desperate, doesn't it? That somebody would be so desperate for your attention and even... Yeah, it's so stupid that you would go this far. Like, you really think this is going to win them back over, or you just want to know? Because she would do something like this. This is the biggest reason right now. The fact that you would do something. And this clown always laughing in the background. They have their own personal laugh track. Maybe it's stuff that happened then. witchcraft. Or did I mishear it? So she just kind of pretended to fit along with you. That's at least a legitimate reason. Like, let's rate these people. The girl keeps making snarky comments in the background, and then the other guy keeps laughing, and then the main guy just keeps talking and kind of instigating. This is like peak level instigation. You could just choose not to use it. I mean, that could be annoying just in general, even if it's not in a camping situation. You're out for dinner, or you're out vacationing. Who cares about your Instagram and stuff? It's not like you didn't have cell service. You're like blaming him. It's the area. They could have a little outhouse or something. I mean, plenty of camps will have like outhouses or something. But she was just trying to pretend to be into it to impress you, which I would find kind of endearing, that she was nice enough to endure something she clearly wasn't familiar with or didn't like just to impress you, or just to. Okay, we got like a 5-second delay here. So it's anyone should be more scared about a McDonald's bathroom than peeing in nature. Well, what if you have to go number 2, though? That would add up after a while, right? These campsites must have some protocol for that. Like, you'd rather just have a fucking outhouse or something organized. Yeah, and they always do this. And why would this be a surprise to you either? They're willing to go to the length to call a radio show or email a radio show to get this topic discussed. Why would you be surprised that they're listening, whether they're actually on the phone or whether they're listening on the radio? Oh no, I just emailed them to do this, but I was busy at the time and I didn't listen. Like, what do you mean? And you're still not saying it to her face. See, that sounds kind of fake right there. I had to drive her to McDonald's 3 times. I doubt that would have actually happened. It's too perfect. Like, it's some kind of stand-up scenario. It's definitely, some of these seem too, maybe it's true, but like, it's too much good content. Why wouldn't the conversation just break down and it's just kind of boring? I just didn't like you. There's always such an explanation. And it'd be easy to fake it because you could just have 2 random people, even sometimes the same people over and over. Just all you need is their voice. There's no picture, photo to prove it, video. There's no, you could be reading a script. Well, she agreed to go camping with you, so that almost got a laugh out of me, the Instagram comment. But you could show them after. See, he was willing to do it. I actually find that kind of endearing. I would give her another chance just based on that alone. That let's do something you like this time that I might not be into, and I'll pretend to like it too. And that's the compromise, that we enjoy being around each other even if we don't like what each other is into. So she endured a camping trip for you that she didn't like, then I will endure something she likes, like let's go to an art gallery or an opera or some shit, just for her. Just for her. Just, why does it have to be an Instagram photo, just a private? This guy's fucking clown laugh. Like, that doesn't count. Like, I sort of laughed, but I'm laughing at his laugh track. I'm not laughing at the actual content. He says like he's offended too. Jubal. I don't know why you'd be calling me. The guy just cackles like a maniac the whole time. That totally doesn't count. It's like you're laughing at a laugh track. You're not actually laughing at anything that's being said. Bro, you should have heard at the end of the last call. Like, the guy is going fucking insane. Like, bro wants to play the Joker or something. Or I'll laugh at my own commentary of it. So they've got, like, their own fucking laugh track, bro. But no, she wasn't so bad, the first person. She's willing to go out of your way to... You're going out of your way to... That's like a fallacy per moment. Like, why do you have to prove it? Why do you have to just say everything blank and monotone, absolutist tendency, so you never know the difference? Versus the opposite interpretation. And why are people so willing to divulge stuff like this? Oh, you were kissing too. Oh yeah, something in his bathroom that... What the fuck is this? You thought it was from him? You're like allergic to him? Okay, bro. This is so stupid. This fucking guy's laughing in the background, man. Fuck him. That's my job here. Even though I'm not. I totally won't count it though like that. Like, something that actually is being said verbally has to make me laugh. It could just be something he was wearing, or not just his. Maybe he's just wearing a cologne, so he doesn't have to wear that cologne, or he could be wearing a piece of clothing. This fucking guy, man. Yeah, he could just change it. Some dogs, but not all dogs. Look at this guy in the background, dude. This guy is clinically fucking insane. Stop laughing. Relax, bro. It's not that funny. Yeah, what if it wasn't that funny of a story? Are there any of these where the guy doesn't laugh, where it's not like super funny or preconceived? I'll be honest about it if something actually makes me laugh, but yeah, these feel sort of scripted to me. Like, the scenario is like too perfect. Why are you surprised that they're on the line either when they're the one, again, who set this up? You have another 5-second delay. I'll tell you where it picks up. Serious? Making that up. There's no way. I'll wear a bubble like the Bubble Boy or something. It sounds like a shitty excuse maybe, but let's test it again and see. Maybe it's something in the apartment, which is not the best defense. And you haven't had it. Maybe it's something about you, like whenever you kiss somebody or get. It's not funny, stop laughing like a clown. If you liked him so much, you'd find a way. Or it's just like a good excuse. Hypo-homoallergic. It's not. I don't believe this at all. Give him another chance, or, go to an actual doctor and figure it out if you really cared. What are you, a fucking doctor? This sounds like a stupid excuse. I feel like even the way he's saying that is like so monotone. Or why can't we still just be friends and I won't go near you? We won't kiss. These scenarios are just so out there that they feel somehow scripted. This guy's fucking laughs every time. Nobody knows what it is. Or it makes them feel special, so they want to divulge something, but why would she know that? Yeah, you're implying she's a slut. That's not the way to get her to not hang up. He's being a bit of a dick here. Like, what time did they even call you here to? Why aren't they at work, or they're... Again, you can say they just won't upload those ones, but she just knows the snail thing off the top of her head, even though this could have happened a while ago. Like, but she knows that by heart, like it's part of a script. Or he just happened to mention that too. Whatever that means, like Spider-Man 2, where he recites something to Mary Jane. Is this a jerk or a joke? This guy's kind of a joke, it said. Like, oh, ignorance insistence. I'm not familiar with this guy, but you are, so you're a nerd and a loser. Like, insisting upon your own ignorance. Anything you're unfamiliar with isn't valuable. Anything you are familiar with is valuable, just for that reason alone. Like, unwillingness to be puzzled. Yeah, at least take issue with that. As if you would share that on like a first date kind of environment. I feel like that sounds sort of like a caricature too. Sort of made up. Yeah, mute that fucking clown. Again, I'm not even saying that can't be your favorite, but to make a point to mention that on like a first date sounds kind of fake and I don't mean to keep beating the fake like a dead horse. The guy who emailed you is on the phone listening to the call that he told you to make. What a surprise. I would never have guessed that. Just like this guy on the radio, so you should hang up. It is something that would probably be ridiculed. I don't respect Dr. Seuss. That's like saying your favorite movie is Finding Nemo or something, even as an adult. Like, it could be, maybe you like Toy Story, maybe you like Star Wars, even though, you don't think of Star Wars as being for kids, but anything can be like that. Edgar Allan Poe or some shit. So, like, why wouldn't she just hang up if she's really bothered? Oh shit, she knows that offhand. Get an ad there. I was almost about to laugh actually at the way he's saying that. The way he's saying that delivery. So it's like a 5-second delay. I guarantee you, scribbling down children's writing. But you can't genre discriminate. Because this is scripted. Well, then go do it. But no, like, again, like with anime or cartoons or anything can be good, right? It doesn't matter if it's for kids, adults. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not. Right? It doesn't necessarily matter. So... like, how do they have these such quick comebacks too and so sharp? I don't know. I'm just questioning the extent to which it's so perfectly scripted. But you're doubling down on your hatred of it. Well, the background guy laughing would indicate that. And there's one that's kind of weird. This guy said, I just became a pilot. And then he's talking about the Mile High Club and, sleeping with attendants. It's like, you could get fired for that. Like, somebody in that, like, if they find out who that is saying that. I don't know who. Melinda. Yeah, nobody knows or nobody really cares. You would probably know about their famous segment. Right, this is their most famous segment, and you wouldn't guess that this is why. Very desirable woman. This chick is just blowing off ghosting guys like you'd never believe. The ghosting queen over here. But how would he not know who you are, even? Like, that's not a bad joke, though. You're laughing at how stupid it is. Oh no, he's not joking. He's saying it for real. That's not really so bad of a thing. It's just like an endearing thing to say. Not really hitting, though. It's just like complimenting them, being nice. Of course, they'll have a whole laundry list of weird things they did to make content out of this. As if you should have to qualify that. Like, a joke is a joke. And he looks just like you. Some of this stuff seems too on the nose, right? Like, and this is a good example of the half-mast treatment, where like, okay, this is enough of this. I like them, but they seem too much on the nose. But again, I'm not going to say for sure, but I'd like some confirmation one way or another, whether it's real or fake. But the point is that I did laugh at the end of the first one just because the guy was fucking laughing. I'm laughing at his laughter, so does that really count? But, like, the half-mast state, like, oh, you're going out with somebody and you want to take it slowly, but you also, like, you can't decide what it is that you yourself even want, right? It's a stimuli acme dependent overextended pretense, right? Overextension, where you're pretending it's not about that, but it's ultimately about that, but you can't decide, and it turns into half-mast hedonism, longevity process, and it turns into, you know, you can't decide what you want, then you want to let society dictate being with only one person, then you'll find some middle ground. So that's where the dependent overextended pretense comes in. Like, oh, this guy is too nice, and he's too, like, you know, he's thinking about wedding and marriage already, even though ultimately in the long term that might be what you want, but oh, that's too much, going too far. And then on the other side, like, oh, he's too disinterested, he's not caring enough, that's bad too. So it shows you the half-mast state that you don't really know what you want, and it's like some middle ground where, like, it's nothing. It's like this empty, vacuous, just nothing, right? Just insistence rather than actual value. And so now it's like, you know, you have this blank slate middle ground that's just like, you don't know what you want, you're not direct, you'll overextend, you're not at peace with your own nature, you're not sure of what you want, you don't have a defined measure, you're not self-aware, you're not actively thinking, you're only half-mass reacting. And by doing that, that's why, like, what you do is so important, like going to a venue or this or that, because you're reactive, you're not self-actualizing, but you're not self-aware necessarily either. So what you have now is the little notion of dependent overextended pretense comes in, that those things might still be there, like you don't know what you want, but oh, you'll tolerate it because zero-sum means enters the equation, is in the equation, or because stimuli acme is in the equation. So it comes down to that, right? Those elements of right that matter more, even if some of that is indicated by behavior. So it's like you want to dance around it because you're not at peace with it, and you're not at peace with your inherent nature, and you're controlled by it. So I love this sort of lack of certainty with it, which a lot of it just is reactive to indoctrination and inhibition that way. But you're struggling with it, but it's your own choice and your own tendency. Like, why is that so difficult, right? Just defer to the nearness postulate and do it that way. But it turns into like this whole thing where, you know, let's suppose like a minimalist thing, like you're just direct, like, okay, you want this, the other person doesn't, so then just, okay, fine. Or you find somebody, you know, especially in this modern day, it's much easier to do that with online and stuff. Like, you just want to do what you want to do, and that's it. So I like all this sort of deception that has to happen. Like, oh, you know it's meant to be and it's love because you had to be indirect and dance around it and be duplicitous and lie and show off and overcompensate and suck up to them and woo them for a long period of time before you finally settle down to be more like yourself, before you finally take it for granted a little bit, before, you know, and you appeal to all these kind of external factors. You go through such a dance with it that, again, it doesn't mean whether you can't value that or not, but it shows you, like, it's clearly an artificial process because you know how? Because every step of the way you're doing something unnatural, right, that you wouldn't normally do. Or so, like, oh, the way to do it is just overcompensate all the more, like, oh, you should have been even nicer or bought them even more gifts, or oh, if you do it too much, that's bad too. And so, like, again, there's no clear criteria, not because of even like some other external expectation, but it's just people themselves don't know what they want. And this is true, like, in fiction too, like folly favoritism, or in general, like, people don't even know what they want, and then they'll just react to it, right? So you almost have to, like, decide for them. So the initial is very important there. Appearance, pretense, undue emphasis. So sometimes what is taken as awkward too is like a lack of will, especially when it comes to the contrivance state. And there's a strong projection within closed structure contrivance of intent. You're projecting and assuming intent, and you're doing it because you have to reinforce your own state. So, for example, right, like, what if it's just that they don't care, they don't like that process, they don't agree with it, they don't value it, right? Like, they're just direct, like, okay, they just want to have sex and they don't care about the social contrivance artifice to go along with it. Maybe they're self-aware enough to see the nature of the process and understand it and know it's artificial, or they see through it, so they know it's all artificial anyway, dependent over extended pretense. So you would go think about it this way: you would jump through all these hoops and go through all this trouble just to achieve the same end at half-mast, whereas they would just go directly to it. So now who's really the fool there? Not even saying what you have to do, but you would achieve the same end, but place undue emphasis in some way to try to make it out to be more than what it is, to justify, rationalize, specifying it, which is what society, will pressure you to do. So the reason why you make something out to seem like more than what it is so that you can specify and control it in a certain way. And that comes down to the, how do you specify it and say, okay, I'm going to be with only this one person, and even though it's based in nearness postulate or something like that, limiting arbitrary criteria, I'm going to try to turn it into an absolute to bypass the cognitive dissonance of being with only one person and with assuming, other options as well, right? Criteria based, however. So you have to pose it as a false absolute to rationalize specifying it in a certain way. And beyond that, you have the ability to consider, and again, not saying whether you should or shouldn't specify it, whatever, but that's the nature of why that is done, right? What are the chances that, 8 billion people in the world all have a special soulmate somewhere out there, and the emperor has no clothes fallacy, like, oh, but you'll know it when you see it, and just like, it's undefined, and just, it's undefined, non-accountable, but also falsely absolute at the same time, supposedly absolute at the same time. And beyond that, you have the ability to consider that, I like the long-form postulate in that way too, that, you'll cover everything possible, which this channel is maybe a small example of that, but you'll cover every topic in human existence from objective perspectives, devil advocate, whatever, looking at both sides. So I love the specification. You could short form clip any part of this and say, oh, well, you're only saying that because blank, or you have some incentive, or you're just making, define me by this one comment. But then what about the other million comments that I made? What about the other, contrary notions to this that I've observed? Like, oh, you defined me absolutely by what I said that one day, which is like pro something, and then, oh, the next day I discuss something that's anti that. So like, simply discussing it, a portrayal is not an endorsement. Simply discussing it doesn't mean I vouch for it, even, or that's absolutely my view. And also, see, there's like a rejection of the vagary of that, like, oh, what is your absolute position, and don't play neutral, and don't, but sometimes it's good to be neutral because you don't have to dig in, right? Like, look at this false duality that you see with anything, like, oh, you're either hard on one side or the other, but the logical thing to do sometimes is just to be nuanced, and it's, it's not about you. So at that point, it's like, oh, it's not my position, or even that, oh, I'm neutral and I'm objective. It's just that you're just seeing what happens and just going along with it, so you don't have a strong position, but you have a strong definition. That would be the point. Most people are half-mast, so they have no definition, no measure, no accountability, no standard, and also no clear position, or they fall into false duality, one extreme or the other. But there's a middle ground where you could be objective and say, well, I have a standard that I operate under, and then here's how something might fit into that standard. Right, so it's a little bit different. You'd be self-defining that, but, instead it turns into some sort of self-actualizing fallacy where you're kind of just taking it for granted, and I don't know. It's very limiting in the way that it's very limiting because of the simple fact that nothing will inflame or be considered negative to contrivance more than just neutrality. Directness, neutrality, honesty, to the point, accuracy, factual, objective basis. None of that is of interest to contrivance, because contrivance is an artificial state that requires constant contrivance, constant reinforcement through externality, constant undue emphasis, pretense. Everything has to be like made out to be more than what it is because you're being reduced to overcompensate to the fact that it's being reduced to less than what it inherently is. So you take inherent reality and reduce it to a lesser state, and then you try to overcompensate by placing undue emphasis. So you insist upon it rather than actually value it. Okay, so here let's look at the concept of like people don't even know what they want or what they like often, and it's to the extent that people don't know what they want or what they like, but they react at half-mast to it. So you can kind of see the lack of real awareness or value. So they kind of dance around it, right? They're not at peace with their inherent nature, like inherent desire to suggest it, like stimuli, acme, zero-sum means. Like somehow that's rejected. Like, oh, it's bad. Right, like sex is somehow bad, and it is only good if it's done in this society-approved way, right? But this is the perception, but then it's pursued in an obsessive way because of that, right? All these sort of, if it was just a normal, natural part of life, how people, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. You wouldn't base your whole life around it. It wouldn't be like, a big source of such conflict. It would just be what it is. But, and it's maybe a bit of a generalization, but there's a societal impetus for all this, like, okay, so non-basic self, right? These things are evident in human behavior and observable. I guess you could debate them in a myopic way, but like the tendency is there and exhibited, right, and observable, but it's just misframed. So like it won't be. See, because it's not uniform. Like, people behave in different ways, but often it's either the inherent or a reaction to the inherent. So it's the same process. It's like, just because you counteract something doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? The very fact that you have to counteract it validates the fact that it exists in fact. And so now you're left with a position that you're not clear. You don't define what you want. It's reactionary. And now you sort of struggle with that because you don't even know what you want yourself. Right, and you're not defining it clearly, and you have these two major incentives, right, zero-sum means, stimuli, acme, and you kind of dance around them, as society obviously encourages you to do, almost requires you to do, and so now you just sort of react, right, whatever's in front of you is just, that's it. So a good example is stimuli, acme, like, you don't have any plan, you don't have any awareness. You're at a bar, you're drunk, you have sex, you get pregnant, whatever, and then you end up marrying them because of that. Like, again, you can do whatever you want, but then it becomes like some sort of either conflict or struggle or some, none of that would happen, or if it did happen, you'd be fully aware and deliberate and everything would be your choice, instead of like this sort of weird inhibition that you're struggling against yourself, right? You reject your inherent nature like society tells you to do. Like, oh no, that's bad. It's bad that you want sex. It's bad that your inherent state would treat it like a normal part of life. So then you deny it, you inhibit it all the time, and then you act out in an extreme, overcompensative, imbalanced way to make up for that. So you take one extreme to the other. You have inhibition, right, which is unnatural from your natural state. Then you have overcompensation. You have these two that are balancing each other out. So it's almost like this lack of self-awareness. Like you think, oh, look how cool it is that I'm flirting and doing this and that. But you only feel the need to do that because of the inhibition. Otherwise, it would just be normal. It would just be, it wouldn't be a big thing. It would just be like, maybe not freely pursued within a certain structure, but it wouldn't be undue emphasis, right? It has negative stigma, it has all this emphasis on it, and then you go around and just try to do that. So like, even there, you're so inhibited that like, oh, I have to drink first before I do it, because there's something bad about it, or I have to, somehow qualify it or justify it some way. And then, so yeah, it leads to all these overextended things, which come back to the same inherent reality, but again, it's the awareness. So the difference would be, okay, like let's say an absolutist got drunk at a bar and got somebody pregnant or got pregnant. They would not only take responsibility, but they would have thought about it deeply, like, okay, I'm choosing to do this. This is the result that happened. This is what I intended, right? Like, it would be all deliberate. So, like, okay, that was my intention. I did it. It was my choice. And the outcome is what I expected. So you wouldn't be surprised by it or thrown off or anything like that. It would be all kind of a situation where you get to, that's the difference with the absolutist. So it's not saying that you can't do certain things or you have to do a certain thing a certain way. It's saying more so that you have to, it's saying more like you have to do it in such a way that you're consistent and deliberate and you self-actualize and you sort of define it a certain way that, you define it a certain way that define it a certain way that's clear and consistent, and what is not consistent is the fact that, again, the half-mast sort of thing. So it's like, you see this a lot with women because they have a certain preconceived, maybe, entitlement, right, given granted by the semi-acme, but like, I was out with this guy and he seemed nice, but I'm not sure. And it's like, this element, maybe I'm generalizing a bit too much, but whatever. It's like you don't know what you want. Like, just be clear and direct. This is the absolutist way. Don't pretend, right? It's nearness postulate. It's zero-sum means. It's stimuli acme, right? Do I find them attractive? Even though that comes down to a subjective thing, whatever. By your criteria, physically attractive, yes or no? Do they have zero-sum means? Are they, well off, good job, whatever? And do they have nearness convenience? That's it. That's the criteria. All this other stuff like social contrivance, overcompensation, take away any of those. You don't find them attractive, so then what's the point? And then, they don't have any money, they're poor. And then, you might glorify that, like, if you're poor yourself. Again, I'm not putting a standard in, but that's a big factor. And it's not uniform. I'm certainly not generalizing the way these podcast clowns or whatever do, but it's the fact that, it's the fact that you're basically in a position to, you can't really value it fully because, again, it's just reactionary. Like, I met a guy randomly on the street and he did a pickup line and now we end up having kids together. It shows like a lack of plan or self-awareness, right? I'm not questioning it or saying you can't do it. I'm saying that it's arbitrary because, you're not going in with any clear measure or standard or consistency. So it's no wonder, right? It's one of these consistency things. That's the nature of the process, right? The larger process. So it's not a surprise that, there's a conflict or there's some inconsistency or there's a struggle. If you do things randomly and react and let them happen to you and you're controlled by a process and not even aware of it and deny its inherent nature, etc., right, it's only natural that you'd have a conflict with that self-created. So you're not at peace with your inherent nature, you're not aware of it except in the way that you kind of counteract it because you sort of counteract it in a way that, in evidence, but there's a false inherent contrivance response aspect here, like, no, that's not you counteracting it, that's just how you are, that's just you. But it's not you because, again, you're actively indoctrinated to that state. And sometimes people debate this, like, why is that important, though, if that's your effective state? But at least the awareness, there's less confusion or conflict with it because you feel like you're in a position to just, nothing would surprise you and you would account for it maybe better, right, if you're aware of it. So the consistency there is key, and it's a case where you have to understand what you're getting into, and the reason why is, again, it's deliberate, otherwise conflict, contrivance. But no, I like the willful insistence. Like, people resign themselves to this sort of default reactionary state, and then, pick a little part of it here and there to make a big thing, but people are very much reduced to structure and reactionary and defined that way. And one of the other ways that you can identify this is the fact that you can identify the fact that I love this. You see a sign DWI with an X through it or a cross through it. It's like, yeah, no, oh, good thing there's that sign. Otherwise, I would have tried to do it. Like, oh, it's not allowed here. Or there's that one meme that always surfaces like by the beach. No crime for an 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Like, and it seems like a real sign too. Like, oh no, the criminals are all unhappy then. Or they'll celebrate as soon as it's over, like the purge has begun. Right after 6 p.m., the purge begins now. I don't know if there's a purge game, but I always thought it would be such a good idea for one. Right, like, it's such a good premise. You can just go around, use kind of fun weapons, even if you're the bad guy, like a GTA type of thing. Either you could be the good guy and try to save people. You know, there's so many dynamics with it. It could be a stealth system. You sneak up on people, prank people. You can have a good online mode, almost kind of like the Division type of thing. But, similar kind of environment a bit and stuff like that. I was enjoying that Brook and Jubal stuff until I realized how fake it seems. But maybe it's not fake. I just don't know. Anytime something is good, right? But it just seems uncanny that they would have this many. It seems almost impossible. Like, who are these people? Why are there so many of them? Obviously, the radio show has some notoriety that people know about, but who live there, but still. Yeah, the lack of knowing what you want. There's a lot of ego appeal, self-insistence to make up for actual self-value. Everything is a reaction to something, including society itself. But that's the one thing that distorts people's perception the most, right? Nothing should surprise you. It's part of inherent nature. And so now you have this false inherent contrivance response like, oh, well, you are the way that you've been trained to be or that you reactively have become. But that's, it's deceptive and disingenuous, but it's sort of this closed bubble that you live in. Well, because everybody's indoctrinated so heavily, you just take it for granted. But none of that would be necessary otherwise if it was just how inherently people are. People are whatever circumstances allow them to be. So if there are no structure established, you can look at early human history where maybe there's actually debate on that too. From some preconceived moralizing, like, what did cavemen and cave women do, right? Was there a lot of assault? Was it, what we would consider things like that? How you define this in nature, we might apply a different standard, but like, how do you even define stuff like consent there? But you can assume what would happen, or throughout the rest of recorded history, you would see people would do anything and everything that they're capable of doing. So it's not that, oh, they did evil things, it's that we called them evil because we would do them, and that's our way of discouraging them. So that's, it's like a pretty juvenile thing to pretend like, oh, just because we want it to be the case, right, that like we pretend something is reality that we want to be reality. Yeah, like a lack of awareness or understanding of what it is that you actually want. And what that indicates to you is the fact that, it's your own self-defined measure, but most people don't. Most people don't do even that. At a point in their life, like think about, especially at a young age, what in a calm, consistent sense, not like everything's like reactive, like, oh, you always got to be doing something. you wake up, you go to school, right? Your parents are hounding you all the time. Then you go to school, you're in class, you're talking to people, then you go home, you're doing something. You're watching TV, or you're playing a game, or you're reading a book, or you're doing homework, or you're eating food, and your parents are keeping you busy. So like, is there ever a point where people actually just think and say, okay, let me decide what I'm all about and what my standards actually are and how I can be consistent with them? Or no, people don't do that. That's such a basic, essential thing to do in life, but people don't do even that much. And then you wonder why you're all over the place or inconsistent or conflict, right? That's not even to counter the indoctrination. That's just to self-actualize from an inherent base state that anybody can do, and that you're robbed of the opportunity to do because of the indoctrination reactive state. So let's get rid of this idea that you have to be occupied all the time. And the main thing is, like, when you're doing folly, favoritism, and distraction, rather than distract yourself, why not think about it a little bit and define something for yourself? And this notion that thought is somehow bad, like, oh, it's bad to be alone with your thoughts, or that depresses you or upsets you. The only reason why it would is because there's something about the state, right? Like, if everything was perfect, then thinking about it wouldn't be an issue, right? Whereas if you decide to whatever, so there must be some deficiency it reflects, and even within that you can say, well, it's never going to be perfect, and you can pick at it forever, but then it becomes a consistency issue, right? Simply by thinking about it, you realize, well, supposedly this is the standard that either is posed by somebody else to justify outward insisting it onto you, or this is the standard that I'm posing to rationalize it to myself, but there's some inconsistency, and it goes on and on and on. But that just shows you that there's no credibility for the outward insistence, and also no accountability. So now you can see why it's not done, obviously, but it's something. So people don't do that. People don't have like an inner monologue. They don't think, see, it's okay when you're doing it like this because, oh, I'm doing it as content and I'm uploading it to YouTube. But what is it that I'm really doing right now? I'm thinking, I'm using my brain, that anybody can do, right? Anybody can be objective and think of it like, it doesn't always have to be to reinforce your state. Like, oh, this is the circumstance that you're in, so now I'm going to say something just to justify it. Like, the reason why what I do is good is because of blank. And the only reason why you're saying that is because you're doing it anyway, not that you're doing it because you would come to that naturally of everything you could possibly do. So every standard is reactive and often nearness postulate. The reason why you value what you value is because you happen to be there, right? And even the modern world is more free in that sense than most, but like, you're just reduced to a structure like, this is what you have to do because you have to do it, and then you reinforce it from there, and then I don't know, it's a case where, to define that and have some sort of inner monologue, actually think all the time or sometimes, or be able to think. And what happens is LCD, social contrivance, I normally don't call it that verbally, that's how, like, when I write it or think it, absolutist speech that we gotta consider. But it's like, it supplants it. Like, let's replace the inner monologue or thought that you would be having with this initial lowest form of thought that caters to social contrivance, structure, etc. Because I think most people aren't thinking most of the time, and thinking is seen as like some sort of outward thing, not like a natural state. So people aren't thinking actively most of the time. They're just kind of, that's what I get the sense of anyway. They don't have like an inner monologue or anything. It's hard to say that, but based on behaviors and society, like, they're not really thinking. They have like a set of preconceived notions or something, but they're not actively thinking. It's sort of like they don't even realize, right, themselves what's going on in their head, and they'll just react to it. So like they're not actively using their brain or thinking. They're kind of just doing what they're doing, and often reducing it to a lower form of thought, which is social contrivance, and then they'll only think reactively, like on a knee-jerk way, right? They won't process it or really think about it. Everything's knee-jerk, again, lowest common denominator, overextended, like short form, as if that's value, like, oh, we got to get through for the sake of function, but is it worth doing if it means that you're reducing everything to a less valuable state? And then it's like, you know, you get into, you think something, but you don't even know why you think it, right? You'll just react. And then if you did think about it, you'd say, well, now I realize that I only think of it because of some non-choice reaction, some experience I had when I was younger, or some indoctrination, or some reaction based on my narrow myopic perception. So you might question that a little bit and kill the credibility a bit, or even if you insist upon, at least you're aware of why you think it, and maybe you'll change your opinion that, or maybe it'll be the same, but so you experience non-choice reaction elements, especially when you're young, then you insist upon them, but you're not even aware of that or why. So rather than actively think through it, you'll just experience it without thinking, and then you'll struggle with the consequences of not thinking about it or being aware of it later. So again, you're always being reduced to an unnatural state. So again, self-aware, inherent, base, define, and measure, think, reflect. And then number 2 is you don't always have to be occupied, and you can always be thinking about what you're doing as you're doing it, rather than. See, that's the beauty of the inner monologue is like those same sort of thoughts are going on in your head, but you just don't realize it, right? Like you'll just look at something and be like, oh, that's gross, right? You'll verbalize it, or you'll have that reaction. You won't think about why or go into any further depth or detail about it, right? Which for most things you might think, oh, that's fine, but oftentimes, again, looks can be deceiving, or there might be some other element that you're missing. So it's like this short form, again, false certainty, unwillingness to be puzzled, and even you go a long way to circumvent value, because it's like thinking has to be like some sort of outward or selective or big deal, and can't just be like a natural state of being. And so, and rely a lot on pre-con. So from there, you have the ability to and you'll realize in all of this, nowhere would it be telling you, right? Nowhere am I saying this is what you should think, or this is how you should, behave, or this should be the standard of measure you use, right? That's the whole point. You could think anything, you could have any standard. The point is just to get you to think in the first place, define a measure for yourself in the first place, whatever that standard or measure happens to be. That's up to you. That's the whole point. So you're not just mindlessly reacting to stuff. So that's mostly how people behave, and the only time they do some sort of deep thought, if even that, is in a functional sense, like, oh, now you're permitted to, like in school or work, and so you reduce that to the functional basis. But it's like there's like a certain contempt for thought, like thought is bad, and it makes you sad or something, and you have to constantly distract yourself, and it's like a big outward thing to do it, instead of just, oh, it's a normal part of life, it's your natural state of being, it's your defining trait as a human being, right? You're an animal with slightly greater self-awareness and intelligence and the ability to think, and yet you forsake it at every turn. You try to distract yourself, you try to dumb down your senses with alcohol, you try to reduce it to lowest form, social contrivance, LCD, you try to constantly distract yourself, you try to reduce it to function, you try to condemn it, you try to avoid it because, oh no, it makes you sad, or some negative thing, assuming that just doesn't reflect the negative state of something. But no, it's like shooting the messenger, like it's the fault of thinking, not the fault of what you're thinking about. It's like blaming your eyes for what you see, right? So just go blind, gouge your eyes out, and then you don't have to worry. That's the problem, not the fact that what you're seeing is not the problem. It's the fact that you can't see it. Oh, it's your eyes' fault, the same way. So the mind is treated like some personalized thing too, specifying ideas like, oh, that's your idea, or you think this or say this at some point, that defines you in short form initial LCD. Never mind that you said everything else in existence or thought everything else in existence, right? The infinite objective mind that everybody possesses can think anything at any time, rather than personalizing or specifying it to the person who happens to think it at a certain time. So if you think one thing 1 minute and another thing contrary the next minute, you're defined by two false duality absolutes on either side. So it shows you, right, to simply think about it doesn't mean you endorse it or that defines you, or it's, you're just thinking. You can think about anything at any time, and different perspectives, things like that. So the mind is objective, the self is subjective. So even what you choose in social contrivance is limited in scope. And then you have the ability to consider that anybody can think anything at any time, even contrary things, right? Back-to-back, infinite objective mind. So you wouldn't be able to define people so easily like what you try to do. And the reason why is because it could be contrary notions, etc. So don't focus on the individual, but the idea, which again, anybody can think any idea at any time. The fact that you happen to, right, or happen to even verbalize or record or whatever, is sort of irrelevant because it's hardly defining when you could think everything else. But this is the short form, limited way that we look at existence. Like, especially how people look at people they don't know maybe super well. Like, you're trying to come up with a short form LCD way to define them. Also a problem of overextension because of how many people there are. But if you look at it base, again, thought is objective, anybody can think anything, and it's not defining, it's contradictory if it would be, and again, don't specify the thought to a person. Even if somebody was the first one to come up with it, anybody can think it. And the same person who thinks that particular thing can think anything else too. It's sort of broad scope. And yeah, normalize using your brain. And some of the propaganda here, because again, even this would be discredited. Like, oh, look at this guy talking about thinking like it's some actual normal, significant part of life. But at no point is it telling you what to think. Right? It's just telling you how to think, or even just to think, period. Versus, again, and it's the same thing, like ignorance is bliss, or being aware of the nature of a process. Like, if all it takes to invalidate a process is to be aware of it, then the process is negative, not the awareness, or even realize everything is a process. So either you're aware of it and you can counteract or control, or at least know what it's all about, or you could just be ignorant to it and then be controlled by it and react to it anyway. Right, this initial minded that, oh no, it's not a process, or you take it as absolute pre-con, unquestioning, just blindly follow it. Everything is a process. Everything is part of your inherent nature, countering it. So now, either you could not think about it and be exposed to a process, or you could think about it and be aware of the process, and then still, you could potentially do the same thing, which might have been nothing, or just react to it at face value. But it at least gives you the option. So it's like this concession that if you thought about it, it would invalidate everything. On a consistency level, you wouldn't allow yourself to be reduced to structure. It would be kind of free form. There's no credibility or authority that's absolute. It's just one subjective word versus another, so you wouldn't let yourself be reduced to structure, possibly. Or there'd be a lot more variance. Like, people might do that, but you have to pressure them and all this. But you would make the decision for yourself. But also, when you reduce something to structure, what you have happen is you can either, again, be aware of it and then decide what you want to do, or you can just do something without thinking, and somehow that's misperceived too, like, oh, that's genuine, that's authentic. But what good is authentic or genuine? Just short form LCD without thinking. Like, somehow thinking is seen that as like duplicitous, like, oh, that means they have some incentive or they're up to something to show that they're using their brain, right? Or like they're dumb, that they have to think. But it could be the opposite, that like people who think less are those things, or they're doing them without thinking about it. Doesn't mean that it's a different process, right? Never mind the fact that, like, think about it in the long form way. If you're aware of the larger, like, oh, they studied in school for years on how to sell stuff in sales, and so, oh, they're using some sales tactic on you now that they don't even have to think about because it's second nature, because they went to school for 6 years to practice it and stuff like that. But you don't see that because, oh no, you don't see them thinking in the initial surface layer, right? So it seems like, oh, look how natural and genuine. Meanwhile, somebody who's actually genuine and who's just actively, or not even actually genuine, but like just actively thinking, right? Like, it's sort of misglorifying it with that, because you have, you're not seeing the larger process. So the initial seems negative, that like, oh, you know, some thought occurring is like, oh, they must be up to something, or they have some incentive, when really it doesn't have to be that at all. It could just be them thinking or coming up with a higher quality response or something, rather than some LCD can aspect. But it's the fact that thought is seen as a negative, like, oh, there's some ulterior motive or something like that at work if you see somebody thinking. But never mind the fact that people are always doing those same processes. It's just, oh, because you have some canned thing that you trained for years to do, you feel like that's genuine, or because you're just initial yourself and you don't think about it. Versus, oh no, it's somehow insincere because you think about it. Like, why is that necessarily a bad thing? So it's better to go with a lower quality thing, just that requires no thought on a short form LCD kind of basis, versus you know, something that might have more substance and value and is actually thought about. Also, a reduction to structure and overextension argument that, like, it's about the zero-sum process there, which, again, it shows a lack of value. So what that tells you is either then don't do the process at all and go back to inherent-based standard, or like no standard, or value the process. There's no halfway, like, oh, you pretend to value it just to overextend it to a collective state, but then that's inconsistent and conflict of contrivance, certainly not credible, not consistent, not able to outwardly insist upon others that way. So it's maybe done as a default position, but out of some functional supposed necessity, right? But then there's no standard actually at work there. And so now, I don't know how well this even works sometimes with or there's a lot of pre-con projection, things like that happens with respect to you know, often this initial basis, again, like, if, you know, something unconditional or neutral will be projected into something because, like, oh, look how this person's not putting up some, you know, undue emphasis. That must mean they want something. Or, like, they want it without the tact to get it, sort of. Where, not that they just might not want anything. Or they're sort of revealing the artifice of a process, like, oh, they're just doing the process for the process' sake, like, just base, as if it was valuable. Of course it's not. Dependent over extended pretense, revealed. And then, whereas, oh, we're placing undue emphasis in order to achieve this incentive that you have, but that's glorified because it's taken at the initial, like, oh, look at this, so then you do that. So now the incentive is glorified alongside undue emphasis that correlates to it and overcompensates, right, the necessary, whereas the other thing is not valued at all, It's not valued at all where it's not valued at all where you're in a position to lowest common denominator, something valuing appearances. I kind of lost my train of thought there. It's the fact that you have like a non or neutral state, and then projection and precon. So if you're neutral and you don't want anything, right, something will be projected like, oh, you're just not, you are unable to do some sort of artifice to achieve an end, but it's not that, oh, you don't have an end, that's why you're not doing it, or you're just doing it sort of unconditionally. It's the fact that you have it, you're just, again, it's like the closed structure, contrivance, projection aspect, that you have the incentive, but you simply lack like the ability to do this absolute thing that you must be doing, projected, precon. And then the outward insistence, emphasis that is tied to that, like, oh, look at this, that they're doing for this reason, is somehow treated in a positive way, or like that's somehow not incentivized. So again, you have an incentive with undue emphasis and artifice, but that's taken somehow as a positive. Like, at least, okay, they're willing to put forth effort to do it. But why can't the alternative be that they don't have, again, non-neutral, they don't have an incentive, they don't want anything. But that's like a cynical aspect that would be consistent if you recognize then the non-basis of self, but then that would create a whole nother structure. So non-basis of self leads to, like, okay, let's go back to this point though, like, you have, I like the way to, like, I use the word like maybe a little too much. I'm like Julia Galef, but what you're trying to do, even in saying this, like, I'm trying to reduce it to a lowest common denominator that other people could understand. So in my head, I wouldn't be saying like. So it's the attempt to dumb it down with all due respect, reduce it to a lowest common denominator through speech. So then they take issue with it. Well, if I didn't say it that way, then you wouldn't understand it, or, right, so you're trying to make something understood by other people, and you're sort of almost dumbing it down to a degree, just in general, like the mind versus the verbalizing. So you're reducing it to that for the benefit of other people, but then they take issue with it, like, oh, somehow now you're going to say that that's somehow a bad thing and discredits the point, when if it wasn't dumbed down or reduced to that, then you wouldn't even consider it at all. So you're taking issue with the form that's being done for that reason in the first place. And then the other thing is, again, like, the undue emphasis that is tied to it, that is tied to the undue emphasis that is tied to some incentive, right? It is to overcompensate or whatever it might be, but that's somehow taken at face value, but it's only done to achieve some zero-sum end. So that's why, like, the cynical world, non-basis of self is true and exists. People can only be doing things for some zero-sum incentive. They can't just unconditionally be doing something. But then, when you do undue emphasis for some incentive, that's treated as a good thing or normal or non-incentive, and again, it's because people can only understand in that closed structure projection sort of way. And then if you're actually neutral or unconditional or non, then that's, this is a closed structure contrivance at work that you have, it has to be projected within that limited worldview, right, pre-con basis. So it invalidates the whole thing, like, oh, you're doing something actually unconditional, so it must be cynically projected into that, which even if that was the perspective, then you would understand non-invasive self, which would mean you wouldn't pretend in all these other ways to overextend artifice. So a lot of it relies on, again, the indoctrinated state, but also just taking everything face value, initial not thinking. So it requires an unthinking mass of people to value the same process that is, right, the larger process, whether it should be valued, whether you value it or not. But you value it in pretense because you just don't think about it. But it comes down to the same dependent overextended pretense anyway, and then it's glorified and turned into some form of gratification, when really all it is just irrational insistence upon the self, overextension of non-basic self to the collective and back to the self. Like, again, it would be the same process, but like let's just see how much you can overcompensate for it. But the fact that you have to means, right, that turns into an arbitrary notion where, so again, it becomes a contest of contrivance, not whether or not contrivance is there, not whether or not the process is there. So then people would take issue with that to say, like, well, people take issue and say, like, oh, there's an incentive, so that invalidates the process. But really, they're not taking issue with the incentive. They're taking issue with the form, so you just have to overcompensate for it in some way. I was going to see if I could watch something here, but I don't even know what now. I can never decide. I was watching that Brook and Jubal thing, but I got kind of bored of it. I almost want to see some clips from these people like I Show Speed or Kai Cenat and stuff, because I don't know what they even do. I love these, I guess I assume of streaming too much to do with games, but like, what are they known for playing? What do they actually do? A lot of the time it's just like just chatting and just not really doing anything. Just, just sitting there talking random stuff. Some of these are like game shows and doing, Mr. Beast type, whatever. There's a lot of celebrities who've been getting in on this. Like I've seen Will Smith was sitting next to XQC, or somebody else was with I Show Speed and stuff. I can't remember. Some Hollywood celebrity that you normally wouldn't associate with stuff like this. That you would have. Let me see. The auto rotate of this is so annoying, but you kind of have to have it because otherwise it won't do it. But it's a case where, but no, I like that sort of projection from a potential non-state. And the reason why I like that is because it's kind of telling. So you're acknowledging a cynical projection that, everything everybody does is incentivized, that they can either overcompensate for it to your satisfaction, or you can just be neutral supposedly or whatever. But the problem with that is it couldn't be that, you don't want anything, it's unconditional, it's non, that the process could be valuable on its own face, like where you don't want anything, and where you are actually unconditional because, the process, it doesn't work like that. There's always an incentive behind it. So either you want to see the incentive overcompensated for, or that's it. It can't be that you just don't have an incentive, thereby removing the need for the process altogether, or valuing, again, the pretense as though it's not a pretense. So you see the form versus the function, like, let's value something just for the sake of valuing it. But you can't do that because, it's not really valued. You see it, you just don't get it. Your emperor has no clothes. Because, whenever, basically what that means, or the way I use it, is like whenever you attack the observer, like, oh no, the reality is what we say it is, but if it doesn't seem like that, that's your fault as the observer. You're not credible as the observer. You just missed it. You just don't get it. You're just not worthy. You're just not anointed to be able to see it, right? So it's the same thing, like, oh, you just don't get it. You're just not socially skilled enough to see that it's a cynical incentive. And again, it's a consistency issue at that point, where, it's a consistency issue where you'd say, non-based self, now you won't pretend in these other ways because, oh no, it's a larger process, it's just an incentive, it's just zero sum. So the issue would be taken with some process that's like either lacking in pre-con, dependent over extended pretense, etc., but lacking in incentive is actually a bad thing because it exposes the artifice of the process. Like, oh no, we don't actually value that process, don't you know? We have to pretend to value it to achieve dependent overextended pretense, but actually valuing it outside of that would be bad. Right, that's somehow redundancy, or again, it's projected in a certain way. So that's always a good false framing, false duality too. Like, it's always ability. Like, oh, their ability is lacking somehow in some preconceived way. What I find fascinating with that is how people eat it up too. There's no self-awareness to say, like, everybody on a certain level acknowledges even the nature of a contrivance state. Like, oh, you don't really like doing this, but you do it anyway. And like, oh, that's a very merited or impressive, honorable thing to do. But you'll still do the corresponding process that you don't necessarily have to do. Right? Like, oh, you don't really like this, but you do it anyway just because, as an overcompensative basis. And so you have no true value for the self, right? There's a certain self-contempt inherent to contrivance. You're nothing more than an overextended cog. The more of you there are, the more overextended you become. Anything mass-produced suffers inequality for it. No thought can happen. But there's an indignant insistence. Make sure you personalize it. You're so good at your contrivance state. You're so good at contriving. So, I don't know why. I'm incognito in YouTube. Like, I didn't choose to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I don't know what happened. But no, whatever, dude. People are so dumb because that's a cognitive dissonance. Like, you can't acknowledge objective reality or any inherent process you can't think because that might invalidate the state that you happen to be in and you feel like you have to be in just as a default. But again, wouldn't you rather be able to think objectively and then decide for yourself? Do I want to make these concessions and sacrifices for the sake of some functional contrivance half-mass state? Do I want to do that? Because there's an assumption of a longevity process too. How can somebody assume that for you? And again, there's no consistency, otherwise you may have some credible basis. Like, at least if you were consistent, that still doesn't mean that you can outward insist and assume somebody else's measure or value, but at least you'd be consistent. You're not even consistent, so you can't even assert that you have a standard at all. Or yeah, like there'd be a negative response to somebody who's at peace, like who doesn't want anything and who doesn't need anything. Because contrivance always needs something back. It always needs constant reinforcement, regurgitation through externality, and even to the extent that you have. So if you're at peace and you don't want anything, you don't need anything, you remove the need, minimalist, absolutist, that's somehow a negative because, again, contrivance is always seeking, so it tries to positive reinforcement overcompensation, or even negative reinforcement, like, oh, you'll ridicule things that aren't in line, so that helps to reinforce your worldview and contrivance state. Or even non is projected into anti, because see, non and neutrality is more difficult for contrivance to deal with because that just removes the need. You're not trying to actively undermine contrivance, you're just indifferent and neutral to it, but thereby invalidating it. But then they'll try to misframe, oh, they must be anti, or oh, they must be inability to do the absolute contrivance, or oh, this or that. So they'll try to turn it into anti to try to reinforce it all the more. So non doesn't need anything from contrivance, but contrivance needs something back from that. And there's a certain monopoly, like, on means and functionalism that goes hand in hand with that to some sort of other incentivized state. So now you have a situation where each of these could be like some sort of college lecture in a course of, revisionist philosophy, as I would call it, or the court of reason, or whatever I want to call it. But it's a situation where, it's just like objective philosophy or objective thought. And again, all of it leads to no clear conclusion. Like, even when I name a process like the stimuli acme, that doesn't mean it's bad or you shouldn't do it. The stimuli acme is a broad basis by which you observe, right, sexual, just a lot of things to do with sex. So it doesn't make a claim. It doesn't say, oh, you should do it, you shouldn't do it. That's often the false duality framing with anything, like, oh, you're talking about the subject, so you must be taking a hard position on it, and it must be the same as mine or what society has, or it must be something contrary. So either way, you're looking for reinforcement. Either, oh yeah, I agree with you, I'm looking for confirmation bias, or oh no, I disagree with you, I'm looking for reinforcement through ridicule. That's a term I haven't used in a long time, reinforcement through ridicule. It's like that repression leads to obsession, right? But that's the one thing is, you're trying to reinforce it one way or another. You need reinforcement through externality, and victims of contrivance state. The problem with that is the fact that the simple fact that I don't know, I cover a lot of ground in these, so this is really why I'm doing it. This is archived in some way, so you can make of it what you will. I really don't care. I mean, I could formalize it in some other way. You have to appeal to favoritism. You see, like, that's the problem. It's not some... And again, I don't even claim some value in this. The whole point of doing it for, like, any recognition or money would be pointless because, objective thought is just objective thought. It shouldn't be, like, some big deal, but this is how people think, or they'll turn it into some intellectual masturbatory shit. But anybody can think objectively. It's not a big deal. It's something. But yeah, you would define ultimately the measure yourself from that. You're not telling people you should have this exact position, right? That's the whole point, is whatever position you decide to have, that you can only decide to have if you think for yourself and actually think objectively or fully or self-aware or whatever. The only way to do it is... Or there's like a projection too of like self-importance, like, you think everything's about you or everything's about whatever, but within a reduction to structure. So you have the ability to we have a lot of these second date updates. They sort of take over when you watch one thing, I watch one video. It's like you look up one thing on Google, right? This could be like a little Seinfeld stand-up comedy routine. What's the deal with Google suggestions? Google AdSense. Right? It behaves in the most bizarre way. I look up Tylenol one day because I have a headache, and then I look up Tylenol one day because I have a headache, and then I go and I order it, or I find out what store to get it at, and then everything I click on now, everywhere I go, I'm seeing ads for Tylenol, some kind of migraine medicine, pills, knockoff, this and that. Like, they clearly remember the fact that I was looking for that. But what they didn't realize is I already bought it. I already got it. I already took some pills. Like, what are they trying to do? Get me to overdose and try to kill me? Can I sue them for trying to murder me when trying to get me to overdose on pills? Like, literally, this is ridiculous. Like, how many of them do I really need? I already got it. Your ad already worked, or I'm the one who looked it up in the first place, right? It's something you look up once, and then you find it, and then you get it, And then you don't need it to keep spamming you with the same thing. It's not like food or something where, oh, you want to go to a restaurant again or you want to try it some other day. Yeah, I want to try this blue special flavored Tylenol pill that's totally going to work better than the other one that I just had. And maybe I'll mix them together and really have a good time with it. And then they'll show me some other ad that's something that you're not compatible with it. So if I take these two things together, I'll overdose and they won't mix well or whatever. But you have yeah, that's a good absolutist basis to topical element where, you know, it's ironic because there's a certain false duality with that. Like, it's bad, but it would stand for something good, like a society with no preconceived notions or judgments or anything like that, that would just be face value, like, you know, the human family, so it doesn't matter. The world is a village of 100, like, you're not going into any preconceived notions or structure pre-con, but, and it's good, like, with the lack of credibility of appearance pretense. So, like, with the zero-sum means aspect, people would assume certain things, or have certain incentives and be more willing to engage in this, but it's like, it's not because of that, or you need that, or the lack thereof wouldn't prevent that. So, on one hand, it's ironic, right? Because you could do it from a position of non-precon, so do the amalgam theory from a position of non-precon, even if you have some precon bases you could rely on, and people will be dismissive because, oh no, you lack the precon, so they're going to dismiss you, when really you have the precon that they would suck up to in the first place, but you're not appealing to it, right? So you're doing amalgam theory right back. And so you would do it as a baseline, and it's like, you don't have to LCD, reduce the structure, you don't have to appeal to precon, you don't have to do any of that, because it's just the base process that you're supposedly valuing, but of course it is a process of no value, as evidenced by reliance on nearness, postulate, overcompensation, undue emphasis, canned, LCD sort of aspect. And so now you have the ability to consider that there's no value for it, but you pretend there's value for it. And so defining is the manner of overcompensation, undue emphasis, appearance, pretense, right? That's what's defining. That's what's important. Not the inherent process itself of some social contrivance, etc., right? That's not actually valuable on its own at all, right? It depends who's doing it, the source, dependent over extended, pretense, unnecessary and valid, cognitive dissonance, and other, again, performative aspects, overcompensative aspects. All of that is important. So that's nothing more than a pretense to bridge those two things together. So you have a situation where you're recognizing a process doesn't have value, but you still pretend it has value in other ways as it's tied to something else. So it's like this collective bridge. But that's a good way to expose and reveal it. Like, you don't actually value it, but it could be a tool of overextension collective. So again, it requires constant dishonesty in that way, where you're pretending to value things that you evidently don't value, and certain reduction to structure that you may or may not recognize, and a certain element by which you decide to, true value is incompatible with contrivance that way. And that's the whole purpose why it exists in the first place, and a big part is overextension. So think about the calculated gamble that what society would make, assuming that you had any choice in it, or, it's just sort of made for you and you just mindlessly reinforce it. So don't think about it, don't worry about it, just do it. But you're giving up inherent tendency, self-awareness, objectivity, thinking, etc. You're giving up all these inherent abilities and freedom and, base state of being for some trade of collective contrivance, machination, technology, convenience, right? Relief from non-choice reaction, zero-sum means. So you trade like one non-choice reaction for another. Like, we'll achieve your non-choice reaction of like the need to eat, etc., with greater ease and convenience and overcompensation, comfort, hedonism, and even whatever. So you're getting this relief from that. Partly, but you still have to do fallacy perm, but you're getting that, but instead you're getting the non-choice reaction of contrivance itself. So that's a good term, like well-adjusted. like, what is it referring to? Oh, well-adjusted to contrivance state, contrivance response, society, etc. The problem with that is that you didn't choose to be a part of it. So, like, oh, at the age of 12 or 15 or whatever, you can think for yourself, like, okay, you want to break away from contrivance. And now they hold it over your head in a functional sense, like, you don't even, let's pose it directly. You don't even want anything from it. But, oh, no, you owe them back for, oh, look at how your parents took care, gave you birth and took care of you, which you had no choice or no say in, so what can you say about that? So you owe them back for that, or you owe society back for taking care of you, or the collective contrivance benefit machination process up to that point, which, again, you didn't really have any say in up to a certain age, right, or any choice in. So now when you finally do, okay, I reject it, I don't want any of it, I give it all back, right, and then you go self-aware, inherent-based, minimalist state, but now you're not even necessarily able to clearly do that, right? That's the big thing. You could fend for yourself, be a minimalist, whatever, but it requires like some sort of approval of society still. See, even to exist outside the contrivance state somehow requires an approval from that contrivance state that, oh, you can live here, we'll give you this little section to live on, we'll give you this Amish little community. You'll have to appeal to that too. Like, there's no, I don't know. That'd be an interesting form of stream content. Like, why doesn't some millionaire or billionaire do that? Not even like you're making short films or something, but like you're doing a documentary of your life going around interesting places. I'm going to go around the Amazon jungle and I'm doing it all on camera, and I'll go around all different interesting places and make like a whole show about it. Not even for money, like you're just doing it because you're exploring the world and like, I want to go to every country or do everything. So yeah, there's like a nearness postulate element, longevity process, undue emphasis, and the way that you can do that is still in time to. But yeah, there's like a good duality of the pre-con, dependent over extended pre-10 zero-sum means aspect there, where you have like, pose it like, oh, people assume that you're lacking in those areas, pre-con, dependent over extended pretense, so they'll be dismissive that way. And then when it turns around, that, oh, you actually do have that, now it's like, oh, you're being dismissive towards them in response to them being dismissive towards you because they assumed you didn't have the pre-con. Now, if they discover you do have the pre-con, now they might change their tune, or it's like a gold digger prank, but not necessarily, but now they might change their tune, or they might pre-con something else. Or I mean, now it'll be like, oh, it's somehow your fault, even though they were being dismissive to you based on the same basis. Now, oh, you're kind of doing that to them, even though you're just reacting to their dismissal the other way. Let's look at a concept here, like, how can people be ruled by artifice? And the way that they can is by not realizing it or not realizing it fully. So they'll partly identify it, like the larger part nature of the process, but they won't fully realize it because of the simple fact that, they won't fully realize it, and the reason why they won't fully realize it is because they'll see it only like, oh, if somebody doesn't put forth the proper performative aspects. Not that it's artificial either way, it's all part of the process either way, but oh no, just that your process is sort of lacking, that you're not overcompensating adequately enough. So if the issue is that, well, there is a process there, there's some artifice there, then it's just a matter of your initial perception that's not very perceptive, or you're not very self-aware. But the defining aspect is you can be controlled by it because you only identify it in a certain way, and especially in the form of like someone who realizes or looks at the whole process that way. So now it's not a degree of how much do you artifice about it, like how much do you overcompensate, how well do you try to cover it up. You just acknowledge the nature of the process overall, but then it's projected into something else. And then let's look at another concept here too, like the idea of pretend you grow up like sort of with zero-sum means and remove the need, etc. now it turns into like, oh, that person's spoiled or entitled or something. But the reality is everybody would be that way potentially if they had that option. It's like, just because you don't have that option doesn't mean that it's any different. Like, so you value something artificial just because you have to, just as a dependent over standard pretense on zero-sum function, zero-sum means. So don't take it out on somebody who's in a better position where it removes the need, because that's like a reductive standard. In other words, oh, they should have been in a worse state just so they should value it too, instead of that ideally everyone shouldn't have to deal with it, or rather don't place false value on it just because you had to. Don't act like it's something more than what it actually is. And so the artifice there is pure because, like, oh, in other words, like, if you didn't have to wait for other people, like if you had some power over time to, like, oh, I don't have to wait in line, wouldn't you do it? But, oh no, that's just entitlement. So pretend you have some special pass because your grandfather was some special person and you get to cut in every line every time. People might be jealous or criticize you or something, but, oh, if everybody had that option, of course they would use it too. So you're pretending it's a bad thing just because you don't have the option to do it. Same thing in functionalism overall. Like, you pretend like things are valuable just because they're necessary to some function, zero-sum means, end. Or you pretend like something is bad, but like the end result is, okay, if somebody is born with that, so be it. That's ultimately a positive thing. That's ultimately what their parents worked for, etc. in part. And ultimately, it's a case where you would value that too, and so you can't argue that. So there's like a functional contrivance, ritualistic worship sense, like, well, let's make it difficult on purpose just to something, and it's easy to play with people's preconceived notions there when it comes to either performative aspects or, again, pre-con. But yeah, rather than prostitute any of this within, that was in my debate format and some of my writings over the years, to fiction, let's just do it like this. But I don't know what the point of it really is, but the problem is with the state of online now, anybody could easily sort of, if some big creator wanted to do it, they could just pretend and then they'd get the credibility for it. Even though I posted these things before, a little, like it really should have been from 10 years ago, but now it's from like a year ago or whatever, like the one channel I have and this one. And like you'd have to dig through it. You'd have to dig through it to see it. But some of them are very well formed, so that's kind of what happens over time with discussing it so many times or writing about it so many times. Like some of these concepts are very fully fleshed out. So that's like a good writing technique. Not that you need to be taking my advice, but like now you could put it into a fictional universe where it's like a full-fledged ideology and philosophy that characters would have, some characters in the story would have, because it really is a thought process and a philosophy that I've discussed and written about. And what you could always try to discredit is say, well, but you're not doing all that yourself, as if simply posing an idea means you have to personalize it or whatever. But like, Karl Marx didn't have to live the way that he wrote about, nor did he have the power necessarily to even achieve it. So that's sometimes a fallacy too that people use. You can have an idea in a vacuum just to have it, right? And then you can discuss the merits of that. You can't always attack the person because you say, okay, I'm coming up with this new idea that'll change the world. It's like, oh, but you haven't lived your life consistent with that. Maybe you haven't. Maybe you couldn't do it, right? Maybe it wasn't possible, right? But now, so the practicality and function isn't there. Or even like when people say this, again, it doesn't mean I agree with what wealthy celebrities and stuff say, but sometimes celebrities will be discredited in such a way like, oh, Taylor Swift says this or somebody says this. Again, I'm not defending them in particular, but in a general sense, I don't like that notion because you'll discredit them and say, oh, they're out of touch. But so in other words, okay, anybody who's wealthy and successful, again, whether you agree or disagree isn't even the point. Just whether they should be discredited just for being wealthy and out of touch, potentially. Like, somebody rich says something or has some belief or, right, some advice or something like that, right? So you'll discredit them because they say, oh, they're so wealthy. But the problem is, if they weren't wealthy, okay, let's take the opinion of poor people, but then those poor people won't have a platform and you won't know who they are. So let's just use like LeBron or somebody as an example. LeBron grew up poor, so you might, oh, he has credibility then. Let's hear from him going through the struggles he's going through. But you won't, because that person will be unknown and have no platform. So anybody like that, might be credible to you, like, oh, they're not wealthy and they're totally not out of touch, but then it won't matter because they'll be discredited they won't have a platform. They won't have the means to get their message out, so you'll never hear about them or from them anyway. Whereas with this, then when that same person, potentially like LeBron, rises up through being poor and then becomes very successful, now the fact that they become successful discredits them. So you see how it's a self-defeating process. Like, if somebody goes from being poor to being successful, now you'll discredit their opinion because, oh, they're no longer poor. But if they were poor, you'd never hear from them in the first place. So the very fact that they were able to get themselves to a place of having a platform now is used to discredit them. Or again, even if it's somebody born into it or whatever, again, focus on the idea, not the individual, because they would require that. That's the point, right? Like, oh, all these poor people who get stuck in that rut, right? They would need somebody who is successful, potentially, to speak for them in a way, or stand up for them, or stand up for certain policies or ideas. Because again, if you take away that, oh, wealthy, successful person, celebrity, if you take that away, then who's supposed to do it? The credible person who's on the bottom, but because they're on the bottom, they don't have any platform to do that. So as soon as somebody does become wealthy, now they have the platform. Again, that doesn't mean that they're right in what they say, but I don't like that discrediting element. Like, oh, this person's a billionaire, so they're out of touch, so let's just discredit them. But you would need somebody like that. It's important for people like that to do it, because only they really can do it, because the ordinary person would be ignored or not have any platform to go on, whereas they would have a platform. Now, again, what they do with it, that doesn't mean I'm vouching for anything, but it doesn't really make you a hypocrite to say, oh, how can you talk about minimum wage or low-class people's plights if you're wealthy? But again, only a wealthy person would really have that impact, so it defeats the purpose then. Somebody rises up from being poor to being successful, and now they try to help people who are poor, who haven't risen out of it, but then, oh, they're discredited because now they've become successful. So you can't become successful, but you also can't be poor, because then you wouldn't have a voice. And then anytime you do rise up to have a voice, now you're discredited for that reason too. So there's this business person, let's say in a hypothetical story, who contributes to the church heavily, right, but always doesn't believe, and always questions it, even openly, but they still contribute because they see, that would be like my position potentially, like I still see the positive benefits of it potentially, and how it can do good for like people's psychology, like it gives them peace of mind, comfort, structure. It can potentially give people the structure to behave in certain ways that would be considered desirable by society, so it can serve its purpose. But same thing like with folly favoritism, that's always the analogy I make. The difference with that is fiction and entertainment, like those aren't real, but yet you still focus time and effort and energy on them, right? They're not real, but you still focus time, effort, energy, money, etc. on them and fixate on them, right? So why would you do that? The same way that you would do religion. The difference is religion does not pretend, or it doesn't admit to being fake, right? So that you would know, okay, it's fake, but you still do it because it's good psychologically for you, or you enjoy it, or whatever, right? To occupy your mind. But there you at least acknowledge it. That's the difference, right? So you acknowledge it's not real, but you do it for some other reason, which is still folly favoritism, still a negative process potentially because it doesn't have impact on your life and it's not meaningful. But the difference with religion is it pretends to be real and absolute and even require worship and undue emphasis. So it pretends to be real, and then it can have positive psychological effects. So the only negative there is mainly that it pretends to be real, whereas at least with folly favoritism, it's not real, so you can get one step closer to realizing it's not a valuable process, non-impact, etc. The thing with religion is it pretends to be real on top of being the positive psychological effect structure, etc. that it can do. And arguably, you shouldn't need to appeal to that. You should be able to do the same psychological process without that. Like, just, you shouldn't need God to tell you don't kill people or don't do stuff like that. And just like you shouldn't need, any sort of extrapolated gratification, like, something simple like a golden rule. You don't want to be killed, so don't kill other people. But it's hard to do that, and to convince people, and then subjective versus subjective argument is the whole reason why that exists. Like, it's a false absolute basis that's above human subjective standard, but everything is human subjective standard. So now it's one subjective voice versus another, or even several, but it doesn't matter. So a million subjective voices say something, and then one subjective voice says, oh, I feel like doing something different. And on a factual level, you can do that. Even if on the, social Darwinism could win out, but it doesn't matter. That one subjective random person can do anything they want, anytime they want, even if the 1 million people disagree. That's just how it works, no matter how well you try to enforce it. So that's the realization that society never wants to come to, but is always faced with, like, there's nothing you can do to stop that person, especially if they're motivated to do what they want to do. So there's absolutely nothing you can do. You can indoctrinate them as much as you want, you can enforce as much as you want, you can threaten them as much as you want. It doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do to stop someone, especially motivated. All the best you can do is react to it, or hope that they're clumsy and not committed with their cause. And so that leads to an expression that I have as well. Like, whenever you look at somebody evil throughout history, like look at the H-man from Germany in the 20th century, whatever, like, this is an absolutist expression. If you were as committed to your cause, like doing good, or, if you were as committed to goodness as he was to evil and badness, then you should have been able to stop him, right? So it shows you the half-mass, mindless mass that's ultimately culpable, like, for allowing a person like that to come to power, anybody to come to absolute power, etc. It's a flawed process. Don't say that, oh, it's the reason why that happened is because he's just an evil guy, because then all you do is, okay, you're at the mercy. What if somebody evil like that comes along again? Then the same thing would happen. All it took was an evil person just existing and being around? No. Of course, they're not going to make it obvious necessarily their intent, but no, don't be at the mercy of the next evil guy coming along. Instead, say it's a failure of society to allow that person in particular to come to power, any level of power, and especially to allow anybody to come to a position of that much power, absolute power, etc. And from there, you also have the notion that, again, if you believed in your goodness, if society collectively, individually, whatever, believed in your standard of goodness and good and stood for it as much as he stood for the badness, evil, etc., then shouldn't that counteract it or overcome it? But that shows you that people take it for granted or sort of complacent. He's actively, passionately carrying out his view, even bad as it might be. He's actively doing that outwardly, whereas you are not doing it outwardly, actively. You're taking it for granted. You're being sort of complacent. You're treating it like a false absolute, false inherent, like, oh, God will take care of us. It's absolute. It's the word of God. So you don't act on it, or it's just morality, and you just assume it's that way just because you believe it so strongly, instead of actively upholding it, actively, truly believing it passionately. So if you acted upon that and you believed that as strongly as he believed his standard, it would counter it, or it would prevent it, right? It would never happen because you would outweigh it. You would be the leader, or you would do some cause, or you would have some, so you're just taking your side for granted, instead of, oh, you have to actively uphold it. So if you believe in goodness as much as evil believes in itself, then you should win or match it, instead of just standing by and feeling gratified, but not actually doing anything at all, because you were not able to do anything about it. You just, again, kind of take it for granted. Okay, let's look at something here. It places emphasis on the process, not the person. And then also, like, to make money off of just thinking or objectivity or something like that maybe defeats the purpose. And also, to some formative way, like, you have to be established in some way through contrivance to be credible, even to observe contrivance or whatever. Like, if you were established in some way as a whatever, as you would defer to that, right? Like the credibility fallacy. So that's one of my key logical razors, is the idea that this is how I said it, like, your credibility is why we give you the microphone, but it does not obligate us to listen, but it does not make you right. In other words, we'll give you the microphone, we'll give you the stage because you're some established personality, you have credibility, you have experience, you've done this for 20 years, some field, whatever. But it doesn't mean that you're right. It doesn't make you right. So don't use that as the crux of your argument to say, oh, but I've been doing this for 20 years and you're just some random person. But that's fine. That's why we're listening to you, and that other person might be just a guest, somebody in the audience asking a question. But you don't get to just assert that and say, well, I'm up here and I'm talking, or I'm in a certain position because of the experience. And then, based on that experience, I'm always right about everything I say. But that means that, if some mathematician says 1 + 1 = 4, they're right. And if somebody who isn't, it doesn't work like that. And then also, you don't need to be a food critic to judge the food that you eat. You don't need to be a filmmaker to judge a movie. It gives you a certain credibility, sure, to say, and, the average person, right, the majority of people are ignorant of most things that they do, so they do it in like a myopic, marginalizing, lowest common denominator way. Like they're only comparing it to their limited scope of experience with that, or their opinion is sort of unrefined in the sense that, right, you can't have an ordinary person judge truly the quality of something like a movie or whatever because they haven't seen every movie ever, or they don't know all the nuances and expertise that goes into it potentially. Right, so that's sort of fair to say that your opinion is sort of incomplete because you're basing it on a more limited scope. So yeah, you might be more easily impressed by something, but then, film critics, they've already seen that before, so they're not being jaded. They're just saying like, we've already seen this happen. We've seen this technique or whatever a million times, so now it's not as impressive, whereas you, it might be because you're just ignorant of it. You haven't seen as many movies, things like that. So let's see what else we could watch here. I haven't really watched anything lately. It's just been all, and I haven't even been doing these streams. I should always do that when I'm not home. I should just let it run, but I sometimes don't feel like it, or I forget. And I'm sort of caught up now, I guess, anyway, or maybe I wasn't caught up, but yeah, I just haven't been doing it lately. And in that time that I wasn't doing it, I went from like 29 followers to 16, but I don't think that has anything to do with it. Just a lot of those were bots anyway, so maybe their accounts got deleted, or maybe they unfollow. But yeah, it seems like most of the activity on there is bot activity, which is odd. In a way, it almost defeats the purpose, because like, my channel is growing by bots without using bots myself, just because there's so many bots that come in there and follow you, and maybe they just do that to get your attention, but then they stayed followed for a while. And yeah, like how I gained a certain number of followers even when I wasn't using it for a while, which you might think those are bots too, but I don't get why. Like, at least when they come in, they follow you to message, not that they have to even, but, they give you a follow as a taste of what they're offering that will give you free bot followers, just like this one. See, and it does kind of it shows you like the psychological effect. The same thing could be happening on two streams, the same exact thing, right? Somebody doing the same activity, commentary, whatever, but because one has 10K viewers already, supposedly, even if they're all bots, and one has 10 viewers, right, you'll be more likely to watch or even appreciate the other one, because there's like some sort of confirmation bias thing, like, there must be something to it. Even, again, you're not using any criteria critically in the source of actually looking at it, but, people often don't even know what they want or what they like, which happens a lot in fiction especially. Just, people don't even know. They would never go into it saying that, that's what I want. But then they end up liking it when they do see it, so. So yeah, I have no idea what I want to watch. I think I want to, maybe just do YouTube stuff. The problem is that sometimes now I'm getting ads, because obviously I had done that one little month last year where I had done like YouTube Premium. I like all these formats that I introduce, and then I don't actually do them, but it's still a cool concept, like reacting to an audiobook like The Hellbound Heart. The problem with that is I don't like to do it in review form anymore, like where, I'll just listen to it and then I'll talk about it after. No, I want to, I'm talking during, because I'm kind of reacting. That's the point. I'm making a joke about like what was just said, or a comment or an observation, that I won't remember every little thing, right? So like react harder. You got to react to every little thing as it's happening, and I end up talking as much or more than the actual content I'm watching. But that, to me, that's the point of reacting, and I almost do it ironically. But if I wanted to just do a review, like, I'll just write an article about it after, that's fine. But yeah, I feel like in reacting to some of the stuff, though, it's been pretty on point, like with my style, that I go into certain analytical areas, and often I pose an alternative, like the episode 5 of The Sopranos, or 4, whatever it was, in the Meadowlands. That was what it was, where I did it, like, like I come up with an alternate ending to it, like, oh, this would be better. Like, I don't just criticize it, and it was actually a really good episode too, but like, I don't just criticize it, I do it in such a way that this one turn, this is the sort of thing, I got to get a hidden camera. That's what I've been having here. This one turn is so terrible that people always do that. Like, they cut you off there in a way that's ridiculous. This is what I could get internet famous for. I'll show some real... For some reason, that sort of thing seems to do well or better. Like, real life... like, I could just do that for the video of these segments, and it'd be, like, the same thing. Because... I guess you could do it on a dash cam or something, too, but, like... It'd be the same thing, commentary-wise. Like, I'm not putting anything for the video anyway. Or I should do what that guy does for Brook and Jubal, where it's like him playing some stupid little fucking mindless brain rot game. Like, I don't know what it is. You're collecting all these coins, like a coin racer, where you keep avoiding the trains and stuff. Right, some Disney Mickey Mouse type shit. But yeah, like, that was a thing. And I don't know what else I really want to look at, though. I don't have much of a desire to do it. See, what you always have to do is put it in the form of something, right? You can't just do it. Although that's kind of what the streaming modern culture is. Like, you have good ideas, but you don't know how to do it in a certain way, or you don't have the desire to write a book, or the connections to make a movie, or whatever it is. It's like, oh, let me just sit there and just talk about it, and then that can turn into something. Right, your established, your personality, your cult of personality, face cam, semi-acme appeal, like all these kind of things that happen, and it feels like that's what you do with respect to that. Like, it sort of takes the form of it. So I could do it here just by talking about the ideas instead of refining them into a finished product or something like that. So it's kind of a form of laziness. Like, well, why bother making it in book form when I can just do it like this? But it's almost like you have to either dumb it down for people. Ironic that you'd say that. Like, instead of just directly stating it, you have to appeal to folly favoritism. Like, oh, that makes it more interesting because we'd have all these full immersion with a fantastical fictional universe, or again, like special effects and things like that to draw people in. Like, oh no, you watch Star Wars for the story. Also, there's plenty of other great stories out there that nobody watches that, or not as much fanfare. Like, it's obviously about the effects. It's obviously about that fantastical element. If it was strictly about the story and the characters, then you can't tell me that those stand out as the best ever. The prequels are the best example of that too, like where even from the original trilogy, the writing wasn't quite there. And evidently everybody seems to hate the Disney movies, but that's the point, is like... look at something here, I guess. I should just start picking series at random like that, but then even when I like them, then I don't continue them. Like, none of the series I've watched recently have failed any sort of thing. Like, where, I got an F grade. Like, Monk was so good, and I was into that, but then I don't know how much of it I necessarily want to do. Right, like that I would have kept going on with, but... So Malcolm theory is like the human family idea that I always talk about, so it's like there wouldn't be any sort of barriers like you see in social contrivance, like, you need some sort of qualifier to social interaction. So like, a pre-con, like, they're of a certain age, like they're older, so that's given some benefit, or like some performative aspects, or like some, again, dependent over extended pretense, like zero-sum means aspect, or even a case of, again, like some sort of a LCD initial appealing to the self-insistence bypass. So if you're simply topical or to the point or direct or something go directly to something of value, there's a lot of projection of zero-sum means. There's stimuli that goes on. There's a lot of, again, the fact that it relies on that shows you that it's not really a process of value, but that it has to be overcompensated for, or that something else is being valued, so it's simply a placeholder. But that's where, it can't be acknowledged, or there's some sort of other pretense with it. So that's a half-mass acknowledgement. You'll acknowledge some sort of incentive or dependent over extended pretense, but then you want to see it bypassed or overcompensated for, or like well hidden within some appearance or artifice or whatever, and yet it's still defining and it's still present. So if you truly valued it, or if it was truly being valued in any way, then that would be adverse to it too, that you have to keep up the appearances to do a collective contrivance overextension. But then if it wasn't valued, then you wouldn't do it at all, instead of this halfway where you sort of value it, but then you have to dress it up, and then you end up not fully or not completely, whether you value it completely or not, you're valuing it somewhere in between, where it's tied to some pretense or appearance, overextending to a collective lowest common denominator, something like that. And so it's a situation where you create all these barriers, right? So you're showing that you don't value people, period. You don't value social contrivance even. You only value things as dependent on something else. And by doing that, you, that's RBO protocol, externality, basis. It comes back to non-base of self. So, like, you're valuing things on a basis where you don't even realize yourself what you're valuing or why you're valuing it. So it seems like a higher standard or some standard or anything, but it comes down to some, can you trace some little basis of value for the self? There's some sort of gratification, arguably that comes along, or some almost like strange, obligatory thing, like you're somehow obliged to indulge it. If somebody puts forward some performative aspect, you feel like, I'm obligated to indulge it, even though I don't really value it and I don't really like it, but I pretend to value it just because I feel like I have to, like, it's a nice thing to do. So you don't really value it, but you pretend to value it, and that's the nature of contrivance overall.